Okay, all right. Yes, yes. I mean, it never came out publicly, of course, it wasn't a public attempt, but within allies, heck, within parties, there's always a to and fro going on and a bit of jostling going on who comes out on tops. That is the reality of politics, is the reality of politics everywhere across the globe. Let me get Dilip Cherian back in. Dilip Cherian, now, if there is a similar result to last time and there are possibilities of various kinds of government formations as were presented five years ago, can Nitish make our day very long by creating some exciting development in national politics?
It's a great question, but I think that we won't know of a potential Nitish flip, which would be the most interesting thing to watch, till much later in the day, and perhaps even not today. So while it will be a long day simply because of the quantum of votes to be counted and the fact that the pace will pick up only much later in the day, my sense is that Nitish is pretty much going to be the most exciting factor to watch, simply because he has a track record which is mercurial, to say the least, and this time, by all reports from people who are aware of his situation, he seems to be more in the control of those around him than in the past. So, in a sense, watching the Nitish faction is more important, because Nitish himself may be inclined to go one way, but will those who have been the backbone of this campaign behind him, will they also agree to that or not, is going to determine a lot of things. Nitish himself is an iconic leader, and within his party, the little kind of frisson of resistance has long vanished, but still, I think it is not the same Nitish that we saw 2 years ago.
Okay, Dilip Cherian, in a national perspective, in the generational change that is happening in dynastic parties which are across the length and breadth of India, it's not just the Congress, of course. We've seen it happen successfully from a Karuna to an MK Stalin. So much so that MK Stalin is now sort of getting his son into the limelight of state politics in Tamil Nadu. We've seen it happen very successfully in high drama circumstances in the Samajwadi Party, when the party was almost half split and the brother was fighting with the brother, and Akhilesh had run away from home almost. But in the end, Akhilesh Yadav emerged as the undisputed leader without really breaking the party at the seams. So that dynastic change happened. Farooq to Omar has also taken place. The Thakare dynastic change has sort of come a cropper, so that is not worked out as successfully. So that's not an excellent example. So in terms of dynastic change, is it done? Is Tejashwi Yadav the legitimate political heir of Lalu?
I think the way he has campaigned this time and the way he has led the campaign from the front, both I'm saying at two levels, individually and as the team leader, there's no doubt that this transition is now real and perhaps complete. Victory may still be far away. As somebody who was very closely involved with the potential split in the pre-situation in Uttar Pradesh, before any danger of a split from Akhilesh's father to him and the uncle factor was concerned, I can tell you that the signs are that in this election, Tejashwi has taken control and charge pretty much of the Lalu inheritance. And that's a very big step for Bihar. Whether these dynastic creations are good for those states are a matter that the public there must decide. And they will have to figure out whether this kind of quasi-continuity is something that is healthy for their state, something that ends up delivering results, and of course, the potential threat from others in that same dynasty is something that needs to be watched. But as long as there is a line of command and the line of command becomes visible through a major state election, I think it's pretty much set for the future.
Okay, so remember, Nitish Kumar does have a son. His name is Nishant, not actively engaged in the politics at the level of a Tejashwi Yadav at this stage, for sure. So Is the dynastic politics still alive and well in India? Very much so. Does it still matter? Well, it clearly does. Because these people are winning votes, sometimes they are winning seats in constituencies. A different kind of dynastic change is expected to happen in Bengal from Mamata Banerjee, but this time to her nephew. So, have they happened in multiple states? Yes, you have some successful examples. You have some not as currently successful examples. I mentioned what's happened in Maharashtra. We saw this. We saw this and see this time and again. But here we are, numbers on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, 130, because they would have held their own at a time when they've been facing a lot of criticism as the ones dragging down Tejashwi. In fact, Tejashwi's party men will be the first to say it, that that's the problem. But it could be a surprise at the end, who knows. The BJP would be wanting to also improve its tally from last time around. Unlikely, highly unlikely that even if the BJP dramatically improves its tally, that they will upset the apple cart by suggesting that one of their leaders become the first ever BJP chief minister of Bihar. Not now. Can happen a few years later, who knows. But they would not upset the apple cart. They still need stability at the center, far more important for the larger machinery to function. So Nitish Kumar, if the NDA takes the lead, will return as chief minister. If they win, Tejashwi will want to do what people think would be impossible, is single-handedly take his party well past 100. That's what it's going to take for him to form a government and have a thumping win. Is it possible? Can't say right now. Leads and trails on the right side of your screens. Vijay Sinha from Lakhisarai of the BJP still trailing as we head into the counting of the EVMs past the postal ballots, which has now begun as we see 9 o'clock in the morning closer in. In Gaya, Prem Kumar of the Bharatiya Janata Party currently in the lead. Have a look at the center of your screens where you're seeing the breakup of the LJP, which is Chirag Paswan's party, leading in 5 currently. The JSP is actually got a few votes. What do you know? So they've got a few votes, enough to put them in early leads. They're not expected to win seats, but who knows? If that happens, it would be the takeaway of the day, that a Prashant Kishor ticket has held value enough to convert votes into seats and seats into potential power one day. Who knows? So watch out for that number. If the JSP and its ancillary others manage to upset the cart in Bihar, who knows what is possible? Then we are in definitely for a long day and a long night. Let me quickly get Binu back from the BJP into this conversation. Binu, obviously we'll have to wait for more results to firm up before we can either commiserate with you or congratulate you. But let's look at what's happened in the elections post 2024 general elections. In Maharashtra, where you've returned to form the government, in the by-elections, largely where the BJP has a presence, the BJP did well throughout 2024 and into 2025. In Arunachal, you came back to form the government. In Andhra, the NDA came back to power with Chandrababuji in government. In Odisha, massive historic upset with the BJP government in Odisha there. In Haryana, people had written the BJP off, but you came back with a thumping win. So, other than Jharkhand, where I'm sure the BJP is hoping his performance could have been slightly better, 2024 was a good year. 2025, Delhi, a good start. Bihar seems to be okay at this point of time. What has been the difference that the BJP is still in it? Is it still on the bank of Narendra Modi?
See, BJP coins upon its progress card, and definitely Modi ji is an icon not only in India but all over the world. People, not only us, people coin upon him. People have faith on him, and definitely our progress card, whether it's in the center or whether it's in the state, it matters. As I have said, last time, like in Bihar, we gave 2 aims, and in the entire 70 years period, the UPA government could give only 2 aims to the country. Rest 6 aims were passed by Atal Bihari Vajpayee. So that is the way the country was held. The country was fragile 5 before Modi ji came to power. We brought country to the fantastic 5. Today our country is getting to be the manufacturing hub. Rahul Gandhi ji used to mock our country, used to mock Make in India. Today it is becoming successful. whether it's iPhones, Mercedes, all these things are being manufactured in India. So definitely the country is changing under the BJP government, the NDA government. So people have trust on us. The country has trust on us. The state has trust on us. So that is what we are coining upon. We have our progress card. See, whenever we are fighting elections, we just not say what we will do. We have what we have done with us also.
Okay.
All these governments, all these people who are contesting, they have come upon with what they will do. Which ultimately people also know that nothing is going to be delivered.
Okay, so let me get Joyita in. Joyita, how much of this is because this, what was a slogan a few years ago, but in practical reality connects with the logic of the voter, that double engine matters. If you want to get development done in your state, you can't have state and government, state and center at war with each other. How much of it is that?
Well, Parisha, when you look at Bihar is a different matter altogether. Let's not forget the caste thing counts in a very big way. And so while double engine also matters, the local face matters, the Tejashwi factor is playing a very big role over here. Urban voter, rural voter, so many things come into play. In other states, I would say, yes, double engine matters in a very big way. About Bihar, I'm not very certain, but it goes, I would say double engine matters when it comes to Nitish Kumar. It doesn't make sense for a Nitish Kumar to go with the Mahagathbandhan if the money flow stops from Delhi. So it does not really matter that way. But at the same, it matters that way. But when it comes to the voter, when it comes to a local election, whether it matters right down to the ground or not, we will know, I guess, by inside a couple of few hours. But right now, it seems the BJP factor is playing a very big role. If you look at the results, at least the trends that are showing on your screen, it seems the fact that BJP is at the center and the feeling that, yes, it's time to give BJP a chance, I think that factor is working.
Who knows? It could be. Who knows? By the end of the next few hours, that becomes the truism. That it is not the story of Nitish Kumar. It's not the story of Tejashwi. It's the story of the national parties having a resurgence in Bihar, and not necessarily the Congress. That it is the BJP that has, Congress is number 4 party in Bihar anyway. They would want to improve that position, unlikely to do in this election. But there will be elections 5 years later, another 5 years from that. Just a note for anybody watching the broadcast. In Gujarat, where the Congress has not formed a government in 40 years, they still get about 20% of the vote share. So 1 in 5 people still vote for the Congress, even when there has been no hope of forming the government in 4 decades. So is there some Congress vote share? Yes, there is. Is the Congress been slipping to number 3 and 4 and even worse positions in a lot of the states? Yes, they are. Look what's happened in Tamil Nadu. Look what's happened in West Bengal. Unhappy news. The BJP is not a player in Tamil Nadu, but they become a player in West Bengal. But if you're in the Congress, you don't want to be. The reality check is that once the Congress slips to the number 3 or number 4 party in a state, in the history of modern day India, they've never come back to power in that state leading an alliance. So that comeback hasn't happened as effectively, but who knows? Elections surprises. Currently 147 out of the 243 seats are reporting leads and trails. The BJP leading in 48, the JDU leading in 27, the RJD in 42, the Congress leading in 8, and the others including the JSP 22 leads for them. This includes 5 for Chirag Paswan and 4 potential leads for Prashant Kishor. How many of those translate? We will just find out. There is a bipoll also. Remember, bipolls are also going on in this country. A quick word that from Hyderabad, where the bipolls are going on, there is the Congress is currently in the lead. I'll be going across to my reporters on the ground to get you more facts and figures as take place. Sujit Paswan is currently leading from Rajnagar. In Jhanjarpur, Nitish Mishra is currently leading of the BJP. In Fulpras, Sheila Mandal is currently leading for the JDU. In Khajoli, Braj Kishor Yadav is currently leading of the RJD. Meena Kamath of the JDU is currently leading in her constituency. In Benipatti, Vinod Narayan Jha of the BJP is currently leading in Madhubani. Sameer Mahaset is currently leading on your screens. Osama Sahib in Raghunathpur is currently leading for taking the Lalten ahead for the RJD. More posters have been put outside the Nitish Kumar residence, CM's residence. Tiger Zinda Hai is what the posters are currently saying. Now you can well imagine. Let me get Dilip Cherian back quickly into this before we get into more reports from on the ground on leads and trails. Dilip Cherian, how much of this has changed in terms of state election, that we've seen that state issues have become more important than national issues like counter-terrorism and national security and GDP growth? We've seen that state after state that politics has sort of localized. But in the concept, especially in Bihar, which needs central funds, do you think people will buy the logic that actually double engine is the only thing that works? There's no point even trying something different.
I seem to see that this trend is actually a negation of that hope that people were working towards at a national level. The fact that local issues have become so vocal and so valuable for the voter on the ground seems to be an indication that they believe that if they have a strong leader, he or she will be able to do the necessary bargains at the center to make it work. It may be tougher, it may involve a mellowing down of the kind of rhetoric between parties, which seems to be at high levels of antagonism. But if this trend strengthens, the fact is that you have to concede that people are not looking at double-engine sarkars. What they're looking for is leadership on the ground that matters and promises them the things that matter to them. Remember that national leaders tend to still talk at 3 levels above the average voter. And the trend across states now seems to be that people want something that relates directly to them. And therefore, that matters a lot more.
Okay, just stay with me. From Orai, Ram Nishad of the Bharatiya Janata Party currently in the lead. In Rajnagar, Sujit Kumar of the Bharatiya Janata Party currently in the lead. Veena Devi of the RJD in Mokama is now trailing in what is turning out to be a close contest in that constituency that you are seeing. As we speak, the figures for the alliances is that the NDA looking for 122 plus is currently leading in 84. The Mahagathbandhan looking also for 122 plus is currently leading in 56. The others bringing in 7. That is primarily Chirag Paswan. That is primarily the JSP, which is currently surprisingly for many people leading in 4 seats. Still a long way to go. Renu Devi and Betia currently also in the lead. The BJP ups its figure to 48. Currently on your screens, looking to be the single largest party. There you go, has upped its figure now to 51. Nitin Nabeen in Bankipur is solidifying his lead as we speak. The JDU now at 30, the RJD at 44. Tej Pratap Yadav now trailing in Mahua. Remember, the son of Lalu Prasad Yadav, the other son who's had not a happy time with the filial relations in that family, is currently contesting from the side. Many say disruptor, but currently trailing. We've been mentioning Raghunathpur for the RJD for a particular reason, because Osama Shahab is currently in the lead and solidifying that lead, increasing in numbers. Tej Pratap Yadav, well, there you go, it's flipped it. So now you know how quickly this is changing, and still a long way to go. We have just hit the stroke of 9 o'clock. We'll still have a couple of hours, one would suspect, before we have a position to be able to call this election. Joyita, is all up for grabs. It's like reporting on a live match. This is, for people like me, this is what the exciting factor of doing it is. I am not in stress because it's not my exam result. But what is at stake? Because it's been I wouldn't say a dead election, but it's not been the most polarizing, hyperbolic, what we expect in UP and Bihar. That hasn't happened this time around. It's been quieter. So what's really at stake here? Joyita. Yeah, don't worry, the PCI will figure it out. You go ahead.
Yeah, now what's at stake here is it's a lot of things. Whether, of course, even though BJP has the numbers at the center, it's the stability of the central government that is at stake. Because you see, provided, they need to come back to power and Nitish will have to be made chief minister because, as I just mentioned, that Nitish is underperforming and definitely BJP is going to, looks like right now, it's going to get the better of Nitish, but even then Nitish will stick on because they cannot afford to let Nitish go. And interestingly, if you look at the results, if Nitish had performed better, perhaps it would have helped the BJP to stake claim to the chief minister's post later. But it looks like if things go like this right now, it looks like they just might scrape through the majority mark or even just might fall short by a shade. So they need Nitish desperately. So if you're looking at the BJP,
here they are. The results are now pouring in. Well, I'll have to say leads are currently pouring in. The Election Commission is yet to call the results in several of these constituencies. That is several hours away. So as in Sahibganj, Raju Kumar Singh of the Bharatiya Janata Party currently in the lead. In Baruraj, Arun Kumar Singh of the Bharatiya Janata Party currently in the lead. In Aurai, Ram Nishad of the Bharatiya Janata Party currently in the lead. In Rajnagar, Sujit Kumar of the BJP is currently in the lead. Nitish Mishra of the BJP is currently leading in Jhanjarpur. Sheila Mandal of the JDU is currently leading in Fulparas. Braj Kishor Yadav of the RJD leading in Kajoli. Meena Kamath of the JDU leading in Babbu Bari. Vinod Narayan Jha of the BJP is currently leading in Benipatti. In Samir Mahaseth is leading in Madhubani. Samrat Chaudhary leading in Tarapur, expected to take that. Tej Pratap Yadav back in the lead from the Mahua constituency. Tejashwi leading in Raghupur, expected to win that seat. RJD's Osama Shahib in Raghunathpur is currently in the lead. Maithili Thakur leading from Ali Nagar for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Kesri Lal Yadav, the Bhojpuri star, leading in Chhapra for the RJD. Anand Singh leading in Mokama for the JDU. Sanjay Sarogi leading in Dharbanga. Gopalganj, Subhash Singh. Vijay Kumar Khemka in Purnia, Mithilesh Kumar in Sitamarhi, Dhirendra Pratap in Valmiki Nagar. Priya Sehgal joining us on the broadcast this morning. I also have the RJD spokesperson Shahryar Khan joining us, RJD General Secretary rather, Shahryar Khan joining us very, very shortly. Priya, let me come to you. We can't really call it. It's because it's going to flip around quite a lot. It's only 9 o'clock. We still have a few hours to go. But what's the flavor setting us? Flavor setting us that everybody seems to be going what we are expecting them to go. That is going to be very similar to last time.
Yeah, it's looking like that, Rishabh. The early trends are telling us exactly that. Tejashwi Yadav, he is the one that one really needs to focus on his campaign because he has done it literally single-handedly in terms of, the Congress seems to be dragging him down. The campaign that he fought on youth, on the issues that he's been raising has worked on the ground. Local issues, now if you look at the local leadership, it's clear that we keep saying after Nitish whom, that's going to be Tejashwi Yadav quite clearly, head and shoulders above all the other contenders. BJP will probably prop someone, that question of who will be the chief minister is also looming quite large, which is why I think BJP has been given a large number. This is a Modi vote. He was the big face of the BJP campaign, he and Amit Shah. So they are going to now be looking to groom a local leader after Sushil Modi. So interesting election, one, Rishabh, that was also fought on issues that matter, local issues really have worked over here, whether it's the, the women development or the welfare schemes for the women, the youth, the migrants, all the issues that were raised, the vote that is going is on the local issues, which is also interesting. So is Tejashwi going to be the new Sushashan Babu? That's going to be an interesting phase to watch. And of course, let's see what the BJP does with that chief ministerial.
Okay, Prashant Kishor, his candidates have got a couple of early leads, so they've got some votes for Showpriya.
Prashant Kishor also, Rishabh, yeah, that's a good point, because we had expected, if he does better than the Congress, that would be, in terms of vote share. People are saying that on ground, he may not get so many seats, but he may get the vote share if he surpasses Congress.
Anything better than 0 is a win for him. Currently leading in 4. In Baniapur, Chandni Devi of the RJD currently in the lead. In Danapur, Reetlal Roy for the RJD currently in the lead. Let me hop across to Delhi before I come to our guests, because we still have to wait for the results. Anand Singh is outside the Congress office. Anand, how's the mood there? I mean, at this point of time, we're still probably an hour away before we can figure out what is taking place. But what's the flavor? Is it quietening down, or is it becoming more excited?
Yeah, Rishabh, if we talk especially about the Congress headquarters over here, I will just ask my camera person to pan across and show you that number of Congress supporters have gathered over here. And since morning, they have been raising the slogans that vote chor, gaddi chor. As earlier also, we have shown that how they were saying that earlier it used to be EVM, but now there is a systematic vote theft that is being done through the SIR exercise. So clearly, this is the mood inside the Congress office, where more than 50 or 100 supporters have gathered since morning, and they have been raising this slogan. So clearly, this was one of the issues that Rahul Gandhi, the leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, he has taken to Bihar through his voter Adhikar Yatra for 16 days that he undertook in Bihar. So clearly, that is one of the issues that the Congress
so we
party
won't
is
call it
raising.
crowded,
Once again, the supporters of the
but
party,
we won't call it sparse either. There are a few people who are at least being smart enough to make the most of the what is there of the winter sun in Delhi. And remember, Delhi is under thick smog right now. So at least they're braving very unhealthy air to stand outside in the lawn of the Congress party headquarters in Delhi as we speak. Some good news for the Congress. Anil Kumar in Bikram constituency for the Congress has now gone into the lead. Let me hop across to Patna then to get a perspective from Abhishek, who's outside the residence of Rabdi Devi, also incidentally where Tejashwi Yadav has been. Abhishek, क्या माहौल है वहाँ पर?
या बिल्कुल, देखिए इस वक्त तो यहाँ पर उस तरह की तस्वीरें नहीं है ना, कोई बहुत सारे कार्यकर्ता यहाँ हैं, लेकिन हाँ आपसे कुछ देर पहले तेजस्वी यादव और मीसा भारती गाड़ी से यहाँ बाहर निकलते हुए दिखे। तेजस्वी यादव ने खुद अपनी गाड़ी का विंडो डाउन करके मीडिया से बातचीत करने की कोशिश की और उन्होंने खुलकर कहा कि सरकार बदल रही है इस बार बिहार में और हम सरकार बना रहे हैं। तो जो बॉडी लैंग्वेज की बात करें तो वो खासी अलग दिखी तेजस्वी यादव की और वो कॉन्फिडेंट दिखे। उन्होंने ये बात कही कि सरकार बदल रही है, लोगों ने वोट किया है बड़ी तादाद में बिहार की जनता ने, और ये बात कहते हुए बाहर निकले। हालांकि उनकी तरफ से जो वोट चोरी की बात कही गई थी उसको लेकर कार्यकर्ताओं को जिस तरह कहा गया, सीधे तौर पर एक नोटिफाई किया गया अपने सोशल मीडिया हैंडल से कि वो लोग वहीं पर रहें, बाद में आए पार्टी कार्यालय, फिजिकली आए, बाद में आकर बताएं। शायद यही वजह है कि यहाँ पर उस तरह का जो माहौल है जो दिखना चाहिए किसी पार्टी कार्यालय के बाहर या फिर रावड़ी आवास के बाहर, वो नहीं नजर आ रहा है खास तौर पर। और लोग हो सकता है स्ट्रांग रूम के बाहर ही मौजूद हो या फिर इंतजार कर रहे हो तकरीबन 10 या 11 बजे के बाद यहाँ तस्वीरें देखने को मिले। लेकिन हाँ, धीरे धीरे कार्यकर्ताओं का जमावड़ा यहाँ
For people watching the broadcast, all candidates in any constituency have the right to access the voting centers, and their agents are present at the voting centers. This always happens. This is protocol. A lot of controversy always happens on this. Very rarely does the controversy get into serious measures. But as we speak, the big ticket, as we are 5 minutes past 9 o'clock, is the NDA has crossed triple digits in terms of leads, leading in 101 seats with the Mahagathbandhan at 65, the BJP taking the majority of the leads at 55, and the JDU at 36. Shahryar Khan of the RJD with us on the broadcast. Shahryar ji, how are you feeling right now? Little bit of nervousness?
Issue of getting nervous. These are the very early things. You are like postal ballots are finished, and it is like the very first round, and things will get clear around 12 o'clock. It will be very early to say anything.
Okay, it's still early, sir. But do you feel that the potential of getting close to 120 just by yourself, just the RJD, that ship is now sailed? That's unlikely.
It's like it's very impossible for any political party in Bihar to cross 120. Like मैं अगर बोलूं कि बिहार में आरजेडी ने 100 it has fought on 143 seats and it will cross 120, then like it will be like एक अतिशयोक्ति होगी ये बोलना। लेकिन मैं कहूंगा जरूर आपसे कि 122 का जो मार्क है वो आप शाम में 3 बजे तक आप देखेंगे कि महागठबंधन, कांग्रेस, वीआईपी और आरजेडी तेजस्वी यादव के नेतृत्व में हम जो है उसको क्रॉस करके और हम सरकार बनाने की तरफ मूव कर रहे हैं। और मैं अतिशयोक्ति वाली कोई भी बात नहीं बोलूंगा जिससे मैं बोलूं कि भाई 200 सीट हम ले आएंगे, 400 पार चले जाएंगे। ठीक, तो ये बोलना जो है ये हमारा काम नहीं है। हम लॉजिकली बात करेंगे तो हमारा जो मार्क है वो हम क्रॉस करेंगे डिस्टिंक्शन के साथ और हम सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं।
शाहरियार जी, अभी भी कोई आशा है कि अगर आंकड़े 2020 की तरह आए कि सिंगल लार्जेस्ट पार्टी के करीब हैं आप, लेकिन कांग्रेस के नंबर ना आए, तो अभी भी नीतीश जी के साथ जा सकते हैं? सो ये आशा अभी भी है?
सॉरी,
अभी भी नीतीश जी के साथ जा सकते हैं, क्या आशा है?
बिहार तेजस्वी यादव के नेतृत्व में बिहार आगे बढ़ने के लिए तैयार है। और अभी मैंडेट तो अभी तो आपने एक राउंड का भी नहीं देखा है। आपने तो एग्जिट पोल के भरोसे, जो एग्जिट पोल पिछली बार पूरा उलट दिखा रहा था, उसके भरोसे भी आप बात कर रहे हैं। अभी तो मैं अगर साफ शब्दों में कहूं तो अभी तो शुरू भी नहीं हुआ है। इब्तिदा इश्क है होता है क्या, इब्तिदा इश्क है रोता है क्या, आगे आगे देख होता है क्या। अभी तो शुरुआत है सर। अभी तो आपको पेशेंस के साथ सिर्फ आपको रीड करना है। पोस्टल बैलेट चल रहा है, चीजें वाइंड अप होते होते आपको सब क्लियर हो जाएगा पिक्चर।
I agree with you. Ladies and gentlemen, I get to smile because I'm not under stress. It's not my exam result, but every election campaign has a lot of battles from the candidate level. Careers are at stake, a lot of passion, energy, resources are put in. So is it nervous excitement for a lot of people? Of course there is. It does matter.
एक्साइटमेंट की जो बात कर रहे हैं कि द यूथ ऑफ द स्टेट, द होल यूथ ऑफ द बिहार, either they are in Bihar or Delhi or any part of the country or outside the country, they are all excited to get a new leadership. They are all excited for betterment of Bihar. They are all excited to get jobs. They are all excited to get placed. घर वापसी के लिए लोग तैयार बैठे हैं कि नौकरी आएगी तो हम यहाँ वापस लौटेंगे, है ना। तो नए बिहार बनाने के लिए 2025 में एक नई तस्वीर लिखने के लिए जो 25 से लेकर के 35 का जो युवा वर्ग है वो सबसे ज्यादा तैयार बैठा है, एक्साइटमेंट में है। और बिहार का भविष्य जो है वो युवा भविष्य जो है वो बनने जा रहा है।
No matter how this result goes, Tejashwi Yadav is now a leader to be reckoned with in Bihar. He showed the mettle last time around where he got the seats despite COVID restrictions and a very difficult time to contest and campaign for an elections. So he established himself in 2020. He is expected to verify that this time around, but does that form a government? Last time it did, remember, it formed a government, albeit as junior to Nitish Kumar, but he did. Can he do it again? Difficult to say. By himself he can't. He needs the Congress to cough up, and the Congress will have to cough up a lot more than 20 for that to be made possible. Otherwise it's simply not happening. Quick tally before I go, bringing Sujata Paul of the Congress. In Bagaha, Jayesh Mangalam Singh of the Congress currently in the lead. In Betia, Renu Devi of the Bharatiya Janata Party currently leading. Raju Kumar Singh of the Bharatiya Janata Party leading in Sahibganj. Chandni Devi of the RJD leading in Baniapur. Arun Kumar Singh of the BJP leading in Baruraj. In Meenapur, Ajay Kumar of the JDU is currently leading. Ram Nishad of the BJP currently leading in Oriya. In Rajnagar, Sujit Kumar of the Bharatiya Janata Party is currently ahead. In Danapur, Reet Lal Roy of the RJD currently ahead. In Diga, Sanjeev Chaurasia of the Bharatiya Janata Party currently leading. In Kumrar, Sanjay Kumar of the Bharatiya Janata Party currently leading. In Bikram, Anil Kumar of the Congress currently is in the lead. In Phulwari, Shyam Rajak of the JDU currently in the lead. In Masauri, Arun Manjhi of the JDU currently in the lead. And finally in Bakhtiarpur, it is Arun Kumar Rao of the LJP, that is currently in the lead. The BJP now leading in 55, the JDU currently leading in 36. We are still a couple of hours away But look at the RJD figure now. It's up to 54 leads. The Congress at 10 leads. It's still neck to neck, very similar to what happened last time around 5 years ago. This is where we are as we get closer to 9:30. Still a couple of hours away before we can figure this out. Let me get Sujata ji of the Congress into this conversation. Sujata ji, you've only contested 70. There's no possibility of the Congress forming a government of its own. What would be a number that you'll be happy with? Anything better than last time?
Right now, these are very, very early leads. And if you remember 2020 also, if you looked at Mahagathbandhan and the NDA, the vote percentage was exactly the same, 37.9%. So therefore, we have to wait and watch as to what is going to happen as the rounds progress. And I'm not going to put any number to it, but definitely we will form the government, because last time also you saw that the margins were very, very small. And in the end, if you remember, it was right in the midst of the pandemic, and there were a lot of allegations on the collectors at that time about postal ballots being counted last, etc., etc. And I'm hoping that there will be everything fair this time, and there will be no questions raised on the election commission also, but that's entirely dependent on them. However, if we talk about small margins, we cannot deny that what happened last time could happen this time, but in the reverse manner. That is the Mahagathbandhan leading. And of course, we will do much better than what is being projected right now.
Sujata ji, realistically, even in the best case scenario where you improve your tally, your senior partner, the RJD, improves its tally, even then, ma'am, 125, 122 looks difficult. You'll still need somebody else, probably Nitish Kumar. So let's be realistic, ma'am.
As far as Mr. Nitish Kumar is concerned, nobody has said anything against him, right? And Mr. Nitish Kumar is anyhow going to be relegated by the BJP. They are only using his name at the moment. We all know that. So what is new about it? Don't you remember Mr. JP Nadda's statement in Bihar about how the regional parties were going to be finished off? And JDU is a regional party. So I'm sure Mr. Nitish Kumar will think of what is best for him. And let's wait for our numbers. We are concentrating on what we are saying, because if there is a lot of angst amongst the people, it is against the present regime. And if there are paper leaks, if the Prime Minister has had to transfer 10,000, a one-time 10,000 rupee, it is clearly because they know that there is no way that they are going to come back, and that is why this is their appeasement policy. But people of Bihar are very intelligent. This is, and we cannot deny what has happened in the SIR and
as things stand,
which have come from my state Uttarakhand as well.
Yes, and of course the Congress mantra is still a vote chori. I'll come and discuss that with our analysts in just a bit. As things stand, it is very similar to where they stood at the same time 5 years ago. The BJP and the RJD in terms of leads are ahead, neck to neck. The JDU coming in next. The Congress at about 10. Congress, remember, ended up at about 19 last time around. So it's very similar. There are 60 odd seats in which we don't have leads or trails right now. Let me get Mr. Paul into this conversation quickly for a perspective. We are probably still a couple of hours away before we actually know what happened. But I don't know if you can hear me. Let's go across to Varunji. Varunji, we're probably a couple of hours away before we know what's actually happening. But what's your gut feeling telling you now that momentum is being built?
To be very honest, I was just, before you roped me in, I was seeing the results on the election website, election commission website, and they clearly state that BJP is leading in double digits, while other parties are at single digit. And if you see the margin by which the Congress party candidates are leading are hardly of 200 or 300. Whereas when you compare it with other parties, for example, even RJD, they are leading with a margin of 2,000, 3,000. And BJP also at the same number, and JD also at the same number. And surprisingly, while I don't see any of Jan Suraj party, because Priya is here, and I remember telling her that I feel that Prashant Kishor right now is at the cusp of Arvind Kejriwal and Raj Thackeray, where he speaks sense but and gets crowd but doesn't get vote. But he's also making a smaller dent. And right now, if you ask me, Ram Vilas Paswan's Lok Janshakti Party, which is led by now Chirag Paswan, they have already made their impact and they are visible in the list of parties that are leading and may probably have certain number of seats more than what they had last time. And if you ask me, what is the trend right now? The trend right now over there is that BJP and JDU is going to form the government, while Congress and RJD are preparing to blame the election commission. If you hear the Congress spokesperson also say the same, if you hear your reporters on the ground, they are also saying the same, and that is what they the time kind of narrative that is being built over there is that hum haar gaye to vote chori, jeet gaye to election baba.
Okay, but that's rhetoric. Nobody says we lost because we are bad, and nobody likes us. Everybody says there's a reason that we lost. That's understandable. Let me hop across to my colleague Shivani, who's got the leads and trails as we speak. Shivani, over to you.
We are looking at the very early trends right now that are coming in, and we'll look at some of the VIP candidates that are featuring in this election. Let's look at the first VIP candidate over here. That's Tejashwi Yadav from Raghopur. He's leading. We'll look at the next one again. This is Samrat Chaudhary from Tarapur. He's as well leading. We have Maithili Thakur from Alinagar. She's leading as well. Vijay Kumar Sinha of the BJP from Lakhipur Sarai is also trailing. Now we have Hari Narayan Singh from Harnaut, who's leading. Kesri Lal Yadav from Chhapra is leading again. Anand Singh from Mokama is leading. These are the very early trends that we are bringing to you. Osama Sahab from Raghunathpur is also leading. Awadh Bihari Chaudhary from Siwan is trailing, however. Abidur Rahman from Araya is leading. Arun Singh from Karakat is leading. Nitin Nabin from Bankipur is leading.
Okay, so let me just take our viewers through what is taking place. Ladies and gentlemen, the reporting structure is this in terms of leads and trails, and it'll be over in a few hours. Is that the returning officer, after every round of counting, and even in EVMs, rounds of counting take place, posts the results, actually physically posts them outside the counting booth of what every round has resulted in. In many places, we have people who are watching the actual result and reporting to us. The returning officer then round by round also reports this to the Election Commission of India, which updates the website. That process takes a little bit longer. So, it's probably half an hour, 45 minutes behind, but that's the process, that's the final word. Is the Election Commission results, that's the final and last word of what has taken place. Then once all the rounds are over, the returning officer will give the certificate to the winning candidate, and that's what decides who the next MLA will be. Well, the poster wars are clearly out, some being more confident than others. Who knows whether these posters will be ripped apart. We've already mentioned the halwais are out in various places, including in Patna and in Delhi. As things stand, 105 leads for the NDA. Let me take you through what the figures are telling us on the ground right now. In Ramnagar, Nand Kishore Ram of the BJP currently in the lead. In Narkatiyaganj, Sanjay Kumar Pandey of the BJP in the lead. In Lauria, Vinay Bihari of the Bharatiya Janata Party in the lead. Jayesh Mangalam Singh of the Congress leading in Bagaha. In Betia, Renu Devi of the Bharatiya Janata Party in the lead and extending it. Pawan Kumar Jaiswal in Dhaka of the Bharatiya Janata Party in the lead. In Madhuban, Rana Randhir of the BJP has now gone into the lead. In Sahibganj, Raju Kumar Singh of the Bharatiya Janata Party is in the lead and extending that lead. Arun Kumar Singh in Baruraj in the lead and extending that lead now. In Baniapur, Chandni Devi of the RJD in the lead and extending that lead. In Daroli, Vishnu Deo Paswan of the LJP has gone into the lead. Awadh Bihari Chaudhary of the RJD in Sivan currently in the lead. In Kanti, Ajit Kumar of the JDU in the lead. We also have from Darbhanga, where Sanjay Saraogi of the Bharatiya Janata Party has now taken the lead. In Jhanjarpur, Nitish Mirsha of the BJP in the lead. In Rajnagar, Sujit Kumar of the Bharatiya Janata Party has taken the lead. In Khajoli, Arun Shankar Prasad of Bharatiya Janata Party currently in the lead. In Supal, BP Yadav of the JDU has taken the lead in that constituency. In Eastern Bihar, meanwhile, in Purnia, VK Khemka of the Bharatiya Janata Party has gone into the lead. In Kadwa, Dulal Chandra Goswami of the JDU is in the lead. In Mokamma, as we head towards central and south Bihar, in Mokamma, JDU Anand Kumar Singh leading. In Asthavan, Jitendra Kumar of the JDU in the lead. Kaushal Kishor of the JDU in Rajgir. This is a place where the JDU in South Central is hoping to win a lot of these seats. In Mohidun Nagar, Ejia Yadav of the RJD is currently in the lead, expected to take that seat. Bakhtiarpur, Arun Kumar of the LJP is in the lead, expected to take that seat. Siaram Singh of the BJP in the lead in Bar. In Paliganj, the CPI-ML, Sandeep Saurav has now taken the lead. In Masauri, Arun Manji of the JDU is in the lead. In Jehanabad, Rahul Kumar of the RJD in the lead. In Belaganj, Manorama Devi, JDU in the lead. Danapur, Ritlal Roy is currently in the lead. So the CPML is currently leading in one. So they are opening up their list. In your calculation on your screens, that comes up in the others category. Let me get Shahryar Khan back into this conversation. Shahryar ji, the bottom line is that even if you improve your performance better than last time, potentially even single largest party, you will still need Nitish Kumar to form the government.
See, this is the thing. Like, everyone knows that Bihar never gives a clear mandate to any political party. BJP is trying for the last 20-25 years to topple like Nitish Kumar and get their chief minister, and they are also like very known to the fact that no one is like going to do politics or make government in Bihar single-handedly. तो आप RJD सबसे लीडिंग पार्टी होगी, और अभी तो पहला रुझान आ रहा है, आरजेडी को 55 सीटें हैं और जेडीयू जो है अभी 37 सीटों पर आपके स्क्रीन पर दिखा रहा है, बीजेपी को उस पे दिखा रहा है 58 पे दिखा रहा है। अभी पहले चरण का मतदान हुआ है। आरजेडी सिंगल लार्जेस्ट पार्टी नहीं बन करके निकलेगी, आरजेडी जो है सीएम फेस लेकर के निकलेगी। और सबको पता है, इनफैक्ट जेडीयू के लीडरशिप को भी पता है कि बीजेपी जो है वो महाराष्ट्र बनाना चाहती है यहाँ पर। तो आरजेडी हमेशा जो है लीड करने के लिए तैयार है। कांग्रेस है, अदर पार्टीज हैं, वो मिल करके हमारे महागठबंधन के लिए एम्पल सीट्स हमारे महागठबंधन से ही आ जाएंगी। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। हाँ, अगर जेडीयू साथ में आने के लिए तैयार है तो उसको तो आरजेडी ने कभी इनकार नहीं किया है। बिहार इलेक्शंस में आपने देखा होगा कि एनडीए गठबंधन के अंदर में जेडीयू ने बीजेपी के खिलाफ वोट किया, बीजेपी ने जेडीयू के खिलाफ वोट किया, क्या नाम है उनका, लोजपा ने जेडीयू के खिलाफ वोट किया। तो उनके अंदर में अंतर कला है। तो आप ऐसा नहीं कह सकते हैं कि एनडीए गठबंधन जो है पूरी तरीके से मजबूत गठबंधन है। महागठबंधन इंटैक्ट गठबंधन है। कोई बाहर से समर्थन देने आएगा तो उसका स्वागत रहेगा। लेकिन अभी रुझान आए हैं पहले चरण के चुनाव पर, पहले चरण के काउंटिंग पर, और एग्जिट पोल को अपने दिमाग में साइकोलॉजिकली सेट करके और अपने आप को जीत की तरफ दिखाना और उस पर खुशी मनाना अभी उचित नहीं है।
Exit polls are now out of the window. Exit polls are out of the window. Somebody who comes close will be very excited as a psephologist in the evening. Others not so. So let me just put some ducks in a row on the numbers that you're watching on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. 58 leads for the Bharatiya Janata Party, now 47 for the JDU. So they are well past the 100 mark there at 115. The RJD at 55, the Congress now leading in 14, the LJP is leading in 5, the CPIML in 1, JSP we are still waiting for. Some of these leads have gone into the thousands of votes. So those seats are stabilizing. For example, Tejashwi is expected to win confidently now from his seat. Some of the leads are just 30 votes, 20 votes. So those will have to wait for several rounds of counting before that can be settled. Priya, I mean, here we are. It looks like that it's going to be close and very similar to what happened last time. Still.
Still, but I'm, I'm looking at the numbers. If you see, there is, RJD is at 55 for a while in terms of leads. Congress has picked up some kind of leads, which is a little bit of reassuring, which is not so much there earlier. We saw the trend. If the Congress delivers, we've been calling the Congress the weak link, so let's give them a little bit more time, because the seats that the Congress got also, Rishabh, are very interesting, because they were made to contest against JDU and BJP, while RJD probably had the seats against Chirag Paswan, Maji and other allies of the NDA. So Congress had a tougher battle. If they can deliver, then that would be a whole new game in terms of, even if they get, if they can get to 20, I would say would be a big chunk for the Congress. So waiting and watching the Congress
one of the Congress leads.
As speaking, their leads have improved.
Yeah, so one of the Congress leads of the 19 that you see on your screens, one is just 38 votes. But I can tell you in Bikram, Anil Kumar is leading now, I won't say with a comfortable margin, but with a strong margin. In Patna Sahib, Congress Shashank Shekhar has gone into the lead, and in North Bihar, in Bagaha, Jayesh Manglam Singh of the Congress has also gone into the lead. It's interesting. We are still a couple of hours away before we know, and before I rope in the spokesperson from the BJP who is joining us, let me hop across to Varun, who wants to make a point. Varun, go ahead.
I want to make yes, the Congress is leading on in 1,000 votes in Patna Sahib, but apart from that, I just wanted to tell Mr. Shahryar Khan कि इन्होंने कहा कि नीतीश कुमार का स्वागत है, पर ये जानते हैं शायद, and I'm speaking Hindi for a very simple reason because he spoke in Hindi, कि शहरयार खान जी, नीतीश कुमार तभी आते जब आप उनको चीफ मिनिस्टर बनाते। तो क्या आप ये मानने को तैयार हैं कि आपके जो सीएम फेस हैं, आप उनको हटा के नीतीश कुमार को लेकर आएंगे, वरना नीतीश कुमार तो नहीं आते हैं? यानी आप अभी से ये कह रहे हैं कि हाँ, आपका सीएम फेस बदल जाएगा।
Okay, why don't we put that question? Why don't we put that question to Shahryar ji? Then I'll ask the complete opposite question to Nikhil Anand on whether they'll drop Nitish Kumar as CM face. Shahryar ji, you take that one first.
मैंने ये कहा, आपने कहा कि क्या आप नीतीश कुमार का स्वागत करते हैं? आपका सवाल ये था। हम आइडियोलॉजिकली नीतीश कुमार को कभी अलग नहीं मानते हैं। नीतीश कुमार गलत गठबंधन में है, तो कोई बोले है कि आप स्वागत करते हैं कि नहीं करते, तो मैं स्वागत ही करूंगा। मैंने तो कहा कि महागठबंधन जो है, अभी 9:30 बजे आप एग्जिट पोल के भरोसे 9:30 बजे ही ये तय कर रहे हैं कि एनडीए का सीएम फेस होगा। मैं कह रहा हूं कि महागठबंधन तेजस्वी यादव के नेतृत्व में और सीएम फेस बना करके, तेजस्वी यादव जी सीएम के चेहरे हैं युवाओं के, और वो आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। नीतीश कुमार जी आएंगे तो कोई भी आएगा तो उसका तो स्वागत ही करेंगे। हम अपने आइडियोलॉजिकली सिमिलर लोगों का हमेशा स्वागत करेंगे। जो विरोध है, वो बिहार में जो विरोध है उसका जड़ आप देखिए कहां से है। जो एक आंदोलन से निकले हुए लोग हैं और जो एक पॉलिटिक्स करते हैं, तो ये प्रैक्टिकली पॉसिबल है।
वो एक आंदोलन तो एंटी कांग्रेस आंदोलन था ना शहरयार जी?
देखिए, एंटी कांग्रेस, एंटी बीजेपी कोई आंदोलन नहीं होता है। आंदोलन होता है एंटी जो है गवर्नमेंट, एंटी उस समय की जो
जेपी आंदोलन तो उस समय की गवर्नमेंट तो कांग्रेस थी ना। जेपी आंदोलन तो एंटी कांग्रेस आंदोलन था।
अरे अब तो इस समय में आप एग्जिट पोल में बात कर रहे हैं, इस पे तो एक अलग बड़ी डिबेट हो सकती है कि कांग्रेस
एग्जिट नहीं,
अलायंस क्यों है, जेडीयू एक साथ क्यों है, आरजेडी एक साथ।
Okay, but he's been honest. At least we'll have to give Shahryar Khan that he's honestly taken on the question that we are open. We are not ruling it out. So he's given an honest answer. So let's give him credit for an honest answer over there. Let me put that same complicated question to Nikhil Anand. Nikhil Anand, if the BJP, your party, improves its tally, you never had a chief minister in Bihar from your party. Why not? Why won't you be tempted?
Not Nikhil Anand. And not arise because in 2020 you saw that we have bigger number of seats, but still we choose Nitish Kumar ji as the chief minister of Bihar. So 2020 is just a example, and now we have assured and publicly claimed that Nitish ji is going to lead the campaign, as well as Nitish ji will take over the charge of the government after the election is over. So this question should not come up. Now we are time and again, our Prime Minister, Home Minister and everyone has repeated this.
Okay, so Not immediately, but you did something different in Maharashtra, sir, where the BJP was single largest party, uh, wasn't able to form the government. Then the government changed. It chose to form a government under the leadership of a different party, the party led by Mr. Eknath Shinde. But after the elections, when you improved your mandate, Devendra Fadnavis ji became. So if you are the single largest party, and have the most amount of votes in Bihar, why not ask Nitish Kumar ji, who's 74, to step aside?
No, I gave you the example of 2020. And second thing is that Maharashtra is a different case. You know, there was a division in Shiv Sena. The way Uddhav Thackeray put the ideology of Bala Saheb Thackeray at stake and he joined hands with Congress party. So it was a ideological conflict between the Shiv Sena, and both the groups parted ways. And in a way, whatever happened is with concern with the, and as well as the suggestion and adjustment, whatever took place in Maharashtra, that was already, I see that Shinde ji is already the part of the government. I don't think he has taken this change in a different way. So he is the part of the NDA government. But Shiv Sena case should not be and can't be applied to Bihar.
Okay.
Bihar is a different case.
Okay, so you learnt your
Nitish
lesson
is
from
our
2020.
partner.
Any slight apprehension this morning, sir? As we we have to wait for the results to firm up before we can either congratulate you or commiserate with you. But any slight tension that if a similar result to 2020 comes, and it looks like it's going to be similar, that Nitish ji might be tempted to go the other side again. He's done it exactly 5 years ago.
No, whatever happened, twice he changed, parted ways and shifted to other party, joined hand with RJD. But whatever RJD is today is because of their partnership with JDU. Because you know that in 2010, RJD got only 23 seats, and when the 2015 election came, they joined hand with JDU and got bigger number of seats. And now whatever RJD is surviving, the way RJD is surviving is because of the support of the JDU. But JDU and BJP are the natural allies. They started their fight against Jungle Raj in 90s, and we have a long standing credibility and faith. And now Nitish Kumar has time and again repeated that the question of shifting their partnership does not arise now. And we are going to form government, and I think result will be clearer.
Okay, well, yeah, we are hours away. Tej Pratap Yadav, it's not looking good. Now trailing by almost 3,000 votes in Mahua. Meanwhile, in Katihar, Kishor Prasad, the former Deputy Chief Minister of the BJP, currently leading by 2,000 votes. In Motihari, we are being told that Pawan Jaswal is currently leading again by about 3,000 votes. So a lot of results coming in. Let me take you through them one by one on your screens, but watch out for that. It's an interesting, it's not the game changer in this election, but it's an interesting vote. He is the brother of the RJD chief who's chosen to contest with all the family issues that have been happening for the past several years. And it's not over yet, that several rounds of voting are remaining. But once you start losing by thousands of votes, catching up can become a lot more difficult. Some of the other battles are just 80 votes, 300 votes leads, so very small leads which will change absolutely for sure. So a lot of interesting developments going on. Let's take them up one by one. And let me also open this up to our guests. Samrat Chaudhary, currently trailing now in Tarapur. So a change has happened. Deputy Chief Minister there, trailing in Tarapur. Vijay Sinha leading in Lakhisarai for the BJP. Tejashwi leading in Raghopur with a substantial margin, expected to win that seat. Kesari Lal of the RJD leading in Chhapra. Ritlal Yadav is leading in Danapur for the RJD. Shivani from Lalganj for the RJD also taken the lead. Tej Pratap, as we were mentioning, has been trailing by about 3,000 votes. Still too early. That is probably going to shift. JDU's Manorama Devi is currently leading in Belaganj. Let me quickly. Yeah, go ahead, Priya.
JDU has overtaken the BJP now, if in terms of
have a look at that 62.
So there's
62,
interesting turn.
Yeah, long way to go because a lot of these seats are flipping. By the time I announce them, the fresh results are coming our way. That is flipping the other way. So I'm being told, in fact, Tej Pratap Yadav in the next round of counting, and I'm going to try to confirm this, maybe back in the lead. We'll just figure out those details as we come. Rajalakshmi Joshi joining us this morning. Rajalakshmi Joshi, still all to play for. Okay, it's looking neck to neck, and neck to neck means very similar to what happened last time around, which means it is not Prashant Kishor as he hoped or some people said he would be, but very much Nitish Kumar who's going to decide still once again who forms the government. Now, does he stay? Is it too much to think that he could possibly keep us awake all night by trying to flip the government in Bihar and therefore impact the government at the center?
Hello, Rishabh. Yes, I don't see it as a neck-to-neck fight, very frankly, because even though, if you consider the BJP and the RJD to be the largest parties in Bihar currently, and now today even the JDU is actually seems to be surging ahead of the BJP as well. So even though these are early trends, I see that probably it could be a scenario where the JDU and the BJP will be almost similar in numbers. But you have to remember that the coalition partner of the RJD, that is the Congress, is what is pulling them down. So now, very frankly, I don't think that Nitish Kumar would think that he has too many elections in front of him. So if he considers that this is going to be probably his last chance, I don't think that he would want to mess that up by again flipping or going back against his word. So I think that he would definitely want to stay true to whatever he has actually said, throughout this campaign and the kind of camaraderie that he has shared with the PM. I think that he definitely seems to be taking this very seriously, and this looks like a very strong coalition. Okay. On the other hand, you see that they don't seem to be on the same page. You see that Mr. Rahul Gandhi is not even sharing stage with Tejashwi in the last so many weeks. So that
okay, so let's put the blunt. I must appreciate Shahryar Khan is being blunt with us. So let's put the blunt question to Shahryar. Shahryar Khan, is the Congress the problem?
देखिए, आप महागठबंधन जब सीट शेयरिंग हुई और महागठबंधन बना है, तो ये तो आप बहुत ही वेग सवाल ही है कि मैं किसी को प्रॉब्लम बोल दूंगा कि हाँ आरजेडी के साथ कोई अलायंस में है तो वो प्रॉब्लम है। अगर गठबंधन किया गया है और जो बात है मैम कह रही हैं कि राहुल गांधी तेजस्वी यादव के साथ स्टेज शेयर नहीं कर रहे हैं, राहुल गांधी और तेजस्वी यादव ने अपना एक साथ विजन शेयर किया, कांग्रेस का काम करने का तरीका और आरजेडी का जो काम करने का तरीका है, दोनों के राहुल गांधी के पास बिहार को लेकर के जो विजन है और तेजस्वी यादव को जो बिहार को लेकर के विजन है, दोनों ने एक साथ और अपने संगठनात्मक स्ट्रक्चर जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल स्ट्रक्चर है दोनों को साथ में जोड़ करके काम किया। अभी रुझान आ रहे हैं, कांग्रेस जिन सीटों पर लड़ी थी वहां पे परफॉर्मेंस आप अभी फर्स्ट राउंड में आपको ऐसा दिख रहा है कि नीचे है या ऊपर है। ये पिछली बार जो एक नैरेटिव सेट है कि कांग्रेस महागठबंधन को पुल डाउन करती है और आरजेडी को पीछे लेकर के जाती है, तो ये जो चीज है ये कहना जो है बिल्कुल ही अनुचित है। महागठबंधन अगर बनाया गया है तो ये सोच करके बनाया गया है कि हाँ भाई कौन सी सीटें किसको दी जा रही हैं, विनिंग प्रोबेबिलिटी क्या है, चीजें कैसी हैं। तो अभी ये बहुत ही अर्ली है ये कह पाना कि कौन सरकार बना रहा है। अभी भी मैं बात बोलूंगा, और जो लीडिंग है नीतीश कुमार का जो परफॉर्मेंस है और बीजेपी का जो परफॉर्मेंस है वो परफॉर्मेंस ऑन स्क्रीन है, आप भी देखिए, मैं भी देख रहा हूं, बना हुआ हूं, ठीक है। बिहार हमेशा ही जो है आपको आश्चर्यचकित करने वाले जो है फैसले देता है। तो ये कहना बिल्कुल ही अनुचित है कि किसी महागठबंधन के किसी पार्टनर को, अब ये अभी तो जो दरार की बात है वो दरार तो एनडीए में साफ दिखी। चुनाव से 2 दिन पहले तक ऑडियो वायरल हो रहे हैं जिसमें बड़े बड़े नेता एक दूसरे के बारे में बोल रहे हैं कि उसको हरा दो, इसको हरा दो। इस तरह का कोई भी मिसमैनेजमेंट महागठबंधन में नहीं रहा है।
Okay.
विजन को लेकर के लोग क्लियर है, जनता के हाथ में है मैंडेट देना, बैलेट बॉक्स में चीजें बंद हैं, खुल रहे हैं, धीरे धीरे सब कुछ क्लियर हो जाएगा और किसी पर भी एलिगेशन लगाना बिल्कुल ही बेमाने चीज है।
Okay, we are at almost 10 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen, and it doesn't seem to be a clean sweep one way or the other. So you're seeing literally a BJP, JDU, RJD neck to neck fight. Yes, the Congress is gone into double digits in the leads, but have a look at this. Of the votes counted so far, the BJP has got 24.3% and the RJD has got 22.3%, with the JDU at 17.1%. This is where the battle is going on. The BJP slightly has a lead in the vote share, which might be the difference, may not be the difference. 1 or 2% of vote share can make a lot of difference, but still long way to go, long way to go. And let's keep it at that. Interesting developments meanwhile coming in. Vijay Sinha in Lakhisarai now trailing by 3,000 votes. He's in a bit of trouble over there. Deputy Chief Minister, he is not going to be too happy if that happens, that in a winning marathon, if you are the loser, that's going to be troubling, can still change. 3,000 votes is not a small figure, but it is not irreversible either. In Ritesh Lal Yadav, meanwhile, is leading in Danapur. Anand Singh is leading in Mokama. Incidentally, he's been contesting while facing a jail term. This Osama Shahabuddin is leading in Raghunathpur. Tej Pratap still trailing in Mahua. Interesting one that is taking place over there. Patna mein, as we mentioned, Sanjeev Chaurasia is currently leading for the BJP. This is in Dida. In Bankipur, Nitin Nabeen is currently leading, currently a minister in the government there. In Kumrar, BJP, Sanjay Gupta leading by about 2,000 votes. In Jhanjarpur, the BJP's Nitish Mishra is now leading by about 3,000 votes. In Rajnagar, Sujit Paswan is about 5,000 votes ahead. So he's expected to win that seat. Interesting developments taking place where the JDU's Jayant Raj is currently leading in Banka. I'll keep taking you through these one by one. 8,000 vote lead for Ajay Kumar from the JDU as we speak. So interesting, some of these seats now are going into big tallies. In Kathiar, for example, we are being told the first round of counting is only completed, so still some way to go. In this case, the AIMM candidate is about 300 votes ahead in that seat. Mehboob Alam of the CPML neck to neck with him, 100 vote difference here. So there is some rounds of counting before that gets established. Long way to go, ladies and gentlemen, but the bottom line figures at the bottom of your screens are telling you that it's a neck to neck fight as we hit into 10 o'clock, and there's a neck to neck between the BJP, the JDU and the RJD to become single largest party. None of these parties are now likely to emerge with the capacity of being able to form the government by their own. None of them suspected or expected that would ever happen. So it is a game of alliances. In the game of alliances, the RJD is contesting about just under 150 seats. They are going to have to deliver 2/3 of what they've contested for them to show a strong result and give the Mahagathbandhan a chance. The Congress has conducted 70 true, not the 70 only of their choosing. So their performance in percentage terms may not be the same, but they will have to cough up well north of 30 seats for there to be any hope of the Mahagathbandhan getting into triple digits, let alone form the government. If you are in the BJP or in the JDU, you want to take a snapshot of this and hope it ends there at 139, comfortable majority for the NDA, 79 not even making 100 for the Mahagathbandhan, with the others making 7 and Prashant Kishor at this point of time unlikely to get even 1. Priya, we still have, I think, probably a couple of hours to go. I think the battle is now not necessarily for government formation. Its battle is for what the Congress will end up with, and battle for who ends up as the largest party.
Exactly. No, Rishabh, also, you talked about Prashant Kishor. So if I may just, because he has really been dominating the election narrative. He's been the headlines, the maximum number of interviews, the focus. He's really been the, in terms of setting the agenda, so to speak, on the real issues. But given the fact this is his first election, I would really be interested to see his vote share. He himself said, "Main arsh pe ya farsh pe," so it looks like he's going to be farsh pe, because he said either I'll get 0 or I'll cross 125. As you said, the seats don't look very good for him, but it has been a very interesting campaign. And in terms of driving the narrative, we keep saying the election, the way it's gone, Prashant Kishor has played a huge role. Now, of course, in terms of numbers, yes, we've seen the JDU, Nitish Kumar. This is a nostalgic vote, I think, for Nitish Kumar. They're going to send him off if the trends hold and he emerges as the single largest party. It's a good send off for him, because this is really his last election, and the BJP will have no choice but to make him CM if the trends hold. Congress is the big ticket question. We're going to be watching that space. Will they pull the RJD along? Because there's no question on the RJD's performance. RJD is doing brilliantly. They've done well. Tejashwi has proved that he is, the true inheritor of the Lalu Yadav legacy. And in a post-Nitish scenario, I think it will be Tejashwi who will be holding sway in the state. No other local leader has come up to match him.
Okay. Tejashwi confidently leading from his seat, expected to win it comfortably. His brother, meanwhile, Tej Pratap, is now in trouble in Mahua. It's not over yet, still a long way to go, but a bit of trouble over there for him. Meanwhile, in Daroli, it is the LJP's Vishnu Dev Paswan who's leading, but by less than 1,000 votes. In Sadar, it is the RJD's Awadh Bihari Chaudhary leading by but less than 200 votes. So it's still very, very close. Have a look at this in Kanti, which is in Muzaffarpur. The JDU's Ajit Kumar is currently leading by about 1,600 votes. Meanwhile, in Sakra, Aditya Kumar from the JDU is leading by again about 1,100 votes. So some of these battles are very, very close. Ram Nishad of the BJP currently leading by 6,243 votes. This is in Auria. He is expected to take that seat. So a lot of developments. In Jhanjarpur, it is the BJP's Nitish Mishra who is in front. In Rajnagar, it is the BJP's Sujit Paswan who is in front. In Kajoli, it is the RJD's Braj Kishor Yadav who is in front. In Harlaki, JDU is leading. In Benipatti, the Congress Nalini Ranjan Jha is currently leading. In Babu Bihari, it is the JDU's Meena Kamath who is currently leading. In Phulparas, Sheila Mandal is currently leading. In Lokaha is the JDU who is currently leading. So a lot of developments are taking place. How is this panning out in terms of the current vote share? The JDU is currently, of all the votes counted so far, has 22.5% of the votes. So they've improved their figure by about 0.5%. The BJP of the votes counted so far is 24.2%, and the JDU of the votes counted so far has 17.6% of the votes. But look at how that's translating into leads, neck to neck within the coalition of the BJP and the JDU of who will emerge as the single largest party, 66 to 65 in the favor of Nitish Kumar. This is going to be an interesting internal battle, because it seems to be that unless a miracle takes place for Tejashwi Yadav and he wins 2 out of every 3 seats that his party is contested, it does not look like the Mahagathbandhan as it stands will be able to form a government in Bihar. Now it's a matter of who becomes the single largest party. Things could change, who knows? Varun wants to make a point. Varun, go ahead.
You actually said it, but to be very honest, if you see, as per the election commission, the JDU actually took over the BJP few moments ago, and now they are just trailing with 1 seat. If I have to compare them with the Bharatiya Janata Party, whereas as per election commission data, the RJD is way behind. It is at least 25-30 seats behind the Bharatiya Janata Party, and the Congress is performing horrendously bad if you compare it even with Chirag Paswan's party. And even the HAM, the party led by Majhi, and Congress, they are at the same number, 3-3 each. And the lead that they have in one of the seats in Bagi is hardly of 300 or 200 votes, which I think in the future, in the upcoming results, they may go behind. But what Priya said about Jan Suraj Party, I still have some hope, because the youth that voted for them, probably the voting percentage that they may get would be higher and compared to bigger than Aam Aadmi Party that is contesting over there, or maybe more than the Bahujan Samaj Party, and even maybe more than the Nota, which is at 2% right now.
Okay,
But
yeah.
whatever we see right now, the Bharatiya Janata Party is leading by 1 seat compared to JDU. So there's a fight of being the single largest party between JDU and the BJP. I don't think RJD right now is in the race if you see the trends.
Okay, Priya, 2% Nota currently, 2% of the people of the voters in Bihar don't want anyone.
I don't blame them in the end of the day. But I thought, the point about Prashant Kishor is interesting, because even in terms of given the fact it's first election, given the fact he's built a momentum, it would be really interesting to see his vote share, because the first election is really to make a name and to get recognition. He's had just 3 years to get his mark going. So I totally agree with what Varun has said in terms of Prashant Kishor's impact. That would be something to watch in terms of vote share. But the Congress vote share is also something that I'd be very keen to watch in terms of Congress versus say Chirag Paswan. How is the Congress, is now Congress reduced to even less than a regional party? What is the Congress doing in Bihar? Despite that big high profile campaign, they will have to rethink the way they fight the local elections. National issues, yes, they do work. Either you choosing the right national issue, or should we be focusing on issues that emote on the ground like jobs, development? Those are national issues but work locally also. So Congress will have to really take a look at its narrative. Having said that, if they,
get something right in Karnataka, because we were talking about free bus rides for women and this for women and that women, and some would argue that started the trend and went to Madhya Pradesh, into Ladli Behna, then went into Maharashtra, and all the parties have copied that trend, but they seem to have left Congress in the dust.
That's the thing. In terms, Congress has the ideas, execution. I mean, look at all the ideas Narendra Modi is implementing. They're all Congress ideas, from Aadhaar to the Rojna to the Narega, but they're just implementing it better. That's the whole problem with Congress, is the execution. I'm not, they do come up with the right ideas, the heart is in the right place, but politics is, otherwise you're an NGO. You have to implement and deliver. That's where the Congress falls
in
short.
Patna Sahib, it is good news for the BJP, where Ratnesh Kushwaha is now leading by almost 7,000 votes, expected to take that seats. I'm expecting Giriraj Singh to be with us very shortly, and have a conversation with him, taking a few other results meanwhile. So where is the Congress currently leading? The Congress is leading in Bagaha in the north of Bihar. It is leading in Chanpatia, where Abhishek Ranjan for the party is leading. In Betia, Washi Ahmad is leading. This is a seat they might win. They're expected to win. Shashank Shekhar in Patna Sahib is now trailing. So that seat is gone, unlikely to take that seat. In Bachwara, Shiv Prakash Das is currently leading for the Congress. Now we head into South Bihar, where Lakhi Sarai, Amresh Kumar is currently leading. So that is an interesting battle there. Mitlesh Kumar Nishad leading but marginally from Beldor. So can't say that's going to be called. In Phobsganj, Manoj Biswas is in the lead, but again, it's a very narrow lead. 1% of the votes cast so far have already gone to the AIMIM. So let me put that thought to Priya once again. Priya, we've been talking about the AIMIM, always contests Maharashtra, they give contests in Bihar, they get a 1 or 2% vote share, don't really become a power player in these states. So what is OAC up to, doing these 1%, 2% games? What's it achieving?
OAC, he always bristles when you say you are the B team of the NDA, but that's what he's doing. He's just cutting into the Mahagathbandhan's votes. He is there as a spoiler. He hasn't been able to achieve very much else, in the earlier elections also. But in the Seemanchal belt, he holds sway. And don't forget, Seemanchal, went to vote soon after the day of the Red Fort attack. So that also, there was a lot of polarizing happening on the ground. Whether OAC and his AIMIM have just damaged the Mahagathbandhan votes rather than achieve anything positive. That's the narrative that's going to be
the
coming
figures
out.
for the JDU getting stronger. Raja Lakshmi Joshi wants to make a point. Raja Lakshmi Joshi, go ahead.
Rishabh, I slightly disagree with Priya there, because see, if you look at what OAC has been doing in Jubilee Hills, then I think that is a completely different story. So there he has gone completely against the BJP. So there, if you look at it, see, what I see is that he is looking for some kind of a representation in on all these states. So that is what he's doing. In fact, he tried to join hands with the RJD, but then Mr. Tejashwi Yadav went ahead saying that he's an extremist. And he took very strong objection to this word, and he has been vehemently opposing the RJD on this particular one word. So that is what actually changed the entire scenario, because now he has been talking about completely destroying the RJD. So earlier he was about destroying the BJP and the JDU. Now this time around he was wanting to join hands with the RJD, but then for whatever reason Mr. Tejaswi Yadav chose not to, and that is exactly why today he is against the RJD. And he
Okay,
is
but if we
completely
reduce
connected
it to
the
brass tacks, and you're assuming that the votes that Owaisi is collecting are mostly Muslim minority votes, and if he is collecting 1% of the total vote share, which means he's collecting a slightly larger percentage on Muslim minority vote, that's obviously going away either from the RJD or the Congress, unlikely to be going away from the Bharatiya Janata Party. Not to say that no Muslim would vote for the BJP, they would, but more likely to be voting on the other side. So yes, religion does matter, religious votes do take place, and obviously is taking away from them. When some would argue that if you rope in Prashant Kishor with an upper caste vote, he would take that away from the BJP. So far, Prashant Kishor not counting much in the vote share cast so far. It is 8% of the votes cast so far have gone to the Congress. It's neck to neck between the BJP and the RJD for single largest party in terms of vote share. 22.9% for the RJD and 23.1% of the votes cast so far. And we are getting into the millions of votes now for the BJP. The JDU only 18% votes, but translating that into more victories. Now things are firming up as we speak. Have a look on the ground. Nikhil Anand of the BJP is still with us. Nikhil ji, 10 बज गए करीबन, कुछ सीट्स तो अब कंफर्म हो गई हैं. आपको कैसा लग रहा है? आपको भी फीडबैक आ रहा होगा, आप पार्टी हेडक्वार्टर्स में हैं. क्या थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस आ रहा है कि सर ये तो ठीक लग रहा है अब?
Yeah, of course, as the trend shows, we are confident that we will take a decisive lead. Actually, by 10 o'clock, 10 a.m., I think that the postal ballots counting must be over, and the round of EVM counting will
yes,
start.
Sir, postal ballots is over. Second round and third round are on now.
About 13 to 14. Yeah. Okay. Then I think it is a good lead, and we will show a better trend in coming hours. So NDA is of course going to form government, and we are sure, there is no doubt about it.
Okay, Nikhil ji, thank you for joining us. We'll connect back with you in the evening once the results are in, and if the results of course go well for the BJP, we can expect reasonably more roadshows to be taking place in Delhi with the senior leadership. Interesting developments that are taking place as we speak on your screens. If these trends hold, and I want to put the caveat, in some seats it's still a few hundred votes, that's the difference, and a single round can completely flip that around. But we are in the second and third round of counting now. There are 10-12 rounds of counting, so you're not even halfway house yet. But generally, if the leads have gone into the thousands by the third round, in an assembly election, they generally stick. Hundreds will change for sure. But if they've gone into the thousands, in some cases they've gone into the tens of thousands already. 8,000 votes lead, 12,000 votes lead. Those seats are very unlikely to flip back. So what the results are currently, or the leads currently are telling you, is that this is now a battle between the BJP and the JDU for who emerges as single largest party. It is likely that the BJP is going to get more vote share, once again significantly more vote share than the JDU, but are going to get similar if not less number of seats. The RJD currently is looking at diminished returns. They would want to do minimum 70 plus for them to have had a performance at least to say that okay, we've held our own. It's not looking like that currently. The Congress would want to do minimum 20 plus. 30 would have been a better figure. 20 would have been okay. Anything less than 20 will be a disappointment, even when they are not expected to really have an earth-shattering performance. Less than 20 will definitely be a disappointment. Himanshu Bhatt joining us on the broadcast. Himanshu ji, we are still probably an hour or two away before we can be confident. But how is it looking to you in terms of trends?
Well, I think I was predicting this, I was predicting this. Before the first round, I had given a figure of roughly about 145 to 150 as far as this NDA is concerned. And ultimately, it looks like if this current trends hold, it'll stand at that. Maybe a go little above that. And this is basically, it's something like, you have there was a definite choice in front of the people. More than electioneering and anything, the slogan bajis and all those things, let me put it aside. But it was a very clear-cut choice for the people of Bihar to decide that what they want. Do they want that jungle Raj, which the Gen Z had heard from their parents, to again come back to them becoming a reality? Or what they want is, a slow and a steady progress. I would not say Nitish has done so many things. He has done a few things. But at the same time, when you look at the opposition, this is bound to happen. And people are going to react one way or another. It was very, very clear.
Okay, if this holds, it's actually Tejashwi's RJD which would be highly disappointed. They would have wanted to improve their tally. Let's be realistic. There was no hope for the RJD to form the government without Nitish. Okay, yes, it was never going to happen. They weren't going to win 120 seats out of 140 contested. That's never going to happen. They would have wanted to improve their tally, hoped that the BJP tally comes down significantly enough that Nitish Kumar is wanting to upset the apple cart, because remember, if you upset the apple cart in Bihar, you also upset the apple cart at the center. And trust me, Chandrababu Naidu, nobody wants that to happen. So there's a lot of things, factors against it. Elections are not things politicians love fighting. I promise you, power is what they want. They don't want to risk it. So the last thing you want is to upset places where you are pretty comfortably forming the government. So if you're becoming chief minister, you have your minister at the center, why would you want to mess with that? It's happened in the past, so can't ignore it, but unlikely. If the trends hold, and we are not there yet, we are still an hour away, but if they hold as where they stand, this is a thumping improvement in performance for the NDA. Which means the BJP and the JDU especially significantly improving its performance. RJD disappointment and Congress roughly where it was 5 years ago. That's where things are currently as we speak. Let me quickly open this up and try to get perspectives. But first, let me hit the ground with Manish, my colleague who's outside Nitish Kumar's residence in Patna. Manish, what's happening on the ground? Are people getting more nervous or more excited?
देखिए, अगर मुख्यमंत्री के नीतीश कुमार के आवास के बाहर की बात करें तो मैं सीधे तस्वीरें आपको दिखाना चाहूंगा। जैसे रुझानों में एनडीए की सरकार बनती नजर आई, आप देख लीजिए मुख्यमंत्री आवास के ठीक सामने भारी सुरक्षा बल आपको नजर आ रहे हैं। स्पेशल ब्रांच के जवान जो हैं वो आपको तैनात नजर आ रहे हैं। और इस वक्त आप देखिए कि यहाँ पर एक एनएमआर की ये एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें आप देखिए कि यहाँ पर किस तरह से जो जवान जो हैं उन्हें तैनात किया गया है। और अक्सर जो आप कहा जाए कि इस तरह की तैनाती जो है वो रोजाना नहीं होती है, लेकिन आज की तस्वीर बदली सी नजर आ रही है। लेकिन यहाँ पर एक एनएमआर की अगर आप बात करें तो यहाँ पर आप देखिए कि कैसे बड़ी संख्या में जो है सुरक्षा बलों को तैनात किया गया है। दूसरी तरफ अगर बात करें जेडीयू कैंप की, तो जेडीयू के कुछ नेता यहाँ पर आए हुए थे थोड़ी देर पहले। उन्होंने कहा कि 12 बजे के बाद यहाँ पर एक एनएमआर की तस्वीर जो है बदल जाएगी। आप देखिएगा समर्थक भारी संख्या में यहाँ पर जुटने लगेंगे और जश्न का माहौल होगा। तो फिलहाल कहा जाए कि एक एनएमआर की बात करें तो रुझान जैसे सामने आए कि एनडीए की सरकार बन रही है, उसके बाद जहां सुरक्षा बढ़ा दी गई है, नीतीश कुमार के जगह जगह पोस्टर्स लगते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। और तीसरी तरफ अगर एनडीए के समर्थकों का जुटान जो है थोड़ी देर में एक एनएमआर के बाहर भी देखने को मिलेगा।
Okay, big battles, Begussarai, Lakhisarai, big battles still going on. One, the difference is only 79 votes. The other is difference is only 500 votes. We are into the third round of counting now. There are still almost a dozen rounds of counting have to happen. So we are not even halfway there. But without having reached the halfway mark, there are certain seats which have gone into the thousands of votes in leading. If you're leading by thousands of votes, unlikely in a state election that will flip. It does happen, but becomes unlikely. But some of those battles which are down to into single digit votes, 2-digit votes, still up for grabs. But the overall picture right now at about 15 minutes past 10 o'clock would be disappointment primarily for the RJD. The Congress is roughly where it was. The JDU significantly improving its performance. Who would have thought There is a generation that has been born and gone to college with Nitish as Chief Minister. Who would have thought that they would still be voting with him to improve his performance, to give him yet another term? This is what looks like the likelihood as we speak. Let me get the politicians who, of course, will be able to give a final word only once they know the results. But Mr. Keswan of the BJP joining us, Arshpreet of the Congress is with us. CR Keswan, feeling a lot more confident now that we are closer with a few rounds of counting in the bag?
Good morning, Rishabh, to all the panelists and the audience. These are early trends like you indicated, but we're very confident that the people of Bihar will deliver a historic verdict overwhelmingly blessing the NDA. And I think this is a clear mandate reaffirming that their trust and their faith in, the politics of performance of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and Nitish Kumar ji. And I think as much as it is a vote for good governance, it is also an outright rejection of the regressive politics of Rahul Gandhi, who ran a very wild smear campaign. And also they did not believe the untenable voodoo economics of RJD and the kind of language they were speaking, reminding them of Jungle Raj. So clearly the people of Bihar, they are voting for development over Jungle Raj. They are voting for the rule of law or the rule of gun. They are voting for progressive politics of performance under Modi ji and Nitish Kumar ji over the politics of appeasement.
Okay, just stay with me. Arshpreet, I know there are still probably a couple of hours to go before we actually know what has happened. But it's not looking good. What would be a new contested 70? Okay, so obviously the Congress is never in a position to form a government on its own. Out of the 70, what's a figure that your team would be happy with? Would it be 20, 30? What's a good figure for you?
See, as far as the figures go, we leave it for the people to decide how much they have decided to give us. And number two, as far as the NDA is concerned and as far as their slogans are concerned, they had to change way too many slogans because they could not change the ground reality. And I want to tell you that exit polls and early trends are not exact polls. My only request is Lok Sabha elections, the recent ones, exit polls proven out to be wrong. Bihar 2015, Punjab 2017, Haryana 2019, West Bengal 2021, election exit polls were proven out to be extremely wrong. So my request is that we wait for the, for a couple more hours. The trends are definitely going to change. And number two, as far as the NDA is concerned, they say theirs is a double engine, but nobody knows where the engine is and where the track is. And they're concerned about Nitish ji's history, which is of changing alliances again and again and again. Even Google Maps has not been able to track which political direction he's going to go into.
But,
so
are you hoping he might go in yours?
No, we are not. We are only hoping that Bihar sees some development. That because India has been saying we have done a lot of development, we have done a lot of work, given a lot of jobs. Then why do people have to migrate from there? Number two, they have failed on the law and order. They have failed on corruption. They have failed on drugs. They have failed on women empowerment. They have failed on farmers. They have failed on Medicare. They have failed on education. They have failed on employment. They failed on
Arshpreet, in a realistic sense, even if you had improved your tally for the Congress and Tejashwi had improved his tally, realistically you would still not be able to form a government in Bihar without Nitish Kumar. That's how you did it 5 years ago. So in realism, are you still hoping? Who knows?
Definitely. We see, let's not judge a book by its cover. Many a times these trends have gone wrong as well. Initially the trends showed something else. Subsequently, it was entirely different. So I'd rather wait and...
yes, I agree with you. I can give you exact examples in Karnataka, in Maharashtra, where the early trends were completely different. In fact, in Maharashtra, so much so that one could have called the election by lunchtime and then it went into midnight because the BJP fell short by a few eventually to form the government on its own. So yes, early trends are not everything, but they do tell you whether the election is going to be close or not. This doesn't seem to be close at this point of time. So yes, some of the seats will swap, you'll gain some and you lose some, but currently it is looking like the BJP and the JDU together in a pre-existing pre-poll alliance have what it takes. Now a pre-poll alliance is not the be-all end-all of government formation, as we have learned. We've learned this in Maharashtra and we've learned this in Bihar, that it can be different. Let me get Priya into this. Priya, but surely not. I mean, Nitish not going to do it this time. No.
No, Nitish won't do it, and it depends what the BJP does to Nitish. If the BJP tries to act smart and say, try to put in a candidate of its own, Nitish has options, and also Nitish has the mandate. So I don't think BJP will try and upset that apple cart. As much as they want the first BJP chief minister from Bihar, they'll have to wait a little bit longer. I think Nitish Kumar is in a very comfortably position. He's done better than the last elections. This is his also his own last election. So there is a nostalgia vote for Nitish. Rishabh, we are a country that honors its old. We've seen whether it was Prakash Singh Badal. I think I always felt a little this thing that his last election he lost because of various compulsions, more about politics of his son than his own. So otherwise, the mandate that was given to the a leader who's on his way out is usually in keeping
by that measure. Then I mean Lalu Prasad Yadav should have hit the campaign trail. He can't contest, but he can campaign. That would have been a lot of. We journalists had a lot of nostalgia hearing him a couple of times this time around.
No, definitely. But again, there was a lot of trouble in fact, that's why we were wondering what happened to the RJD vote. Was the trouble at home spilled on the ground? Because you had Tej Pratap Yadav. That very sidelining of Tej Pratap Yadav may not have been taken well.
Tej Pratap Yadav is going to lose, it seems. But will he have cut a few votes? Yes. In the most relevant seats, not necessarily. Does that do it in the end? Once you do, okay, what was the problem? Then you realize that yes, Owaisi cut 1% of our votes and Tej Pratap cut another 1%, and
Prashant Kishor, you said Prashant Kishor cut.
Now the problem is that Prashant Kishor,
but he cut the youth vote of Tejashwi Yadav also. Don't forget that.
But the problem I'm finding with Prashant Kishor is that the Election Commission qualifies him as others. He's yet to have an electoral identity with the ECI. So his vote share is currently not being listed. So we'll only find out at the end of the day how much vote share he got. A real-time update for his party is not coming. He's just in the others category. Sorry. We are hopping across to the BJP headquarters in Delhi, where my colleague is standing by. Giriraj Singh is with him. Manohar, go ahead.
हमारे साथ केंद्रीय मंत्री गिरिराज सिंह जुड़ चुके हैं। सर, शुरुआती रुझान जो आ रहा है बिहार का, इसमें एनडीए को बढ़त दिखती नजर आ रही है। करीब 10 बजे तक 80 सीटें एनडीए के खाते में दिखती जा रही है। कैसे देखते हैं आप?
देखिए, ये तो डे 1 से चुनाव के घोषणा के बाद से ही बिहार की जनता का मूड यही था। और महागठबंधन को क्यों वोट देता? अराजकता के लिए, गुंडागर्दी के लिए, अपहरण के लिए? बिहार की जनता ने तय किया अमन, चैन, शांति, न्याय के साथ विकास नरेंद्र मोदी, नीतीश कुमार के नेतृत्व में ये जीत हो रही है, जनता की जीत होगी।
लेकिन तेजस्वी यादव तो अपनी शपथ ग्रहण की तारीख भी तय कर दी है।
अब कोई पागलपन करे कि बिना चुनाव आयोग के सर्टिफिकेट के बगैर डेट तय कर दे, स्थान तय कर दे, तो ये बचकाना हरकत से ज्यादा और कुछ नहीं कहा जा सकता।
जिस तरह से वोट परसेंटेज 10% से ज़्यादा 1951 के बाद, करीब 74 साल के बाद जो है सो सबसे ज़्यादा वोट परसेंटेज हुआ है।
मैं तो अपने यहाँ देखता हूँ बेगूसराय में, तो वोट भी 19 में हमारा पड़ा था, जो अभी 24 में चुनाव लड़े तो 12,89,000 वोट पड़ा, अभी 14,93,000 पड़ा, और महिलाओं का सीधा 10% ज्यादा पड़ा पुरुष।
तो ये क्या दर्शाता है कि
ये एनडीए सरकार के पक्ष में है।
तो इसका श्रेय किसको जाता है?
फिर मैं कह रहा हूँ नरेंद्र मोदी, नीतीश कुमार और जनता को।
लेकिन वहीं राहुल गांधी ने जिस आरोप लगाए थे और उन्होंने जिसका जिक्र किया था कि वोट चोरी हुआ है, उसका क्या हुआ?
ये लोग के पास कोई मुद्दे नहीं है, मानसिक दिवालियापन है, बड़े घर में पैदा लिए हैं, यही उनकी खासियत है, इसके सिवा कोई खासियत नहीं है।
तो गिरिराज सिंह बता रहे थे कि एनडीए की जीत है। सर, ये जीत जिस तरह से आप लोगों ने अनुमान लगाया था उस और रुझान दिख रहा है, लेकिन बिहार के बाद अब आप लोग की रणनीति आगे क्या होगी?
मैं तो यही कहूँगा, ये बिहार की जीत हमारी है, अब अगली बारी बंगाल की है, वहां भी बांग्लादेशी.
Okay, all right. Giriraj Singh, feeling pretty confident this morning. And if you were able to see the trends, and some of them are solidifying into thousands of votes, as I've been pointing out, you would be feeling confident. As things hold, ladies and gentlemen, you just need 122 to form the government. The pre-poll alliance of the BJP and the JDU, and that's where I'll limit myself to call it. Nobody is expecting surprises from Nitish Kumar this time. I can't eliminate it for obvious reasons, but very, very unlikely. So the pre-poll alliance as it stands is expected to have a thumping win in Bihar. Pro-incumbency record turnout, it seems, has taken place. The women vote record highest since 1951 seems to have propelled towards Nitish Kumar and to the BJP. The biggest improvement in figures, ironically, and I say ironically because who would have thought, I keep mentioning it, a generation has been born and gone into college with the same chief minister. And Nitish Kumar is being dealt an even better hand by the people of Bihar for the next 5 years. This would in effect make a stable government in Bihar and then ensure a stable government at the center for the next 3.5 years, which the current term is expected to continue till. Let me get Mr. Keswan back into this conversation. Okay, Mr. Keswan, we are probably, like I said before, an hour or so before we can be confident. Some of his party leaders are feeling exceedingly confident, but it's been a good run post the Lok Sabha. I mean, if you look at what happened in 2024 in the elections that took place from the Arunachal election, which then of course we saw what happened in Maharashtra towards the end of the year. It went well. This year began well with Delhi. It looking like it's ending well in Bihar. What has been made the difference? Because 2024 itself as the general election seemed like a much tighter contest.
I think what we're witnessing, like you said, is a very interesting thing in Indian politics. It's pro-incumbency, whether it is for the BJP and the NDA. Everywhere, it's a politics of development. It's the politics of performance. I was hearing the Congress spokesperson talk about NDA and making baseless claims because all evidence is contrary to what is happening because it's an overwhelming mandate. But because you see the way in which in Bihar, for example, people talk about, MY vote, the Muslim Yadav vote, but it's the Mahila youth vote this time which is transcending and ensuring such a big victory for the NDA under Modi ji and Nitish ji. Everybody was talking about the Jivika Didi and the rupees 10,000 transfer, but people should remember one of the most important impacts which has been in Bihar is the Sharab Bandi. The prohibition has had a massive impact on the welfare of women in terms of the savings and a comfortable life, and 35% domicile reservation in government jobs for women. These are very, very, very distinct and clear policies of the NDA, and 50% reservation for women in Panchayati Raj. So good governance, honest, efficient, corruption-free. Because when you talk about RJD and the Congress, the first thing is corruption.
Okay, but Mr. Keswan, practical question. I mean, of course, forming the government is the main deal. Okay. Finish your thought.
One point which is unmistakable today. Today, as we speak, Rahul Gandhi is purportedly on a foreign tour. He's ghosted the people of Bihar. He's ghosted his own allies. Rahul Gandhi has become a political albatross. He's an electoral liability. And one of the main reasons for the defeat of the RJD, besides the Jungle Raj politics, is the way in which he ran a smear, vote theft and also insulting the sentiments of women. Saying Chat Puja is a drama. Rahul Gandhi has been a political liability and an electoral debacle for this.
Okay. All right. I mean, there is a problem there. If you are not improving your performance, in fact worsening it, there's a problem. I don't think you can deny that the problem doesn't exist. It does exist. But in a practical sense, ladies and gentlemen, what you're seeing on your screen is telling. Have a look at the JDU figure from where to where. 43 to 72 current leads. Let's assume that even the 72 don't hold and they fall behind a few more. The JDU is going to be the biggest gainer at the expense of the RJD, which is going to be the biggest loser. The BJP roughly where it was is what it seems to be at 10:30. the Congress roughly where it was is what it seems to be. So, the story today will be within the NDA for Nitish Kumar. Now, the BJP would have been hoping that they would have improved their tally and Nitish would have left somewhere the same. Not to say the Chief Minister would have changed this time around, but then 2 years later, 3 years later, it would be history. First time ever a BJP Chief Minister in Bihar. Nikhil is joining us on the broadcast. Nikhil, over to you. What do you make of the trend so far?
Rishabh, first of all, I would like to address the point that Rahul Gandhi was not the only one who was talking about vote chori or the allegations of electoral malpractices on the part of the Election Commission of India. It was the entire opposition, including Mr. Tejashwi Yadav. Secondly, I don't know what love the BJP has for Rahul Gandhi. Because sometimes I honestly feel that Romeo and Juliet did not have the kind of love for each other as they do for Rahul Gandhi. The election was fought in the leadership of Tejashwi Yadav. He was the CM candidate, and yet the only name that they can remember is Rahul Gandhi. And the final thing about the trends and the way we are seeing the results. Let's face it, the BJP has a mammoth organization. They have mammoth resources, and the outcome that we're seeing today is primarily a result of that. Had it not been for that, the Prime Minister wouldn't have to come to Bihar and talk about katta rakh diya kanpatti pe and this and that. He could have presented a report card of what has been done in the past 20 years. Yet the entire campaign of the BJP was a negative campaign talking about things that happened 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Yet the entire campaign was entirely about Prime Minister having a problem with the way he was being addressed, not at all caring about how his leaders and how he himself was addressing other political leaders. The JDU being a gainer is sort of, I feel given the fact that they don't have an LJP contesting against them. And the RJD losing, honestly, that RJD, losing on that many number of seats, that is a shocker to me, because I was in Bihar for 2 months and nowhere did I hear from people that RJD is slated for such a loss. Either people said that they're going to stand about where they were, or people said that they're going to gain. This is really a shocker to me, because even all the other, polls and surveys that were conducted in the past many months, all of them presented Tejashwi Yadav as the leading face for the chief ministerial candidate over Nitish Kumar. Of course, there's a difference between the organization of the RJD Congress and the JDU BJP. And lastly, on the point of corruption, that, there's been no issue of corruption. Let me remind my friend from the BJP that just 3 years ago, the Prime Minister came to Bihar and gave a whole list of, I think, over 20 corruption cases that he was pinning on the government being led by Nitish Kumar. So let's face it, this is an organization versus organization election. It wasn't as much about issues. It wasn't as much about who could be a better chief minister. It wasn't about the supposed good governance in 20 years. It was essentially just political.
Okay, all right. Okay, so one thing is obvious, that this election was about state issues. It wasn't about national issues, which you would think would be at the disadvantage of the BJP, because it has a strong government led by Narendra Modi in the center. Don't take away from the BJP's electoral performances post 2024. 2024 was not what they would have wanted. They would have wanted more seats to be able to be past the halfway mark by themselves. But after that, what has happened in Haryana, what's happened in Maharashtra, history has happened in Odisha. Let's not take all those away. Delhi was a flip, not to the benefit of the Congress, but to the BJP. And if the government in Andhra has been formed by the NDA under Chandrababu Naidu, it is with BJP support. Jharkhand was a disappointment. But if Bihar is what it is, I think they'll take it. They would have wanted a few seats here and there, but they'll take it. Himanshu, but quick response before I rope in. I believe Anil is also joining us. Himanshu.
Basically, I wanted to pinpoint a couple of things which people seem to have forgotten. I'll give you a data which says this time around, in spite of having, this record voting, as far as women voters are concerned, they have voted more in numbers despite being 40 lakhs less in the state.
Yes.
So women voters number already was 40 lakhs less than the male voters.
Yes. So Himanshu, but if the mathematics is that because last time was COVID, so a lot more people working outside Bihar have returned to vote, and the women have come out and voted. And if the figures are telling you that the biggest improvement, maybe even close to doubling of seats, almost, is for Nitish, which means that the majority of these people have come and voted for Nitish. Okay.
Yes,
now, good, bad. But why not BJP? Why Nitish? I mean, number of seats contested matters, but not BJP more. Why Nitish more? Himanshu Bhatt.
Yeah, I'll tell you. See, this 10,000 rupees in the bank accounts is done by the Chief Minister. Now that has had a definite effect. You telling that we promise to give you 30,000 rupees is a different thing.
Okay.
But
okay.
10,000 in the bank account.
Okay. Nothing like money in the bank. Nothing like money in the bank. So is there a formula? We don't know. And if there's a formula, well, one could argue the Congress invented it in Karnataka when it came to appealing to women voters. But the BJP then with Beti, Ladli, Behna as from MP to Maharashtra seems to have overtaken it in a large measure. Stay with me. Anil Antony joining us of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Anil, it seems like it's being a good morning. Okay, I'm told we are just getting that connection sorted. Priya, you want to make a quick point, then I'll go to Arshpreet. Priya,
yeah, we were wondering about Prashant Kishor's seats, Rishabh. So I just found out from somebody from Prashant Kishor's party, they are leading in 2 seats, although they are not showing up on the ECI website because they are labelled with others. But they are at least leading in 2 seats. So not what they were hoping for at all, but their account is open in this election, so to speak. Okay, leading in 2 seats, may not win the 2 seats. We are still probably an hour or 2 away. Before we can call it, but with every minute that is passing, the Congress number is at where it was. It's been there for the past 20 minutes. It is 1-6, which is less than last time, a couple short than last time. The JDU number is the big ticket because the BJP's number is also a couple short, but roughly where it is. The difference, ladies and gentlemen, is that the RJD is down 20 and the JDU is up nearly 30. So the others are down for sure this time around. The Congress, as I mentioned, down by about 3 so far. That can change, but is it dramatically going to change? Seems unlikely because the NDA is currently, that map is not fully populated yet because it will get populated as the leads change into results. But the NDA currently leading in 160 seats. You need 123 to form the government. So they are done. Even the LJP performance has been better than many people would have expected just about 2 or 3 weeks ago. So if Chirag Paswan can hold its own, that will also be interesting. Let me get Anil into this conversation. Anil, it's been a good morning so far. What are you hoping happens from here?
It's a good, thank you for having me in the show, and yes, it has been a good morning so far. But I am very sure that as the day progresses, the day is only going to get better for the Bharatiya Janata Party, the NDA, and also for the people of Bihar. The people of Bihar has spoken, and they have comprehensively spoken. At this moment, it's still early trends. It's more than half the rounds are still left. At this moment, we are getting more than 2/3 majority, and as the day progresses, I am very sure that the number of leads and the number of wins will only increase. This has been one of those elections where, just like what you saw during the Lok Sabha elections and many of the state elections afterwards in Delhi, in Maharashtra, in Haryana, here also the NDA is getting our best ever victory, our best ever mandate. The people of Bihar has given a very comprehensive thumbs up to our double engine government. We had put the vision of Sri Narendra Modi ji and the leadership of Nitish Kumar ji in Bihar this time. Despite 20 years, the people are saying that there is no anti-incumbency. The people are very happy with the work the NDA Nitish ji has been doing in Bihar in the last 20 years. You look at different demographics, you are looking at youth, you are looking at first-time voters, women, men, everywhere the BJP is and the NDA is leading. So this is a very good day for the BJP and also for the people of Bihar, because now the developmental work we have been carrying on for the last few years will keep continuing. Another very important point which I want to raise is the Congress party, the Rahul Gandhi and the opposition. They have been putting forward a lot of narrations in front of the people, including misinformation against the ECI, including SIR, including electoral rules. And everything has been comprehensively rejected. Rahul Gandhi's whole narration of vote chori is completely rejected by the people. And this is a very comprehensive victory which the NDA is
Anil,
now
I have to
forward.
ask you for practice sake, because Nitish Kumar has improved his numbers from 2020, most likely. Your BJP is roughly where it was. It can change, it probably will change up and down a little bit. But we are expecting Nitish Kumar JDU to have significantly better numbers this time around. Are you slightly nervous in your party ranks after what happened 5 years ago? That he could simply just pack up his bags and go elsewhere?
See, this election, the Bharatiya Janata Party has gone to the elections as a part of a very strong coalition. There is Nitish ji who is leading it. There is Bharatiya Janata Party, there is Chirag Paswan ji's party, there is Upendra Kushwaha ji's party, Jitendra Manji ji's party. There are 5 very strong parties and we have gone as a coalition. We are fighting 243 seats with the aim that every single of those 243 seats we want to contest and we want to win. So we try to win as many seats as possible. At this moment, around 160 plus seats. The NDA is leading. Where Nitish ji is leading, we are leading in many seats, they are leading in many seats, but overall this is a collective victory of the whole coalition, where we had put forward the vision of Sri Narendra Modi ji and Sri Nitish ji's double engine government as the roadmap and blueprint for the people of Bihar for the next 5 years.
Okay.
And the people have comprehensively spoken. So there is nothing to worry about. It's a very strong coalition.
Okay, so you're saying it's strong.
And we are winning collectively.
But is it strong enough, Anil Antony, that there might be, there's never been a BJP chief minister ever in Bihar. Are you not tempted if you come out strong? Nitish ji has had 20 years in the saddle. Why not a BJP chief minister this time?
So these are all, when in Andhra Pradesh also, it was the Bharatiya Janata Party's parliamentary board, which also have a prime minister, our home minister, our Rajnath ji, many other stalwarts. It's the parliamentary board of the party that takes decisions on the roadmap going forward. That is the same, that is how it is in every state across India whenever there is a state election. When in Andhra Pradesh, it was the parliamentary board that took a decision that this coalition, we will be giving all our support to Chandrababu Garu in Andhra Pradesh. Similarly, here also the parliamentary board will take the apt decision that is in the best interest of the party. But before the election itself, all our national leaders were in Bihar for a campaign. They had addressed many rallies, dozens of rallies. And every single one of them had made it very clear that we are fighting this election in the leadership of Nitish ji in Bihar with the vision of Narendra Modi ji to take Bihar forward, a double engine government. This was the vision we put forward, the people of Bihar. And our leadership had made it very clear that we are fighting this election in Nitish ji's leadership. But every other decision from now on, it will be taken by the BJP parliamentary board, keeping the best interest of the people of Bihar in mind, the party in mind, the NDA in mind, and the state of Bihar in mind.
What's the pressure now to actually deliver in Bihar? Because we've seen changes happen in many states in the country, some under the BJP, some even under opposition rules. Karnataka is doing well, Tamil Nadu is also doing well, as you know. Kerala, where the BJP, which is your home state, is also showing some positive developmental indicators. But Bihar, even though it is reducing poverty, still has a long way to go. What's the pressure if you win today?
See, one thing which we have seen very clearly across India, like wherever the NDA has come, BJP has come, it is never a one-time government, whether it is in Gujarat, whether it is in UP, whether it is in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, across India, like you are seeing NDA governments getting voted multiple times because we have delivered. The first time we delivered, then the people again choose us for another 5 years. Then again people choose us for 5 years because every time we are delivering our promises. Yes, you are right that Bihar has, when compared to many other states, there is still some catching up to do. But when compared to what it was 20 years back, when even the courts of India used to say, this is a jungle rush that is happening there. When, many of our developmental indices, many of the other human development indices, Bihar was lagging when compared to many other states. But in the last 20 years, there had been tremendous progress in infrastructural development. And we will keep working forward to ensure that Bihar is as or more developed than any other state across India.
Okay, all right. Anil Antony, it's too early to congratulate you, but it looks like a congratulation will be due very shortly. Thanks very much for joining us on this broadcast. The BJP figures looking good, NDA figures looking even better. The big winner of the day is Nitish Kumar, who is looking to nearly double the number of seats he won last time. Priya Sehgal, that has got to be the story of the moment.
Yes, one was really expecting Tejashwi Yadav to be that man of the match because in terms of the crowds, the campaign he ran, but it is the vote for Nitish Kumar, and I think what you may call a tipping thing for all the work that he's done. This is his Susashan Babu that's getting the vote. Whether it was a women campaign for the BJP, it was the women said that Nitish Kumar has always looked out for us from his first when he started, gave us bicycles to go to school. Those are the women that are now become voters and are voting for him. So he's been consistent in his approach, and even now when failing health etc, the people of Bihar remember him for his governance model and they've given him this vote. So this is really a vote for his, apart from the organization on the ground of course, but I think this is a lot of it is a personal goodwill vote for Nitish Kumar. Brands still are working on the ground and he is a brand name that has worked despite his paltu politics, despite going here and there. I think the people of Bihar have restored their faith in him. Those who were looking at JDU splintering, they will have to wait a while because there were already overtures. Chirag Paswan was posturing, hoping to take that space in the post-Nitish scenario, but that post-Nitish scenario will now have to wait a while. BJP too will have to wait a while before they see their first BJP CM. I think Nitish has proved that, in terms of politics, old is gold and he is here to stay. I don't think they will dislodge him. To answer your earlier question, BJP cannot afford to not make Nitish Kumar Chief Minister. They will of course have if Samrat Chaudhary wins his seat, he was trailing a while ago, I think he will play a big role in terms of governance. BJP, this is what it does, whoever it makes the Chief Minister, the governance is from Delhi. That model works for Nitish also because that's what the double engine Sarkar is. So he will be the face of this new government.
Big elections coming up, especially in the northeast and the south next year. Assam is up next in May of next year along with Kerala and Tamil Nadu. West Bengal is going to be the big fight then in 2026. That's going to be an interesting one. So big things up for grab. Nikhil, the Congress tally is shrinking as we speak as more time passes, and we are probably an hour away from where this settles in. The big winner of the day is definitely Nitish, nearly doubling the amount of seats. But where do a Tejashwi, where do a Congress go from here?
No, Rishabh, the issues that were being raised by the Congress and the RJD will continue to be raised by them, whether they sit in the opposition or in the government. I think we should wait for the trends to finalize a bit, and before we can, understand the number of seats that each of the parties are getting. All that being said, of course, I think it's by and large clear by now that it will be an NDA government. The question is, will Nitish Kumar be the chief minister? It was very interesting when I was listening to the BJP spokesperson. What he said was, this time it was under the leadership of Nitish Kumar. Even Amit Shah till the last moment kept on saying there is no vacancy in Delhi or in Patna right now. Now the question is, will the BJP and Nitish Kumar get into a tussle about who gets to be the chief minister? Because let's not forget that the BJP cadres in the state are indeed irritated with the fact that 20 years they've been in alliance. For many, many years, they've been the larger party in the alliance, yet they don't have a chief minister of their own. Now, this is a tussle that will pan out. How it does pan out, or will we see a situation where Nitish Kumar comes back with the RJD and Congress fold? Those would be interesting developments for me to watch.
That looks, I mean, like I've been saying since morning, you can never rule it out because it did happen. So history can and often does repeat itself. Likely this time, probably not. I think the reason the BJP is making the pains to say these things because that's exactly, and the reason you're poking a hole there, Nikhil, is because exactly that's what went wrong last time. That Nitish was in doubt of whether he could stay on for a full term as chief minister because the pressure was being put last time, and that's what caused the flip. I don't think the pressure is being put in the very least this time. So the situation in the center is also different. Just stay with me before I come back to Arshpreet. Priya, quick thoughts over here. The figures are stabilizing and eventually that's where they'll settle. It is going to be an NDA government for sure. Who is going to be the bigger party, BJP or JDU, is up for grabs. Where does the Congress go from here?
The Congress will really have to now again, go back to where it goes after every election so far, post 24 is back to its drawing board. But they're not coming up with any real, lessons that work on the ground, because even Rahul Gandhi's vote chore campaign wasn't taken up by Tejashwi Yadav also. Forget the people on the ground. His own ally realized that this is not, it's a very good campaign. What he raised are good pertinent issues. But is this the need of the hour in Bihar? Is that what is topmost on the mind of the Bihari voter? That is what Tejashwi Yadav has been complaining about. Then the confusion about declaring Tejashwi as the CM face, though of course the confusion was there in the BJP camp also. So that's not really the Congress's sole prerogative. But creating confusion rather than a clear campaign and the lack of organization on the ground. Both these things have been.
We're just doing a quick audio check. I'm expecting Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi within a minute. Arshpreet, quick response from you. You're looking at the figures now, they're stabilizing. Obviously, it'll be disappointing to do worse than last time around if that's what happens. But how are you absorbing the trends as we speak?
See, it's been said before, Karnataka is a prime example. Maharashtra is a prime example of how the trends could change. And we are optimistic. We are hopeful that they will change. And number two, given that why do we have elections in the first place? Why do we have MLAs? Why do we have the government? So that work could be done. Now let's analyze what the Bharatiya Janata Party NDA has done back in the day. We did go to Bihar, we did go there to campaign, and the way the streets are, it appeared as if it wasn't a porthole in a street. It appeared as if there was a street in a pothole. That's the number of potholes we had to go through. The streets are in shambles, and the unemployment rate is at an all-time high in Bihar. At the end of the day, people vote for a party to get something out of that. Yet, the Bharatiya Janata Party, the NDA, has not been able to do anything there at all whatsoever on the ground. And that's why you will see that the results, the trends will definitely be changing. And
they could still change. And that's reasonable to expect. No, they probably will change from these exact figures. But will they dramatically change? It increasingly seems unlikely. Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi, former Union Minister, joining us on the broadcast. नकवी जी गुड मॉर्निंग. नज़र नहीं लगाना चाहूँगा कि पहले से बधाइयाँ हो जाएं, ट्रेंड्स चेंज करते हैं, लेकिन लग रहा है कि एनडीए की सरकार बन रही है. आप कैसे ट्रेंड एनालाइज कर रहे हैं इस सुबह?
देखिए, एक चीज़ बहुत क्लियर है, जो इश्यूज जो अभी आपके पैनल पे पैनलिस्ट थे, वो अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट एंड अदर इश्यूज आर, बट नाउ द इलेक्शन वोटिंग इज़ ओवर. अभी जो वोटर्स हैं उन्होंने अपने जो मतदान ईवीएम की मशीनों में बंद कर दिया और वो भी निकल पड़ा है अब. तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि इन इश्यूज़ पे कभी और डिस्कस करने की ज़रूरत है. लेकिन एक चीज़ बहुत साफ है कि जो सुशासन है उसकी निरंतरता के लिए और समावेशी विकास के जो है वो सफ़र को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए, जो गुड गवर्नेंस है उसकी कंटिन्यूटी के लिए और इंक्लूसिव डेवलपमेंट है उसको जो है उसके जर्नी को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए लोगों ने जो है वो मैंडेट दिया है. और मैं तो बार बार कहता हूँ कि जहाँ जीत की जलेबी है वहाँ हार का हलवा भी है. चाहे जीत की जलेबी हो चाहे हार का हलवा हो, जनतंत्र का दोनों में जायका होता है. जो जीता वो सिकंदर, जो हारा वो धुरंधर. फिर वो चुनाव के मैदान में जाएगा और जनता के बीच में अपनी किस्मत आजमाएगा. ये एक होता है. लेकिन मैं मानता हूँ कि अनफॉर्चुनेटली सम पीपल्स एंड सम पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज आर ट्राइंग टू हाईजैक द वाइब्रेंट डेमोक्रेसी थ्रू अ वायलेंट एनार्की. आई थिंक दे विल नॉट सक्सीड because our democracy is not a Disneyland of the destructive dynasty.
No, but what are you suggesting, sir? Are you suggesting that the people who are saying vote chori and the people who are saying we'll turn Bihar into Nepal, that they pose an existential security risk?
देखिए, हमने एक बात कही कि जहाँ पर जो है वो जीत की जलेबी होती है वहाँ हार का हलवा भी होता है. ये जनतंत्र का जायका है और हमें जनता जनादेश देगी तो हम उसे स्वीकार करेंगे. अगर उनको जनता जनादेश देगी तो जो है वो हम उसे दोनों स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा. देखिए, जहाँ पर जो है वो जीत का ग्लैमर होता है वहाँ हार का ग्रेस भी होता है. जीत के ग्लैमर के साथ साथ हार का ग्रेस जो है वो हमारी डेमोक्रेसी की जो है वो ब्यूटी है, खूबसूरती है. और आप जो है वो वोटिंग से पहले कहेंगे कि वोट चोरी का विलाप करने लगेंगे, वोटिंग के बाद जो है वो वोट पे डाके का वितंडा करेंगे, तो ये मुझे लगता है लोग एक्सेप्ट नहीं करते इस बात को।
ग्रेस इन डिफीट। ओके, द बीजेपी सर, ऐसा लग रहा है कि जहां पिछली बार में आंकड़े आए थे 2020 में, करीबन वही आंकड़े आ रहे हैं इस बारी, तो स्टेबिलिटी है इन टर्म्स ऑफ रिटर्न्स। जेडीयू के नंबर इंप्रूव कर रहे हैं काफ़ी ज़्यादा इस बारी। अभी भी कोई शंका आशंका कि पता नहीं नीतीश जी ने जो पिछली बार किया था 2020 में शायद फिर से हो जाए?
देखिए, एक चीज बहुत क्लियर है, लोगों का जो इस वक्त मूड है पूरे कंट्री में, अगर आप देखें, ये पहली नॉन कांग्रेस सरकार है सेंटर में जो बिना कांग्रेस के रिमोट और कांग्रेस के सपोर्ट के कंटिन्यूटी के साथ जो है वो स्टेबिलिटी के साथ जो है वो तीसरे कार्यकाल में काम कर रही है। इसीलिए तरह से इन 10 सालों में देश में जितने भी स्टेट्स में इलेक्शंस हुए, उन इलेक्शंस में ज़्यादातर राज्यों में एनडीए या बीजेपी जो है वो को जनता ने जनादेश दिया, और यहाँ तक कि उन राज्यों में भी दिया जहाँ पर बीजेपी कभी सत्ता में नहीं आई, वहाँ पर भी लोगों ने दिया। यानी एक बात, देश के लोगों का जो मूड है, जो मिजाज है, वो एक तो स्टेबिलिटी के लिए है, कैपेबल लीडरशिप के लिए है, और साथ ही साथ जो है वो परफॉर्म और रिफॉर्म करने वाली व्यवस्था के लिए है। और इसलिए जो है वो एक के बाद एक आप देख रहे हैं, और जो जनादेश होगा उसे सब लोग स्वीकार करेंगे।
कितना प्रेशर होगा सर अब, कि जब डिलीवरी का प्रेशर बिहार में?
देखिए, ये तो सही है, जो भी सरकार को जनता जब जनादेश देती है, जो भी अगर मैंडेट देती है, तो डेफिनेटली उसकी एक्सपेक्टेशन लोगों की बढ़ जाती है, और उस एक्सपेक्टेशन पर जो है वो आपको उस कसौटी पर खरे उतरना ही पड़ता है, वरना अगली बार जो है गुड बाय कर देती है जनता। तो इसलिए, क्योंकि बीजेपी और एनडीए सरकारें ज़्यादातर जगहों पर लोगों की एक्सपेक्टेशन पर खरी उतर रही हैं, fulfilling the people's expectation. That is why people are re-electing again and again.
Okay, like I said, मैं नजर नहीं लगाना चाह रहा हूँ। प्रिया सहगल wants to ask a question also. Go ahead, Priya. Go ahead.
नकी साहब, प्रिया सहगल है। मैंने आपका बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग लाइन सुनी, डिज्नीलैंड ऑफ डिस्ट्रक्टिव डायनेस्टी, जो आप कह रहे हैं, तो ये क्या वोट अगेंस्ट डायनेस्टी भी आप इसको मान के चलेंगे आगे लेकर? क्योंकि आपके पास भी एक डायनेस्टी है, चिराग पासवान।
देखिए, एक चीज़ आपको समझना होगा, ये जो ख़ानदानी खिलाड़ियों का जो धारा प्रवाह जो है वो धूर्तापूर्ण, धमाल और कमाल था, वो इनको धूल दूषित करने के लिए काफ़ी मददगार रहा। और अब इस जो घराना है, जिसे लोग घमंडिया घराना भी कहते हैं, वो जो है वो उसका धारा प्रवाह, धमाल और कमाल चलता रहा कि साहब जो है वो हम तो सरकार इस तारीख को बना लेंगे और जनता जो है वो वोट चोरी का जवाब देगी, फला देगी, ढिमाका देगी। हम्बल जो उनका अप्रोच, एटीट्यूड होना चाहिए, वो नहीं रहा है। अभी तो जनता जनादेश देने वाली है, क्या देगी वो तो लेट्स वेट एंड वॉच, कुछ घंटों में एकदम स्पष्ट हो जाएगा। लेकिन मेरा मानना है कि 20 सालों से जो सरकार चल रही हो, उसके प्रति लोगों का विश्वास, लोगों को फिर से उसको रिएलेक्ट करने की जो चाहत है, वो इस बात का प्रमाण है, इस बात का प्रतीक है कि जो लोग जो है वो अभी तक डेमोक्रेसी को डायनेस्टी का डिज्नीलैंड समझते थे, और जो प्रजातंत्र को परिवार तंत्र की प्ले जो है वो ग्राउंड समझते रहे हैं, तो उनको जो है वो सबक है, उनके लिए संदेश भी है।
अच्छा, आपने घमंडिया बोला, एक आखिरी सवाल, ये घमंड को लेके बीजेपी भी तो घमंडिया, ये वोट बीजेपी के घमंड के खिलाफ तो नहीं है? क्योंकि अगर बीजेपी को सिंगल लार्जेस्ट पार्टी बनती, और तो आप नीतीश कुमार को शायद चीफ मिनिस्टर नहीं बनाते, बिकॉज आपके किसी लीडर ने नीतीश कुमार का बिल्कुल जनादेश नहीं बोला ही विल बी सीएम। तो ये बीजेपी के घमंड, बिग ब्रदर एटीट्यूड के खिलाफ भी एक वोट हो सकता है कि जेडीयू को बनना ही है नीतीश कुमार को, अब आप यू कैन नॉट मेक हिम सीएम।
देखिए, ये जो है प्रिया जी, ये कन्फ्यूज़न बहुत क्रिएट करने की कोशिश की, और इस तरह का जो कन्फ्यूज़न जिन लोगों ने क्रिएट करने की कोशिश भी की, वो उसमें भी सफल नहीं हुए कि नीतीश तो नहीं बनाएंगे, नीतीश कुमार जी तो नहीं बनाए जाएंगे, इनको तो है वो किनारे कर दिया गया। यानी कि आप जो है वो एक क्रिमिनल कन्फ्यूज़न की कॉन्स्पिरेसी में लग गए, आप जो है वो जो आपका जो है एक कंस्ट्रक्टिव और पॉजिटिव रोल होना चाहिए था जनता के बीच में, उसके बजाय आप जो है वो नीतीश होंगे कि नहीं होंगे उस पर चर्चा, आप होगे कि नहीं होगे आप अपनी चर्चा करो। आप तो जो है वो बिना जो है वो वोट के जो है वो अभी से आप जो है वो विक्ट्री के बगैर जो है वो आप वहां पर जो है सरकार बनाने लगे थे।
पर नरेंद्र मोदी ना अमित शाह ना द प्राइम मिनिस्टर, नन ऑफ देम ने कहा कि नीतीश कुमार सीएम बनेंगे। कैंपेन के टाइम हमने बहुत क्लोजली ये देखा, दोनों ने नहीं कहा।
देखिए, पहली बात ये कि कैंपेन में मैं अपनी पार्टी का लगभग जो है वो 20 सालों से ज़्यादा समय से इलेक्शन कैंपेन को मैनेज करता हूँ, उसका इंचार्ज भी रहा हूँ। मैं पार्टी तय करती है, स्ट्रेटेजी उसकी होती है कि कहाँ पर किस तरह से हमें प्रोजेक्ट करना है, कहाँ पर हमें बोलना है, हमें क्या नहीं बोलना है। ये हम दूसरी पार्टियाँ हम क्या कहना चाहते हैं वो दूसरी पार्टियां हमें जो है वो प्रॉम्प्ट नहीं कर सकती, हमारी जो है वो स्पीच को जो है कि स्क्रिप्ट राइटर नहीं बन सकती। इसलिए जो है हमें जो कहना है वो करा, जनता को स्वीकार करना है।
Well, in this case, Mukhtar ji, it looks like it's worked very well. The BJP leading in 74 seats, which is roughly where it was. The JDU currently leading in 80 seats. The NDA leading in 160 plus. It's not a victory, it's a thumping victory. Who would have thought? I keep saying there are children who have been born and are currently in college while Nitish Kumar was chief minister, and they have given him another 5 years. Whether that becomes the first BJP chief minister ever of Bihar, we don't know. Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi, thank you very much for joining us. Let me quickly get in Himanshu on this conversation. Himanshu, but as the hours roll by, we are now heading into the countdown to noon. It's getting systematically worse for the Congress and the RJD, especially the RJD, which has been cut down potentially by 30 less seats.
Yes, it's going to be that way. You know, it was a very, very straight fight right from the beginning between Nitish and Tejashwi. What Bihar wants, whether they wanted Tejashwi or they wanted Nitish. And the people seem to have chosen Nitish. See, I'll tell you very frankly, and you know, over and above all that, when a man who doesn't know how the jalebis are made in factory. Do you remember in Haryana what he had said? He goes up in Bihar and talks about vote chori, where a voter knows that his name is already there. How will it cut ice with the people? A common man will not relate with such people. I will not be surprised Congress will have less seats than what they had last time.
Okay, so far, this is the vote share so far of the votes counted so far. So this is not the final figure. It is telling you that the BJP and the JDU and the RJD are roughly the same in terms of vote share. Very interesting, but this is going to have to be an analysis. Look at the JSP vote share, which is the interesting one. I don't think that figure will hold, that they will win as many votes as the Congress. So let's take this with a pinch of salt. So this is so far of the votes counted, and that is from the, like I said, take it with a pinch of salt of where it ends at about 5 o'clock today. When we actually get the final election commission figures, there will be a press conference where the figures are given out. But there's no denying the facts on your screen. The facts on your screen are saying that with every minute that we talk, the RJD figure slips lower and lower. The Congress figure was around about 16. I think its highest mark was about 17, 18, but those trails have now fallen down to 11. They might fall further still. There are at least a couple of seats which are still up for grabs, and as in they are not won and settled for the Congress. The BJP has held its own, 76 seats. So they are in a position of probably improving the number of seats by a couple. But the story of the day has been Nitish Kumar, doubling the number of seats he won last year after having been 20 years in power. Priya, that is surely a little bit more than the 10,000 rupees to the women voter. There's some other factor at play over here which we'll have to spend. Even perhaps Nitish Kumar is probably surprised by this.
Absolutely, Rishabh. I think it's what you said earlier. You know, the girls who took their cycles from him, who were studying voters, are now, young girls have grown up under Nitish Raj. are now voting adults. So they have, I think, voted for him. This is very interesting because the youth vote that we thought would go to Tejashwi, you know, because he was talking development, jobs, etc., that also seems to have gone to the JDU, because JDU has clearly expanded his vote base. So where the women were already voting for him, there seems to be a new voter that has come in and voted for Nitish, and that is probably the young voter, the girls who've grown up, and not just the girls but even the families that have grown up under his Sushashan Raj. So to say that Nitish Kumar was, you know, paltu and he just played politics and did no work, he did development also. Development does count. There's always plus, you know, there is a caste factor, there is of course religion. As much as we don't want these factors to count, they do count on the ground, as well as development. So Nitish, maybe that extra that Nitish has brought is of course the nostalgia of this being his last election, but I think his work, what he stands for, has stood.
Because if things stand, they've beaten all the exit polls by a large measure. 175 seats when you need 123 to form a government for the NDA as we speak. So this is going to be a thumping victory, and even Chirag Paswan has been swept along. He's also winning a few seats. You know, if you had asked me the question 1 month ago, I would have told you Chirag Paswan was in a little bit of trouble in a BJP versus JDU contest within the coalition as we speak. But it's clearly been an NDA. One will have to call this a sweep. If you're winning by well beyond the best expectations of everyone, including yourself, I promise you the BJP was also being a little bit cautious, more confident towards the end of the polls than they were at the beginning of the polls. That's the truth. So this is better than the expectations of the JDU, better than the expectations of the BJP, way better than the expectations of the exit polls. What the figure is, the Mahagathbandhan just slipping lower and lower, down to 63 seats, and that's not looking good. Now you can say who cut what. Prashant Kishor was actually supposed to cut BJP votes, but doesn't seem to have a lot of things to be figured out. Before I rope in Rishi Bagri, let me hit the ground. Manish, my colleague, is standing by in Patna. Anand is in Delhi. Let's go to Anand first. Anand, Congress headquarters, I'm assuming it's quietened down now. It's not looking good.
Yeah, Rishabh, look, as the results trend are showing, with Congress only leading in 6 seats, so clearly there is no such jovial mood here at the Congress headquarters. Some of the party workers who had arrived at the party headquarters earlier in the day, they also have left from the party headquarters over here, and most of the senior leaders who were supposed to arrive at the party office over here, even they have not arrived yet. So clearly this shows how is the mood at the Congress party headquarters over here, that is the 24 Akbar Road. So clearly Congress, which was expecting for a good show in this assembly polls, with given the fact that the way in which they had campaigned aggressively and Rahul Gandhi leading the voter Adhikar Yatra in Bihar over vote theft and SIR exercise. So clearly all these issues have not gone down well with the public, and the way in which Nitish Kumar party that has made a grand comeback with its leading on 86 seats, just doubling its number from 43 that was in 2020 assembly polls. So clearly the mood at Congress party headquarters,
yeah, you can tell pretty quiet. So the figures on the Election Commission website, which are slightly behind our figures, but in the end those are the figures that matter. So I keep repeating this, when the electoral process is on, after every round of counting, including EVMs are counted in rounds, generally about a dozen rounds of counting. After every round, the returning officer actually posts a sheet of the round results. That is for all the polling agents of the various candidates, so that they can witness them. Those datas are generally shared with us, and which we decide, and I have a WhatsApp group for my teams on the ground who tell us what the votes are. That's how you know all these figures that are flashing on your screens, leads by this much, leads by this much. This is then communicated to the Election Commission, and the Election Commission updates its website. So it takes a little bit longer, half an hour, 45 minutes, 1 hour longer. So here's where the Election Commission stands as we speak. It is putting the JDU at 82, which is where the figure at the bottom of your screens right now. The BJP 78, RJD at 34, LJP at 22 leads currently. The Congress only at 6, and the CPIML at 6. That's your others, and Manji and others bringing up a few. That's why Anand mentioned 6 leads. So the Congress may slip further, the RJD may slip further, and that's, if you're the Congress, if you come down to single digits in Bihar, heartbreaking that would be for Congress loyalists. Others will be celebrating. Rishi Bagri joining us on the broadcast. Rishi, I don't think the trends are going to change that dramatically now that this is going to flip. This election is no longer too close to call. It's an NDA government now. Who gets number one party is still up for grabs. What do you make of the leads and trends?
Hi Rishabh. I think that this result is going to hold maybe 5-10 seat plus minus. That can be happen, but I think the lead will be holding. I think the problem is very clear. That Congress need to introspect. They have actually sabotaged the Mahagathbandhan campaign. I mean, from starting, Tejashwi was doing good. He was taking up the youth issues. He was taking up the jobs issues, unemployment issues, into a very nicely curated campaign. In come Rahul Gandhi, he came with the non-existent issues like vote chori. He came with the attacking EC. He came with that attacking the Gen Z factor, how Nepal was sabotaged and how Gen Z, the young population, need to go out on the street and make violent protest and change the regime. It didn't resonate with the masses, actually. And actually, in that way, he sabotaged Tejaswi's campaign. And this is the reason why Tejashwi is down to 40s. I mean, from the single largest party, he has become the third largest party. And I think Congress will be limiting itself in the double digit, maybe in the single digit also. So 62 seats you'll be having, or 10, 11 seats you'll be winning. You can imagine the strike rate which Congress has done with the Mahagathbandhan. Actually, they have dragged down the Mahagathbandhan completely.
Okay, well, ironically, the Congress has probably not done the Mahagathbandhan any favors, but the bad news is for Tejashwi. Tejashwi would have loved if he had held his numbers, and he was never going to form a government without Nitish. Let's be clear. If he had held his numbers, if Nitish had, if it had been similar to last time, let me put it that way, then there was something that they could have said, oh, Nitish, if he joined us, or you could have waited 1 or 2 years for some fight. Eventually, the BJP would have come and said, bhai, hame make us chief minister 1 year later, 2 years later, then you could have bided your time. I don't think that happens now. The disappointment and the heartbreak is not necessarily for the Congress, it's for Tejashwi. His expectations would have been a lot higher than them. Let's hop across to where the party is about to begin. High security. My colleague Manish is standing by in Patna. Manish, what's going on? Manish, can you hear us? Okay, we can see him, we can hear him, but I think he can't hear us. You can clearly see what's happening behind him. The party has already begun. Let me use that opportunity to get in Tom Vadakan of the BJP. The state that Mr. Vadakan is from is about to go to polls in 4 months. Mr. Vadakan, since the 2024 results at the Lok Sabha, there have been a historic performance in Odisha. In Haryana, you've come back. In Delhi, you've come back. 2025 seems to have been a winning start and a winning end. How are you feeling?
Rishabh, we met after a long time, but let me tell you this, that this is a victory of democracy. This is a victory of Bihar, and this is a message to India. Let us look at the background. We had a situation that fallout of Mandal Commission issue. Out of that sprouted this Dynastic, whether it is RJD, SP or... The results are indicative of this Dynastic collapsing. This is victory of democracy, and this is finally the rest in peace message for these Dynasts, because it's across India. We will conquer South India too, which is coming in for elections again. But let me tell you one more thing, that this whole issue was on the narrative of caste being carved on stone. But it seems caste is carved on water. And as a result, progression, aspiration, delivery have been the basic issues. Nitish ji has done much more than what was happening in the Jungle Raj in terms of development, in terms of employment, in terms of women's welfare. Especially, I must specifically mention the issue of, alcohol prohibition. Now, these are things that matter, and this has been a situation where law and order was also affected. Women couldn't go out, and then there was this industry of ransom collection, kidnapping, what have you. And generations after generations have been reminding the Generation Z that, look, if you permit the Lalu dynasty to come back, you will have a situation where you will be back into Jungle Raj. This is the legacy that RJD was carrying. And then Congress contributed to it, and we saw Rahul Gandhi missing in action for 60 days. He was talking about Haryana elections when Bihar was at its peak. Now he's where, I don't know, he's abroad. He's not waited for the results. But he has manipulated his workers to stand there and talk about vote chori. I agree there has been a chori, and that chori has been dil ka chori, not vote chori. So this is something the Congress party did not anticipate. And the more the Congress party covers this vote chori business, people of India have realized that they want booth, elections by ballot paper. And why they want it is well known, because they're experts.
All right. I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. And I know, and I don't want to ask you Congress specific questions, but as a principal opposition party, national opposition party, we're looking at the Congress potentially down to single digits in Bihar. Now, where does that leave national politics?
Well, national politics is not guided by the opposition, mathematics. It is Rahul Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. And I must compliment Rahul Gandhi because he has done service to the BJP. The more he opens his mouth, he loses about 1 lakh votes across the country. But this country needs an opposition. Yes, I agree. But it has to be an opposition. It has to be an opposition which has progressive, which is aspirational and is development basis, not negative politics. The more you go into negative politics, Rishabh, is over and out for the Congress party. It's a sad story.
No, but the reason I'm asking that, Tom Badakan, is because the conversation we were having the entire last week was, look at the number of people who come out to vote. People from all over the country have returned to their towns and cities and villages in Bihar to vote. The women have come out to vote in more percentage numbers since 1951, since India became a republic. And it seems now that they voted for Nitish and the BJP. Nitish has dramatically improved his tally. The BJP has held its own, probably little bit better. Is it primarily because they don't see an option?
It's not about seeing an option. It is because of the delivery. Promises were made by RJD, promises were made by the Congress party, but nobody believed them. The guarantees by RJD and the guarantees of the Congress party have been seen. Now, for example, guarantees in Congress, Telangana, Himachal Pradesh and Karnataka, they are bankrupt. They don't have money for salaries. Development has come to a zero level. So these promises are tested and tried, and the guarantees of our Prime Minister have held its ground, and we have delivered. That's
big news, big breaking developments coming in, even in what seems to be a sweeping, thumping victory for the NDA. Something which I would have thought impossible even an hour ago is happening as we speak. In Raghopur, Tejashwi Yadav now trailing by 1200 votes. This would have been, he's been reading all morning. So Tejashwi Yadav in his own constituency is currently trailing by 1200 votes. This might change. It's only 1200 votes, but it's also 1200 votes. It has definitely would be creating a little bit of perturbation, because the overall number for the RJD looks like it's going to half. And if Tejashwi has been brought down to a close contest, perhaps even being brought down to a losing contest, that would be devastating for him personally, not just for the party itself. A lot of things to absorb over here, but the news.
Will be regretting he didn't contest Raghopur because he would then take credit for this trailing. But one quick point, Rishabh, if I may quickly make, is we were talking about the legacy of Nitish Kumar. You spoke about how Chirag Paswan's party is doing very well. I think 22 seats you were saying, versus RJD, which is trailing down to 35 with Tejashwi losing his own seat. So the battle, the Gen Next battle, is also very interesting to watch. Tejashwi versus Chirag Paswan. It looks like Chirag Paswan may emerge as the next gen leader for Bihar. With the current situation he's in, with the BJP backing, and the JDU is, if it splinters in a post-Nitish scenario, Chirag may be better placed to take that splinter. So an interesting leadership Gen Next model is also developing in the state of Bihar in these elections.
Okay, so Sulaiman Muhammad Khan of Congress joining us. Sir, I'm coming to you in a second. Let's hop across to Patna right now, where Manish is with us now, where obviously the celebrations have already begun. Manish, what's happening?
ऋषभ जी, अगर पटना की बात करें तो जेडीयू कैंप में गजब का उत्साह देखने को मिल रहा है। जेडीयू के नेता कार्यकर्ता नीतीश कुमार के नारे लगा रहे हैं और ये देखिए, ये जेडीयू कार्यालय के भीतर की तस्वीर है। यहाँ पर अभी थोड़ी देर पहले जमकर आतिशबाजी हुई है, लेकिन कुछ सीनियर लीडर्स ने इन्हें ये कहा कि अभी रुकिए, अभी थोड़ा सा सब्र करिए, उसके बाद ये जश्न मनाया जाएगा। लेकिन कार्यकर्ता है कि मानने को तैयार नहीं है। क्या नाम है भाई साहब आपका?
मोनी सिंह।
ये बताइए, ये जो रुझान आ रही है, क्या कह रहे हैं, क्या इशारा कर रहे हैं?
ये इशारा पूर्ण बहुमत की ओर जा रहा है और बढ़ता बिहार नीतीश कुमार।
क्या नाम है भाई साहब का?
लखिंदर कुमार सिंह।
क्या इस बार क्या माहौल लग रहा है?
माहौल क्या लग रहा है? पूर्ण बहुमत से एनडीए सरकार आ रही है, जिसमें सबसे बड़ी पार्टी एनडीए ये जदयू बन करके आ रही है। नीतीश कुमार ही बिहार है, बिहार ही नीतीश कुमार है।
नीतीश ही बिहार है, बिहार ही नीतीश है। टाइगर अभी जिंदा है, पोस्टर्स दिख रहे हैं।
टाइगर इज बैक, टाइगर बैक किया, टाइगर जिंदा है। विपक्ष हवा में उड़ गया,
विपक्ष हवा में उड़ गया, टाइगर अभी जिंदा। आप क्या कहेंगे?
टाइगर दहाड़ रहा है पूरा बिहार में, पूरा दहाड़ रहा है टाइगर। अभी तो शुरू हुआ है, अभी असली खेल बाकी है।
और इस दहाड़ का क्या असर होगा?
असर दिख रहा है सर, एनडीए का फुल बहुमत आएगा और नीतीश कुमार मुख्यमंत्री फिर से बनेंगे।
एक और महत्वपूर्ण सवाल ये है, इस चुनाव में हमने देखा कि नीतीश कुमार को लेकर बहुत सारे सवाल किए। विपक्ष ने साफ कहा कि अब उनका अस्तित्व खत्म हो रहा है, उनका इम्पोर्टेंस नहीं है।
देखिए, विपक्ष की बात ना करें तो ज्यादा बेहतर होगा। वो तो स्वघोषित है कि 18 तारीख को उनको सीएम पद का शपथ ले रहा था। उनकी एक प्रवक्ता है, वो लाठी लेके अपना सोशल मीडिया पे पिक्चर हैंडल पे ट्वीट कर रही है। पता नहीं वो कैसा बिहार बनाना चाहती है। और बिहार की जनता ने जो माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने 20 सालों में कार्य किया, उस पर अपना बेशुमार प्यार लुटाया है। उसी का नतीजा है कि हम इतने प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ सत्ता में वापसी कर रहे हैं।
नीतीश जी के लिए क्या कहेंगे?
नीतीश जी बिहार के लिए और मेरे जैसे कार्यकर्ता और आम जनता के लिए बिहार के लिए एक भगवान है।
कितना उत्साह है?
पूरा उत्साह है सर,
टाइट है,
पूरा टाइट है।
तो बिल्कुल
25 से 30 फिर से नीतीश,
25 से 30 फिर से नीतीश।
टाइगर अभी जिंदा है और 30 से भी आगे अभी जाएंगे हम।
टाइगर दहाड़ रहा है, टाइगर अभी जिंदा है। इस तरह के जो नारे हैं नीतीश कुमार के लिए लगाए जा रहे हैं जेडीयू कार्यकर्ताओं की तरफ से। और ये देखिए, जो कार्यकर्ताओं की तस्वीर मैं दिखाना चाहूंगा, जेडीयू ऑफिस की ये तस्वीर है, जहां पर आप देख सकते हैं कि कैसे कार्यकर्ता जो है लगातार यहां पर नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं। नीतीश कुमार की जो पार्टी है जेडीयू, वो सबसे बड़ी पार्टी को लेकर के कार्यकर्ताओं में ज्यादा जोश है। ऋषभ जी,
okay, if Nitish Kumar serves out this term as chief minister, and he's expected to become chief minister yet again, he'll become India's longest serving chief minister ever, beating out the late great Jyoti Basu, who I'm told served for 23 years and 137 days. Naveen Patnaik had served for 24 years and 99 days until, of course, last year when the BJP formed the government in Odisha. So Nitish Kumar is currently at 19 years and 87 days. You add another 5 to that, he would have become India's longest serving chief minister. Well, that stays a lot. Jyoti Basu is embedded in my memory. Naveen Patnaik is embedded in your memory. Well, Nitish Kumar is about to be embedded in our memory. Sulaiman Muhammad Khan of the Congress joining us on the broadcast. Manasvi Thapar is also joining us. Sulaiman ji, let me come to you first. Commiseration is not looking good. It looks like the result is pretty one-sided. A lot of course, introspection will be called for. But what's the feedback that you are getting? I mean, potentially down to single digits, sir. Suleiman ji, if you can hear us.
Yes,
Yes, go ahead.
yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was getting your voice late. So, no, single digit or double digit, it's not, it will not make much difference in the sense the results overall doesn't seem, doesn't show a very good picture, rather a bad picture. But to my understanding, I don't know that how much is the lead on the seats which the NDA is leading on each and every seats, because it's 11:15, and for initial 1 hour, it's like postal ballots. I don't know how many rounds of counting have been done. Most probably 10 rounds, 8 rounds, 12 rounds. A lot of times after 12 results change. I can't say, I have no information. I don't know you have or not, that what is the lead of the candidates leading on different seats of the NDA, BJP, JDU, and others.
We have some information, sir, but for example, in Raghopur, Tejashwi Yadav himself is trailing by 2,000 votes right now. And we are about halfway through counting, sir.
So 2,000, to my understanding, if there are 10 rounds or 12 rounds or 14 rounds of counting happen, machines have been opened. 2,000, it's not a margin.
Correct.
Which can, not be covered, even if half the counting is not done. So therefore, I'm saying that we have to be very cautious saying single digit, double digit, 50, etc. These things, at a later part of the day may, you look quite not appropriate saying something at 11:50.
Okay, I agree with you, and I'll give you two examples. In Karnataka, we've learned the lesson. In Maharashtra, we've learned the lesson where the BJP eventually fell short of a majority and was then consequently unable to form a government. In fact, it was another kind of Gathbandhan government that was formed over there. But realistically, Suleiman Mohammad Khan, I'm sure you're not expecting a total turnaround where 100 seats will change hands over the next 45 odd minutes. So realistically, it's an NDA government in Bihar. Yet again, I just mentioned that Nitish Kumar is looking at becoming the longest serving chief minister in the history of the country. What do you think has happened?
I don't know if I remember correctly. I think Jyoti Basu has.
Yeah, 23 and a half years for him, 24 years for Naveen Patnaik. So if he completes another term, Nitish Kumar at 24 and a half years would become the longest serving.
Now it's correct. Now I thought you were saying that he has already been, there for chief minister for 25 years. So he have to surpass that 4 years first. Let's see how long, if he becomes the chief minister. First of all, if NDA forms the government, then if he becomes the chief minister, and then if he completes his 4 years. So there are 3 ifs and buts which have to be, achieved in near future. This I am saying, this Ranjit, this line.
Okay, just hold your thoughts, sir. Let me quickly, before I rope in Manasvi, let's take a dipstick test, because other than the battle of who forms the government, then the battle of which party gets how many seats, the individual battles also count about who is winning which seat. My colleague Shivani with the trends.
All right, we are looking at the trends of the VIP seats over here, and the first seat that we will be looking at, these are the early trends, remember. We will look at some of the candidates like Tejashwi Yadav, Vijay Kumar Singh. So Tejashwi Yadav from Raghopur is trailing. That's one of the biggest victories, upsets that we are seeing. Samrat Chaudhary from Tarapur is leading. Tej Pratap Yadav from Mahua. Vijay Kumar Sinha from Lakhisrai is leading. Renu Devi from Betia is trailing. Awadh Bihari Chaudhary from Siwan is trailing. Maithili Thakur from Alinagar is leading. Hari Narayan Singh from Harnaut is leading. Anant Singh from Mokama is leading. Nitin Nabin from Bankipur is leading. Shreyasi Singh from Jamui is leading. Prem Kumar from Gaya town is leading. Bijendra Pratap Yadav from Supol is leading as well. Veena Devi from Mokama is trailing. Arun Kumar from Tarapur is trailing. Sanjay Sarogi from Darbhanga is leading. Subhash Singh from Gopalganj is leading again. Vijay Kumar Khemka from Purnia is leading. Dhirendra Pratap Singh from Valmiki Nagar is also leading.
Okay, some big tickets, some big tickets obviously there. Tej Pratap Yadav is now number 4, so he's going to lose that pretty badly. And I don't think many people in the RJD will be commiserating with him either for a lot of things. But what if you are Tej Pratap Yadav, actually Priya, you're saying, haha, down to 46.
And if Tejaswi Yadav loses, then that's another ha-ha from Tej Pratap Yadav's side.
No, let's be realistic, he probably will win, but even if he does and has been brought so close that after 6 rounds of counting you are still behind, I mean that means that really it's a wave election. It's not in your favor.
Yes, and it's that is the one way, or rather the only way of explaining it, because you know we can go later on to issues whether Congress pulled it down or not, but end of the day it is a positive vote in favor of Nitish Kumar rather than a negative vote, I would say. You know,
now, Osama Sahib from Raghunathpur, expected to win this seat, is now trailing. Well, what do you know? And you'll have to do a reference check of his father and his past history to understand why this was an interesting contest. Sorry, Priya, go ahead.
Yeah, so back to Tejaswi. So really he is going to be the story of this election, because you know he has been winning consistently. He did very well in terms of vote share, maybe not in seats in 2024 also. So what went wrong for Tejaswi in this election, or was it just that he could not combat the Nitish wave, as you said? I think it was a wave that no one really saw coming, because everybody was putting this saying that BJP may be ahead, BJP is the one that is pulling Nitish up, but now it is Nitish who is pulling the BJP up. Really, his track record and governance, any scheme that was announced, people were saying, you know, though Modi may have announced it, but people were saying Nitish Kumar ka credibility hai, Nitish Kumar ka susashan hai. So on ground, the people really, there is a lot of empathy for him. You know, we were talking about legacy votes, but Naveen Patnaik could not hold up the momentum. You know, he lost. So
okay,
what did Nitish Kumar do right that Naveen
okay,
Patnaik
so the BJP, like last time, as they did in 2020, will end up with more vote share overall in Bihar than Nitish by about 2 or 3 percentage points. They will end up with more seats than they won in last time. But it is Nitish Kumar who is the man of the hour, who's doubling the number of seats he won last time. Wow. It's not even close. Manasvi, all the exit polls were wrong. It's an even bigger victory than even the most optimistic BJP supporter could have thought a couple of days ago.
Interesting election we have ever had in the recent history. We all were of that opinion that BJP is going to be the bigger partner, and suddenly JDU turns out to be an equal partner and a stronger partner, countering anti-incumbency, countering various other issues which were there, the youth unemployment, the migration issue, the paper leaks issue. Everything has been countered by Nitish Kumar's governance and Prime Minister Narendra Modi's magic, and I think it's a congratulation for NDA and Congress going to such a level of low. I think that is the lowest Congress which could have ever touched in BJP in this Bihar election. So everyone has failed, I think, and only winner here is NDA, and the biggest winner, I would believe, is Nitish Kumar. His governance, people love him still, and he's, as you rightly said, he's going to be the longest chief minister of our country, and that is a congratulatory thing for him. Something which he has countered after 19 years in governance. He has countered anti-incumbency into pro-incumbency. Everything was against him. The age factor was there, anti-incumbency was there. There was something which could have turned out in terms of burning issues were there, which was cited out. The vote chori issue was not an issue in Bihar election. If that would have been an issue, at least Congress could have touched at least double digit. That is not the reality. And NDA crossing 150 plus seats in the early trends, I think this is going to only consolidate. 10% here and there would
as we stand is looking closer to 180.
180. Wow.
It's getting worse for the RJD and the Congress. The Congress is down to 8 leads right now. As far as the Election Commission website is concerned, it's 6. The RJD down to 46. Look at the JDU performance from 43 to potentially 84. Even if that changes by a couple, that's doubling the number of seats. Manasvi, so we were discussing the entire last week that look at the voter turnout, look at the voter turnout, look at the voter turnout. All the women, record since 1951. All these people have come from outside Bihar, come back home to their villages and their houses to cast a vote. It seems that the vast majority of them have come to vote for Nitish.
Correct, 100%, 65% in the first phase, 69% in the second phase. Overall, 67% voter turnout happened in this election, and all this have turned out to be Nitish's voters. All this have turned out to be pro-incumbency voter base for in Bihar election for Nitish Kumar. I think it's a complete landslide victory for Nitish Kumar, his governance after so many years of being in power, anti-incumbency, countering it up, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi's support with him. And it's a huge dent to RJD. It's a huge dent to Indian National Congress, there is no coming back. They have not learned their lessons. They have not tried their best, and they don't have anything which goes in their support. The Mahagathbandhan, they have lowered their numbers even as per the exit polls. Even from the last year, they have lowered their numbers. So something is not well.
Look at that. BJP leading in 79, the JDU in 84. Look at Chirag's number. At 12, Chirag Paswan is going to win significantly more seats than the Congress party. I would have told you that's going to be a difficult one a few days ago. And look at it. This is Priya. This is a wave election. It's just gone one way. Everything else has been left behind. Prashant Kishor leading in a couple. So that's holding. Huh?
Yeah, Prashant Kishor holding is interesting because this is his first election and he is here to stay. You know, he has the
muscle power, money power.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I was trying to find the politically correct word, but he has that. So he is definitely here to stay. This is going to be a very interesting term. I would also like to see. I've forgotten how many seats the LJP is contesting. So their strike rate is also going to be very interesting because JDU and BJP got 101 each. So given that, the JDU strike rate is like 2/3. But Chirag Paswan's strike rate versus Tejashwi Yadav's non-strike rate.
Okay, breaking developments coming in from Raghopur, where Tejashwi Yadav, who was trailing by 2,400 votes, is now trailing by 3,000 votes. So it's become worse and not better. This can still change. 3,000 votes is not insurmountable in a couple of rounds of counting. But from one round to the next round, it has become worse and not better. And that's not good news. It's unhappy news. That would be the upset of this election if we were to lose that seat, which should have been a sure thing. It's being difficult to digest. Still a couple of close, I mean these Jamui and all are done, 11,000 leads and all that, these are closed. Tej Pratap Yadav is number 4 currently, so he's not going to win that, that is closed. But this is the big one, Raghopur, watch out for this. It is a huge deal because it's not the be all end all for his leadership in the party or within the family. But can a defeat, if it becomes of such a scale, cause factionalism in a party that is undergone a dynastic change? Yes, it can. Yes, it can. And that messes you up for the next elections as well. There's a general election in 29 and this, of course, Bihar election next time in 2030. Okay.
You can't blame the Congress for this at least.
Well, yeah, well, absolutely not. So what's the bottom line? From the results and leads as they stand, what has Bihar told us in the pulse, in the fabric? What are the 10 big takeaways that we can distill from this election? Let's put them out. Let's have that conversation. Let's discuss them point by point, step by step. Ladies and gentlemen, number 1, the women's vote is a game changer now in India. That's the formula that is being learned state after state. Karnataka, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Haryana, Bihar is telling you that women are voting more than ever before and they are voting more independently, which means they are also choosing, deciding who they vote for, not following the patronizing aspect of we'll vote where my husband is voting. This is the flavor of at least the coming decade for all political parties. And what a happy thing that this is happening just a few years ahead of 33% reservation in Parliament. So watch out for this one. That's a huge takeaway from Bihar. The second big takeaway is that this double engine concept is becoming a factor. It's no longer a slogan. If you're thinking about who to vote for, you are genuinely thinking, does it make more sense for my state to be with the government at the center, or am I going to see more development being an opposition ruled state? This is no longer a slogan, it's a factor. Number 3 on your screens, government jobs is still an enticement for the youth and their parents. So family with young people, jobs is still a thing, especially government jobs. And the people who are promising them, you'll see more and more political parties come out with these promises. A takeaway from Bihar, and I don't think it's restricted only to Bihar, but especially in Bihar. The fourth major takeaway, which is relevant, is the Congress is in trouble and is getting worse. Now, this is stating the obvious, but from the national politics point of view, we don't seem to have now a coherent opposition, and my hair have gone grey since we had to first discuss it 12 years ago. is becoming worse and worse and worse, state after state. And history will tell you, as soon as the Congress becomes the third largest party in the state, which means it goes away from the number 2 position to 3, 4 and 5, it never comes and leads a government in the state ever again. So if you're in the Congress or vote for the Congress, support the Congress, it's emphasizing a trend of decline. That's not changing. The fifth major takeaway from this election is regional parties are still entrenched players. Now, whether it be a Nitish or it be the RJD, to the detriment of the Congress, not necessarily the BJP. Now, the BJP is not a player in Kerala and Tamil Nadu, but in Bengal it is, in Bihar it is, the Congress isn't. That's unhappy news if you are in the Congress. The fifth major takeaway from the elections is identity politics has diminished, but it's not dead. It's not over. There has been caste line voting, there has been voting on terms of religion. It is not over. Voting in terms of religion, ladies and gentlemen, is not always Muslims coming out in terms of a minority vote. It is also sometimes Hindus coming out in terms of a majority vote, which is a pattern that we probably have seen this time in Bihar. So, is it everything? No, but is it nothing? Certainly not. The seventh out of the 10. High turnout is now a sign of pro-incumbency. It is completely opposite to what we have learnt in psephology before the Modi era in politics, that the more the number the people come out and vote, that means they want change. It's the opposite. This has proved it. We've seen that in the past. We've even seen that in the general elections in the past. Number 8 out of 10 to digest from this election, which is relevant. Welfare politics is as important. I'm not calling it dole, I'm not calling it Revidi and all that, but welfare politics, especially when it comes to women welfare politics, but in general, is as important as roads, bridges, airports. People want money in their accounts. That matters. DBT, huge thing. Number 9 of 10 on your screens. Local issues over the past several elections, including in Bihar, have trumped national issues, which is telling, because the BJP was always long standing on their national strength with Narendra Modi as Prime Minister, but even at the regional state level, with state level issues, at least in these states, they have held their own. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, number 10, the Modi factor is still a core factor, not only for the BJP, but for elections in this country. For the seats that the BJP has won, and they have held on and improved their tally from last time in Bihar, a percentage of those are still being won, percentage of those votes are still being won just on the name of Narendra Modi, not on the candidate, not on the local leadership of the party at the state level. That's what it is. Okay. So, there were things we stand. How do we put the overall picture in perspective? Let's throw this back to Priya before I rope in Suleiman Manasvi and Manish Bariyar of the BJP joining us on the broadcast. Priya Sehgal, the numbers are changing, but they just keep getting worse. We are looking at 190 potentially for the NDA. It might not hold, but that's what it says.
No, I like your 10 takeaways, Rishabh, particularly the point about how now large turnouts really mean pro-incumbency, because, that had really got everybody confused, because the exit polls were saying a moderate lead for the NDA, but the huge turnouts, historic turnouts were, made everybody rethink, take a look at the crowd at Tejashwi's rallies. So, we were calibrating, maybe, we read the numbers wrong, or we read the mood wrong, because there was, there was a lot of euphoria on the ground. I think the issues were the one that there was euphoria, and then the people calculated as to who would be the best to deliver on those issues. And the youth and the young who had come out probably made a calculation that, they would rather go for experience and past delivery track record rather than bet on Tejashwi or even Prashant Kishor for that matter. So, it's interesting to see how the voters' mind has been revealed. And yes, women's vote is now becoming a very strong determining factor, I think. And the fact that the sitting government is in a position to deliver gives them that added advantage. Congress, RJD and all said Jivika Didi, but hum jab aayenge sarkar mein. These guys not only implemented it, gave them money in their hands. So, Diwali time, the women had 10,000 bucks in their banks. Same thing happened in Madhya Pradesh. I remember I was there for the campaign, and just before Diwali, they'd already got 3 tranches of the Ladli Devi scheme that Shivraj Singh Chauhan had promised. So, this empathy that the leaders are reaching out straight to the women, whether it is Mama or Shivraj or whatever, Nitish Nitish Kumar is called on ground, has worked. The personal connect is working. Brands are mattering a lot in terms of the image that you have. Your own connect with the people is mattering a lot. Local faces are coming into play also. This is something that the BJP also will need to take into account, because winning elections on Modi's name is fine, but look at Madhya Pradesh. BJP has got a chief minister in place who is not delivering as much. The next election that may not work in his favor.
Okay, Yogendra Yadav joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Yadav, appreciate your time. What do you make, because we are now looking at this as a sweep? It seems like a wave election if potentially the NDA is up to the north of 180 seats.
Absolutely. I'm disappointed. I'm not surprised. Disappointed because we from Bharat Jodo Abhiyan have been supporting the opposition. We want to strengthen the opposition. I personally campaigned for Mahagathbandhan, so I have reasons to be disappointed. Surprised I'm not. The fact of NDA's victory doesn't surprise me. The normal tendency in political analysis is to assume that someone who won, everything worked for them. That's not the case. To my mind, and sometimes in our political analysis, we tend to put too much of emphasis on what happened in the last 1 month or so. To my mind, this election, the fundamentals were with the NDA right from day one. 3 or 4 things. Number one, NDA is a larger coalition than Mahagathbandhan. Larger, if you look at even 2020 election, and if you recall the fact that Chirag Paswan was not in NDA, and then they were equal in terms of votes. So once you look at the current configuration, NDA started with an advantage of something like 5%. It's also larger because it's a bigger social coalition. The Mahagathbandhan draws upon at the most 40% of Bihar's population, Muslims, Yadavs, and a few other smaller communities. The NDA draws upon at least 50% of Bihar's population. So that's a much larger pool to draw upon from. Number 3, over the years, systematically, the NDA has targeted, specifically Nitish Kumar, has targeted women voters who have gone beyond the standard caste community lines to favor him a little more. And the latest, you could call it empathy. I was listening to your discussion. But I would call it a straight bribe, which has been legitimized by the Election Commission, just handing over 10,000 rupees when the model code of conduct is in operation. That confirmed it. So these 3 things have been in NDA's favor, and that tilted the election right from day one in favor of the Mahagathbandhan. This, of course, was cemented by the fact that the entire system, be it the misuse of official machinery, be it the role of money and the media, or be it the role of the Election Commission.
But Mr. Yadav, the problem is, respectfully, sir, that we then assume that most of the people in Bihar who have voted in record numbers are either bought or bribed, and which becomes a rather strong assumption to make. So we are assuming that they either took the 10,000 rupees or they took muscle power, money power, and they're all bought over. We've had a historic turnout, sir. Generally, as you know, large turnouts are not good news for the party in power. What do you think has changed that trend?
I don't think you have heard me carefully. I said right from the beginning, in terms of political coalition and in terms of social coalition, NDA is bigger than MGB. So right from the beginning, in the fair election situation as well, the NDA had an advantage, which has been supplemented by this fact of the NDA has worked hard among women over the last few years. Last time it was prohibition. Before that, it was cycle for girl, child. All these schemes have worked. It is only the latest one, which I'm calling bribe. There is no other name for it. It is bribery, plain and simple, and the Election Commission is partisan in this respect. So I'm not saying the entire election was decided just because people were bribed. But it would be foolish to say that the entire election was decided just by bribe. It would be equally foolish to deny the fact that this was bribe, plain and simple, something that Election Commission should have prevented.
Okay, the Congress performance, sir, has come down to single digits as things stand and are likely now to stand. Tejashwi is in trouble in his own seat in Raghopur. He'll probably still win, but it's becoming close. Are there similar factors to what you described? Do they explain these also, these occurrences as well?
I'm surprised by the extent of victory. That NDA was ahead. That NDA was going to be much ahead of the MGP is something I had a sense. I campaigned for MGP, but I had a sense that NDA was much ahead of them. That was quite clear. However, the number of seats that we see now and the percentage gap, which is nearly 11% or so, that does surprise me because that is not what I sensed on the ground. When Mahagathbandhan is doing as poorly as it is, we must look at the possibility that Mahagathbandhan has made mistakes. To my mind, the simple fact is that what started as a movement of the socially deprived in 1990, the coming of Lalu Prasad Yadav, was a social revolution in Bihar. It was not merely the party of Muslims and Yadavs. It was a party of all the deprived communities of Bihar. Over the years, it has shrunk into a party which is largely supported by Muslims and Yadavs, with only a few people from outside coming in to support that. That is something which the opposition has to look at. The opposition needs to introspect. That Congress has done worse is just as the entire alliance has worked. I'm actually more surprised about the CPI-ML doing as poorly as it has done, because I thought they are the ones who've done work on the ground. At least they have an organization, unlike the Congress. So I'm surprised at that. However, the entire opposition seems to have done much worse than I had expected them to do.
Okay. Yogendra Yadav, if we look at the trends post 2024, my last question to you, where the BJP in itself required the NDA to form a government, it didn't emerge as the single largest party, but after that, from Arunachal to Maharashtra to Odisha, which was a big one, in Maharashtra, in Delhi this year, now again in Bihar, in Andhra, albeit again to a partnership, it seems that the trends are all in one direction. So where does that leave national politics?
Not all. I think we've had two major reversals. All others that you mentioned actually happened with the Lok Sabha election. The two major reversals were Maharashtra and Haryana. These were major shocks, major reversals, major upsets for the opposition, which in a sense reversed the overall mood and overall momentum that the opposition has built. Bihar, I would not see as a reversal or major thing, because in Bihar, the NDA had already done very well in the Lok Sabha election. So what we are witnessing today is a repetition with a slight upper edge to the opposite, this. So I would not see that as a major thing. To my mind, the real test will come in Uttar Pradesh.
Okay, before we let you go, Sir, Priya Sehgal has a quick question.
Hi Yogendra Yadav ji, Priya Sehgal here. One quick question. Looking back at the campaign, do you think that this campaign of vote chori may be, emphasizing so much on that and not the local issues? I'm not questioning the issue that was raised, but maybe more local issues would have been better from the Congress side?
That's for Congress to answer. For us, the campaign of campaign against SIR was not a campaign directed at ensuring that this party or that party wins. The campaign was about ensuring that everyone gets the right to vote, that people should not be disenfranchised. And I personally have some sense of satisfaction that SIR, which was originally designed to exclude at least 1.5 crore or 2 crore people, ended up excluding only 40 lakh people or so. That's bad, but not as bad as it could have been. But yes, vote chori by itself cannot be the election campaign. Finally, you have to have election campaign on issues that matter to people's everyday life and livelihoods.
Okay. Yogendra Yadav, appreciate your thoughts on this. As he mentioned, he was involved in the campaign in favor of the Mahagathbandhan, but is explaining how he feels the results have panned out. Let me quickly get in Manish Bariyar of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Manish ji, obviously now as we head into the afternoon hours, it's a passionate politics is a passionate job. at the district level, local level, senior level, it definitely pumps you up if you have a good result. Has this beaten even your expectations?
Good afternoon to you and to my co-panelists and all the viewers. Not at all. In fact, Amit Shah ji had very categorically mentioned that we would be 160 plus. I think this mood is because of the exit polls, because they were very conservative. And there were reasons for that, because a lot of them got wrong last time.
But I could argue Amit Shah was being conservative because you're looking at 180 plus now.
No, he said 160 plus for sure. But, in party, everybody knew that there is a very high chance that we would get historical mandate. And this is not something, it was just an optimistic view. Because, see, you have two leaders out there. Now, anybody in this country, let alone Bihar, you choose between Nitish Kumar and with Prime Minister being there, and you choose Tejashwi Yadav. I think the answer is very simple, right? You include Mr. Rahul Gandhi also in that. And ask the country to choose between these two sides. And I think Bihar has done that. The whole country has done that number of times. Bihar has also repeated. Now, along with that, I particularly take exception to, now he's not there, Yogendra ji, but he was talking about bribing. He's not privy to the fact that this scheme was there from 2006 for Jivika Didis. But people would really get into false narratives. I don't want to really get into that. But then, this NDA government is about performance. This is about development. This is about political empowerment, social empowerment, as well as economic empowerment. All the three factors are there, which a lot of times people who are doing analysis miss out on. It's very, very simple out here that Prime Minister in last 11 years, he has visited Bihar 64 times. In last 1.5 years, he has come 16 times. He has done so many Jan Sabhas. If you look at Nitish ji, this time he did around 200 Jan Sabhas. Now, if you compare with what happened in our coalition vis-a-vis the opposite, Mahagathbandhan, you would not see a united front at all. Right, people were saying friendly fight, but then, it was a suicidal fact. In fact, I saw out of 11 seats, 9 they are, likely to lose out of those 11 where they had so-called friendly fights. So it was not a united house. So it was very, very much expected lines, because opposition which is not united, they were undercutting each other. As you know, even Tejashwi, is likely to lose. So that kind of a situation was there.
Okay. I do have a couple of follow-up questions, because of course now it's the opposition to figure out where they lost it, for you to figure out where you won it. For people watching this broadcast, I can tell you very safely and reliably that this result even beats the best case scenarios of the BJP and the NDA. Even they were not expecting this kind of victory. So this is a wave election. This is not an election which you could have computed. This is completely gone. Look at the figures that LJP is pulling in this election. Everybody just voted NDA. So my question to you, Manish ji, is that in a situation where we've had a record voter turnout and the highest women turnout since 1951, since India became a republic. Now, that is telling you that either they have faith in you or they have absolutely no faith in the RJD and Congress. Either way, they've given you a strong mandate. You now have the double engine. What is the pressure now to deliver in Bihar?
No, see, it makes us humbler. We knew that people of Bihar have faith on us, and that confidence was obviously there. So the vote is a very positive reinforcement of what we have been doing for last 20 years. And people have to realize, I would just share one NK Singh's article just recently came, that Bihar's nominal GDSP is between 23 to 26%. Now, this is unprecedented. So, we have been working very hard to ensure that the fruits of development reaches the last mile, the last person, wherever that person is. So I'm sure, and the kind of programs and policy the Prime Minister as well as the Chief Minister has made, I'm sure that people would find that their lives would improve even further.
No, you have to do it, sir. The 10,000 rupee doesn't do it. You'll have to build the roads, the airports, the bridges. the trains, they have to be sorted out. Bihar needs it now, and there are no excuses after a victory like this to deliver in the next 5 years. So my next question, sir, is the BJP has never had a chief minister in Bihar, never had it. You are going to win the largest vote share. You're going to be, if not the, but one of the largest parties yet again. Has the time come for a BJP chief minister? Maybe not immediately, maybe 2 years later, 3 years later.
No, see, we never contested this election as a BJP or JDU or LJP. We have always called Panch Pandavas, 5 parties are there and they are one. So it was under the leadership of Nitish ji. So that was, that was never in question. And you saw the kind of historic mandate. The people of Bihar have faith on Nitish ji as a leader. And we have been, and Prime Minister, 5 elections that have been, that has been conducted in Bihar under the leadership of Prime Minister. Every election, people of Bihar have given him support and thumping majority. So these two people are principal figures around which Bihar's development agenda and the vision goes. And I don't see that changing at all.
All right. Okay. This is where it, for people watching the broadcast, this is where it went all wrong in 2020. It should have been a one-way NDA result, not as emphatic as this one. This is a sweep. But it should have been an NDA government, didn't become an NDA government primarily because of this issue. Of course, you're getting a far stronger, if diplomatic, answer from the BJP spokesperson. So let me try again on a different tack. If we are looking at a position, sir, in Bihar with a trend that is set, where a record number of people have come in now voted for you. We have elections now coming up in the south of India, in Tamil Nadu, in Kerala, in the northeast, in Assam. It's going to be a busy electoral year next year. Do you think this pattern holds, that you are strong and will perhaps even emerge stronger in the south?
Absolutely. The people of this country have seen the leadership of Prime Minister, and they've seen that this double engine sarkar works. Bihar was in a very, very sad state of affairs 20 years back. And then, from 2014 onwards, once both these, Prime Minister and Nitish ji came together, the face of Bihar has changed. For last 5-6 years, Bihar has always been top 5 in GDSP growth rate, and second last year.
Okay, we'll be conservative. We won't say changed. We'll try to say changing. I think there's still a long way to go, and like I keep telling you, with great power comes great responsibility. A thumping mandate in Bihar, a pretty stable mandate at the center, double engine, everything, and no excuses left over the next 5 years. Let me get Sulaiman Mohammad Khan. Sulaiman Mohammad Khan, obviously now your job becomes to make sure that they do deliver the development they promised. But it is now single digits, sir. It's 12 o'clock. It's not looking good. It's been a bad day at the office. What do you take away from this?
What should we do? Should we dismantle our party? Let BJP, Prime Minister Modi should become Prime Minister forever, and BJP, be in the government in every state and at the center. And it's like, it will not look like democracy, rather a dictatorship. This is what you and other people want. Because
no. What are you suggesting you and other people want?
20 minutes I heard you. You said even if you vote for Congress or not vote for Congress, the picture doesn't look good. These are the 10 reasons. This narrative is not good.
It's not a narrative, sir. I mean, I wish you had read the A.K. Antony report 12 years ago. Clearly, you've not. I wish you had. This is the problem. Who has said that the Congress is irrelevant in the country? You come down to 5 seats in Bihar and you are thinking that this is the problem of the narrative. No, the problem is with the parties, not with us.
Once you were speaking for 20 minutes, I just started, I said something, you cut me short. Better I exit the show or you at least listen to me. This is not proper manners. I started, you interjected. You could have replied.
Sulaiman Mohammad Khan, the party is down at 5 seats. I've asked you, how do you see these results? You are saying we'll shut the Congress, a narrative you are setting. I am not setting any such narrative, sir. The party is struggling in a particular state. My question to you is, where do you see it go from here? It's a simple question.
Did you say that transfer of 10,000 rupees, post model code of conduct, post the nominations being done, it's illegal. It's not hijacking of election. Was election commission not with BJP on this? At least this is an admitted fact. That 10,000 rupees have been transferred in each woman's house, bank account on 23rd or 24th of October, post nomination for both the phases. Did anyone say this? That it was illegal? And did you ask that despite worst law and order situation, second in the country, the first being Uttar Pradesh and its NCRB data, what extraordinary you have done? People being murdered in Patna, near to residence of the chief minister, despite people voting, no jobs, nothing. Which university you have opened in 20 years? How many hospitals have you opened? How many jobs have you given? Despite all the failures, they are getting a more than 2/3 majority, and Congress is losing. That's a matter which we'll analyze during the course of the day. But the BJP spokesperson was saying that it's all the policies of the Prime Minister and the Chief Minister, etc., etc. What have you done? Is Bihar the number one state of the country? It's like Europe. Very good roads, hospital, education, law and order. These are the parameters. In which parameter Bihar is under top 10?
No, you're right. Those are reasonable parameters. But my question to you was that for some reason, record voter turnout, record women voter turnout since 51, but they haven't voted for you.
Did you find this election result? Did you not find this election result not very shocking to you or surprising? Even the exit polls have failed to analyze. You said it's a wave election. Where was the wave? Did you cover it on ground or even on TV? Did you see is there was a wave?
So what are you suggesting? Are you suggesting the results are fixed? What are you suggesting?
No. I am not saying this. Don't put words in my mouth. I am, as a human being, as a thinking person, I am just trying to analyze that nobody, just like Maharashtra, 2/3, more than 2/3. How this happened? We have to analyze that despite the complete failure of Nitish and BJP. And BJP spokesperson talking about Prime Minister's development, etc. You were talking about double engine, coming on ground. What else? Did you remember in 2020 or 2015, if I remember it correctly, in one of the assembly elections, Prime Minister promised that I'll, give a special status to Bihar. How much money do you want? 10,000 crore चाहिए. चलो 1.25 lakh crore दिया. 20,000 crore चाहिए. Did 1.25 lakh crore a special status to Bihar has been given? What was the extraordinary thing which has been done by the BJP and Nitish Babu that this has come?
Sir, I don't know because the people have voted and they voted overwhelmingly for one side. Now, why they voted is what we're...
Last
okay.
10 seconds.
Yeah, please go ahead. Finish your thought.
Yeah, what I am saying, it's not about winning and losing. Congress party may lose when it doesn't, it's a matter of concern. We analyze. It's 12 noon right now. So it's a whole day which we have to analyze, and tomorrow and how the results come booth-wise, etc., constituency-wise. But as a political analyst or a political person, everyone, you being a journalist also analyze politics in different fields of endeavor of different people. As a political person, as a practicing lawyer, we analyze what has happened. So to my understanding, as a thinking person, this result, NDA touching 200, the same as what's happened in Maharashtra, it seems. So it is beyond imagination. Even the BJP people we met in Bihar were not expecting that out of 101 seats BJP contested or JDU contested each 101, they'll get 90. Nobody.
I agree with you. I agree with you. We speak to people in politics as well. Nobody was expecting this result, but there you have it. The people have voted. That's why I said it's a wave election, because nobody was expecting this. Okay, hold your thought. I need to take a break. Before I do, let me take Pankaj Vora has been listening in to both sides of the conversation. For the record, we just had Yogendra Yadav, and we had a very respectful conversation where we heard out whatever he had to say. We generally try to hear out what everybody has to say, whether we agree or disagree with it. There is no denying the facts and figures on your screens, Pankaj Vora. Nobody was expecting this. If it's at 190 with the BJP as a single largest party, improving its tally, Nitish nearly doubling his tally, the RJD down to the 30s, and the Congress down to single digits. What do we make of this?
Well, it is really an overwhelming victory for the NDA. As you said, no one expected such a spectacular victory, but it has happened. And all congratulations to the winners or the likely winners. Having said that, it is very evident and very obvious that there was no resistance from the other side. There was no program which was given by the other side which appealed to the voters, which appealed to the people. So it is something which leaves a lot of room for thought and introspection for both the Congress and the RJD. So far as RJD is concerned, no one expected it to collapse so much. Congress, everyone knew will end up in single digits. So it is not surprising so far as the Congress is concerned. It has no organization. The Congress spokesperson, unfortunately, was talking about parameters which should have been discussed. But I mean, these parameters were never the talking points of its leaders who were campaigning. The Congress does not have an organization in Bihar. It needs to strengthen its organization. Its leaders were talking about special intensive revision of votes, an issue which was nowhere in any survey which was conducted by their own party as well. The leaders were talking about vote chori. Is this vote chori this kind of victory? It is a victory which is absolutely so convincing that it leaves nothing to imagination. It should be accepted, and people should move on from there. There are still people who are speculating that Nitish, who is also known as the Paltu Ram, may again flip, and if RJD has sufficient numbers, it could be again a.
But ironically, as things stand, they can't still form a government.
They cannot. But there has been speculation. It may be unfounded speculation, but there have been people who have been speculating. So BJP, by emerging as the single largest party, holds all the cards in its hands. It is a victory which has been carved out by good strategy. By Amit Shah, Prime Minister Modi, and JP Nadda, and of course Bihar leaders on the ground. So it is something which should be accepted. I mean, it is something which I mean, people can't be criticizing that a one-sided victory. I mean, what was the other side doing? You are allowing I mean, the NDA to score one goal after the other, and there's nobody to defend the goal, because Rahul Gandhi goes after a very successful yatra. He goes on almost a 2-month, vacation or sabbatical from politics, either to South America or to other places. So where was the seriousness? People could see through it. Yes, 10,000 rupees did matter. The bureaucracy in Bihar was for Nitish Kumar. They wanted Nitish to win, because they were the ones who were according to popular perception ruling the state in the last 5 years, and they did whatever they could to help Nitish. But what was the other side doing? This is the question. They won. Any side which wins will employ all the tactics and the resources which are available to them.
Correct.
But what about the other side? Just want to know, want to understand. And by declaring Tejashwi Yadav as the chief ministerial face of the Mahagathbandhan, there were earlier reports that many EBCs were planning to support the Mahagathbandhan. But then after Tejashwi's declaration, there's this Yadav phobia which exists there, and the people were reminded, some of them, of the Jungle Raj. And this victory is a victory where women have played the most important role.
Yeah.
And it is a victory which has been on the shoulders of women and not as much on the shoulders of the activists of JDU and BJP. But women have shown their preference, and that is how the things stand.
Okay, all right. I'm just going to take a 2-minute break. The results are done, ladies and gentlemen. The numbers are going to slightly change, correct a little bit, 1 or 2. But this is an overwhelming victory for the NDA in Bihar. It is the Congress reduced to single digits, and Tejashwi Yadav cut down by more than half, and to the point of losing his own seat. It became that much of a mess. So the writing is now on the wall. The NDA gets chance to celebrate, of course, a lot of responsibility because they've got no excuses now. They've got an overwhelming mandate and a double engine. But the bottom line is welfare, women, double engine. This is the formula that is working state after state after state, and there's nothing that anybody is coming up with that is being able to stop this juggernaut. We've seen it happen since the 2024 elections ended. It has replaced the formula of national security, of dynasty, of the Congress the last 60 years. Welfare, women, double engine. Take a break. See you in a minute.
मुझे बवासीर है और दर्द भी रहता है।
इसके लिए वैद्य ऋषि का अर्शकल्प एक सेफ और क्लिनिकली टेस्टेड आयुर्वेदिक फॉर्मूला है।
जल्द राहत के लिए वैद्य ऋषि का अर्शकल्प।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
2047 में कैसा होगा विकसित भारत का विकसित उत्तर प्रदेश? क्या आप चाहते हैं कि कृषि क्षेत्र में नवाचार और पशुधन की समृद्धि से बढ़े अन्नदाता की आमदनी, गांव-गांव तक पहुंचे चौड़ी सड़कें, हवाई यात्रा के लिए किसान की जेब में हो पैसे, विश्व स्तरीय शिक्षा और वर्ल्ड क्लास इलाज, बढ़े उद्योग, रोजगार, नौकरी और अपना व्यापार, रिन्यूएबल और ग्रीन एनर्जी हो यूपी में फुल, ताकि कभी न हो बत्ती गुल, डीप टेक, AI और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक संसाधनों का बिछे जाल, सांस्कृतिक धरोहर का पुनर्जागरण और गौरव काल। क्या आप चाहते हैं ऐसा उत्तर प्रदेश? अगर हाँ, तो उठाइए मोबाइल, QR कोड को स्कैन करें और पोर्टल samarthuttarpradesh.up.gov.in पर लिखकर या बोलकर दर्ज कराएं सुझाव। आपके सुझाव से बनेगा विकसित यूपी का रोड मैप और मूल्यवान सुझाव देने वाले किए जाएंगे सम्मानित, क्योंकि आपकी राय विकसित यूपी बनाए।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का, इसके साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
Welcome back. You're watching Newsx. I'm Megha Sharma, and this is the big day. A big victory is on the line for the NDA. The numbers say it all. I'm going to once again repeat it for my audience over here. BJP over here is at 87, leading at 87. JDU, which is led by Nitish Kumar, 76. RJD over here at 36, Lok Jan Shakti Party 19, and the Congress has performed dismally at 6, which has of course reduced the number of the BJP from the 2020 tally that it had been able to garner. Let's start off our conversation. Joining me on the telecast is Pankaj Vora. I would want to understand from you, sir, in terms of what has worked for the NDA, what has worked specifically for the BJP, for the JDU, for the Lok Jan Shakti Party. In contrast, what went wrong, miserably wrong for the RJD and for the Congress?
On the face of it, everything went right for the NDA and everything went wrong for the Mahagathbandhan. Having said that, it is certainly superior strategy, superior thinking, deployment of cadres, deployment of resources that has led to this overwhelming and spectacular victory of the NDA. And for this, all credit goes to the NDA leaders, especially Home Minister Amit Shah, who was the spearhead of the campaign here, though Nitish, is the person who was the basically the nucleus around which the entire campaign was built. And Nitish was helped greatly by his support which he has received and the NDA received from the women. It's a victory which has been carved out by the support of the women. For whatever reason, the opposition may say that 10,000 rupees were put in their account or various other factors, but it has been achieved. It is a part of a similar strategy which was adopted in Maharashtra, a similar strategy which was adopted in Haryana. So, the NDA has shown to its opponents that it is, way ahead of their thinking and their strategy. Coming back to the RJD and the Congress, firstly, the RJD and Congress, there was lack of coordination. The Congress is without an organization. It has been without an organization for last so many years, and repeated attempts to, drive this in their head does not seem to be working. They think that haath hilakar election jeeta jata hai. Those days are over. Rahul Gandhi got tremendous support when he organized that yatra, but instead of consolidating on the support he was getting, he disappeared from the scene for virtually 2 months. You don't fight elections by disappearing. He went to South America and all other places, and by the time he came back, the game was lost. And by declaring Tejashwi as the chief ministerial face, the Mahagathbandhan gave rise to the Yadav phobia. They were reminded of, people were reminded of the Jungle Raj or the, lack of law and order which existed during Lalu Yadav's regime. So they were scared. Many EBCs who were willing to come and vote in favor of the, Mahagathbandhan, went back to the JDU and the BJP, thinking that there's no point, it will again, perpetuate a Raj which is something which is going to be very bad for them. So these are so many factors, and there are other things also, the real issues. The Congress spokesman on your channel was talking about, parameters are law and order, unemployment, this, that. But these were not the talking points of their leaders. The leaders were talking of, special intensive revision of votes. Yeah. They are talking of vote chori. When you are so far removed from the ground, how can you be, touching the hearts of people who are wanting a change or who want better governance? The bureaucracy was, overwhelmingly helping Nitish to stay in power, and though there is no evidence of it, in terms of concrete terms, but it was obvious that they have been ruling for the last 5 years, and they would want, their hold to be consolidated. So these are things, and for which, one needs to understand and one needs to compliment the BJP and Nitish Kumar for this spectacular victory.
Okay. Kalyani Shankar is also on the show with me. Kalyani Shankar, what is your assessment of the results? Thumping majority with which the NDA is now leading, and especially the very dismal performance of the RJD. Tejashwi, who was spearheaded as the chief ministerial face of the Mahagathbandhan alliance. He has been performing consistently well in the past assembly elections. What went wrong?
Well, the basic thing is nobody expected BJP to get this thumping majority. I mean, they were saying that NDA would win, but nobody, not even BJP people, expected this kind of results. BJP had many advantages. First is ruling at the center, ruling in the state, and then together they are talking of the double engine. Then Nitish Kumar has been able to get the support of the women the past 20 years, one after the other. The last thing was about, depositing 10,000 rupees in their account, lakhs of women. So this definitely has gone into his favor. And the third thing is that RSS worked fully for the election, and when RSS works, definitely the victory is sure. So that is
okay.
Another thing. They have the cadre also. BJP has the cadre. But as far as the RJD and the Congress, concerned, RJD has not thought of the good strategy to deal with the BJP. He should have thought of it much better. But then he's proved to be a good young leader. Now he's lost his stage. So we will have to see why he did not do it, whether they had lack of funds, lack of workers, or lack of other things. So that is why RJD has got very little, but Congress is worse. That's because Rahul Gandhi, both the brother and sister, they have not bothered about developing the state, and they have not been coming to visiting the state also often. In Bihar, long time ago, Congress ruled, I think 1985. After that, they have not come to power at all. Whereas BJP is now going to set up its first government in Bihar. It's a great victory for the BJP, and I really compliment them for doing this. And despite all the allegations of, EVM problem, and so many other things which they are talking about.
Stay on with me, ma'am. I'm also being joined on the telecast by Shahid Siddiqui. He's a former Rajya Sabha member of Parliament. Shahid Siddiqui, your assessment of the results that are coming in. It's a massive victory that is on the anvil for the NDA. Both the BJP and the JDU and Lok Jan Shakti Party have performed, and that has consolidated such a massive victory. The margin is unprecedented. The way BJP and the JDU performed last time around in 2020 and in the Lok Sabha as well is very reflective of how people have supported and put their faith in NDA once again.
It was expected victory for NDA. I very much expected it, but not that huge a margin that which has come, and it is all because of the strategic planning of BJP, the way they have emerged as the most well-oiled election winning machinery in the world. I don't see anywhere in the world such an organized election winning machinery, and BJP led by Mr. Amit Shah. I mean, people give the credit to Modi ji, of course the credit is there. They give credit to Nitish Kumar, of course a lot of credit goes to him, but the real credit goes to Amit Shah, who does micromanagement, and it is a victory for that management, not just the issues you raise, not just the candidates you put up, but the way you are able to micromanage smallest things on the ground. And that's where Congress has failed time and again. Congress totally fails in micromanagement. They all manage at the top. The top leadership is managed, where they will go, what kind of rallies they will hold, which helicopters they will use, etc., etc. But they don't have cadre on the ground, and they do not prepare for the polling booths. That they cannot bring their supporters. I've seen time and again that they have in areas, certain areas, they have huge support, but they are unable to bring them to the polling booths, and they don't turn them into voters. So and then it's also a big defeat for Tejashwi Yadav, because he has tried to work on the laurels of his father, on the past victories of RJD, but he has not been able to reinvent the party. He has not been able to appeal to the young, to women especially. And that's where, Nitish Kumar has succeeded time and again. He has emerged as the real hero for the women of Bihar, although he has not been able to change their life. But he has been able to tell them that I am there for you. I am going to bring some relief for you in the future. So that's what's happened. So, but I don't see huge change in Bihar. Bihar is going to remain where it is at the pits, but of course, there will be a double engine sarkar, triple engine sarkar, but those engines are not going to bring a lot of development to Bihar. Bihar remains where it is.
You spoke about women, over 71% record percentage of women that came out and voted, and there was a sustained campaign from the Mahagathbandhan as well as the NDA. But what tilted it in favor of the NDA, particularly speaking about the 10,000 rupees that were deposited into the women's account, whereas Tejashwi Yadav carried forward the campaign of supporting women and the initiatives, particularly of depositing 2,500 rupees per month if he comes to power.
Look, here it was delivered. Although I have my doubts that whether it was very fair, it was very unfair to allow the government to deposit these 10,000 rupees when the election was virtually to be announced and the election campaign was on. Just before the voting, these 10,000 rupees were deposited into the accounts of more than a crore women, which was absolutely unfair, wouldn't have been allowed in any other democracy, and in the past election commissions would have allowed that. But that was allowed, that has happened. But the Gathbandhan should have been prepared for it, because the same strategy was adopted by NDA in Madhya Pradesh, in Maharashtra, so they should have been prepared for it. So promises really don't work. What people see now is deliver. People don't have faith in the politicians' promises. But if something is delivered, they say, "Ye to karke dikhaya hai, ye to ho gaya." So that has played a very major role. Women have risen above caste. They have broken caste barriers to vote for NDA, and that I think is the turning point, because last election there was only a difference of hardly 1% votes, but now it seems that there is 3-4% vote difference, and that difference, a major difference, is coming from women, and that's the major turning point for the NDA.
Okay, Shahid Siddiqui, thank you very much for joining me on the telecast, sharing your views. We'll come right back. I request all my panelists to stay put, and we'll take a short break.
And with that, let me go across to my colleague Devika for the latest news coming in from Maharashtra.
Hello, my name is Devika Diwan and you're watching Next in Maharashtra, a special segment where we bring you the latest from India's financial capital. Here's what's making headlines in Maharashtra this week. In a move to boost health infrastructure in the Gadchiroli district, the Maharashtra government has inaugurated a 100-bed hospital to support women's health care. Watch this special report.
Once a hotbed of Maoism, Aheri in Gadchiroli has now scripted a new chapter with the launch of a state-of-the-art 100-bed hospital dedicated to providing care for women and newborns. Built at a cost of Rs 83 crore, the facility stands as a landmark in strengthening maternal and child healthcare in this tribal-dominated district. Spread across 13,460 square meters, the hospital is equipped with a modular operation theatre, a dedicated labour room, a special newborn care unit and a modern clinical laboratory. The centre also ensures uninterrupted power and water supply, solar backup, patient lifts and advanced fire safety systems. With services like C-sections and neonatal intensive care now available locally, the hospital promises to bring a sharp decline in maternal and infant mortality rates.
In other news, Maharashtra is nurturing the next generation of startups with over 45% startups being owned by women. Take a look.
Maharashtra has strengthened its reputation as India's startup powerhouse, with nearly 45% of its registered startups led by women. Taking the spirit forward, a new pre-incubation centre was launched at the Innovation Mahakumbh. This shall serve as a dedicated platform where students can shape their ideas, connect with industries and investors, and learn how to turn concepts into successful ventures. The centre will guide young innovators in building prototypes and preparing for full-scale incubation programs that offer technical and financial backing. With focused mentorship and strong policy support, Maharashtra is building the foundation of a new entrepreneurial era, one where every idea can spark innovation, create solutions, transform industries and drive economic growth.
In other news, Maharashtra is bracing for the Nashik Kumbh Mela in 2027, with the state's officials ensuring cleanliness and world-class infrastructure. Here's the report.
Nashik now pulses with preparations for the Grand Kumbh Mela, where legends of Samudra Manthan come alive through Shahi Snans, Akhada processions and the collective quest for moksha. The event will kick off with flag hoisting on October 31, 2026 at Ramkund. The pinnacle arrives in 2027 with 3 Amrit Snans on 2nd August, 31st August and 12th September, where seers from 13 akhadas are set to lead majestic processions to the ghats, drawing an estimated 30 to 40 lakh devotees per snan and up to 5 crore overall. Backed by a colossal Rs 15,000 crore development blueprint, including Rs 7,500 crore from the Nashik Municipal Corporation and over Rs 4,000 crore in immediate tenders, the Mela will usher in world-class infrastructure to honor the divine and host global faithful. Key enhancements include 9 new bridges across the Godavari and its tributaries, resurfacing and widening of 75 km of ring roads, and 18 major city roads upgraded for Rs 990 crore. The Namami Godavari campaign will purify the river with 9 modern STPs, new sewer lines and water treatment plants worth Rs 450 crores, ensuring pristine waters for the sacred baths.
And finally, the Maharashtra government has amped up the budget for the annual road safety and awareness drives with a special focus on tactile paving. Here's the full story.
In a bold step for pedestrian safety, the Maharashtra government has directed all municipal corporations, including the BMC, to allocate at least 1% of their annual budget for road safety and awareness drives. Among the 14-point action plan, a key directive requires the installation of tactile paving at all major public transport hubs to ensure safe navigation for the visually impaired. This aligns with the international accessibility standards and marks a first-of-its-kind statewide enforcement in the country. Civic bodies must now coordinate closely with local traffic police to redesign pedestrian access points. This includes creating seamless entry and exit routes, designated waiting zones, and continuous tactile pathways from transport nodes to surrounding areas. A stern warning has been issued to remove all encroachments from footpaths and pedestrian corridors immediately. Municipalities must ensure adequate street lighting, regular cleaning, and 24/7 CCTV surveillance on footover bridges, subways, and zebra crossings.
And those were this week's updates from Maharashtra. You're watching our special segment Next in Maharashtra. Stay tuned for more news on the other side.
मुझे बवासीर है और दर्द भी रहता है।
इसके लिए वैद्य ऋषि का अर्शकल्प एक सेफ और क्लिनिकली टेस्टेड आयुर्वेदिक फॉर्मूला है।
जल्द राहत के लिए वैद्य ऋषि का अर्शकल्प।
Welcome back. You're watching Newsx. I'm Megha Sharma, and let's take you through the numbers once again. BJP at 85, JDU 78, RJD 32, LJP 21, CPIM 6, but Congress performed dismally at 5. Coming back to you, Pankaj Vora, and in terms of the statistics, in terms of the votes that have also been garnered by the NDA, have been unprecedented, and particularly talking about the BJP's performance. BJP has performed consistently, but JDU has doubled its tally almost from 43 to 78. How has Nitish Kumar been able to restore the faith and reassure them after the debacle? I wouldn't say the debacle, but a reduced vote count and reduced seat count in 2020.
The thing is that in 2020, the voting percentage of both the combinations was virtually identical. I mean, the vote percentage was around 37%. Now, you know, various surveys in the last 30 days or 45 days have shown that the NDA was up by at least 10 to 11%, while the Mahagathbandhan was up by only 1%. So this is all getting reflected in the results. I mean, there has been a difference of at least 10% vote share, if not more, between the two combinations, the two alliances which were contesting. Secondly, Amit Shah made it very clear that this election is being contested under the leadership of Nitish Kumar. So basically, it is a vote which has gone in favor of the current Chief Minister, and BJP has benefited by it because Nitish Kumar is the magnet or the nucleus around which the women in particular have voted, the EBCs have voted, and you know the weaker sections have voted, and all sections which are opposed and are looking for protection against Lalu Yadav and his workers and supporters have voted. So BJP is of course benefiting. BJP in every alliance benefits. If you see, there is a pattern. In Maharashtra at one time it was the junior partner of Shiv Sena, then it became the senior partner. It has, wherever it has gone, it has somehow eliminated its junior partners and has come to power, except with exceptions of Punjab and some places. So BJP is riding a very high horse. It has now consolidated its position nationally, and secondly, it has also in the Indo-Gangetic plain, and shown that the UP result is not going to be any different than what Bihar result can be. So it is also a shot in the arm for Yogi Adityanath. So these things are there.
Yeah.
And it is not that BJP has done extremely well as a party and as a government. It has its own limitations. It has its various pitfalls. But because the opposition collapses, it benefits by default, and that is what has been the mantra, that the opposition has been unable to match its strategy and has collapsed, allowing the BJP and its allies to, go up in terms of both figures and in terms of percentages.
Okay, all right. I'm also right now being joined by my reporter. He's on the ground. He is at the Delhi Congress office. Anand Singh is being joined by Member of Parliament of the Congress, Tariq Anwar. Over to you, Anand. All right, before I go to Anand, coming back to Sunny Dhiman, who's also on the show with me. Sunny, talking about the double engine magic of the BJP that has worked not just particularly in Bihar, as we witness in terms of the votes and the seats, but a precedent that seems to have been set when we talk about the assembly elections in Maharashtra, we talk about Madhya Pradesh, Odisha. This has been a pattern that has been set. Do you think Modi magic has worked and resonated with the people?
Good afternoon, Megha. Hello.
I can
good
hear
afternoon,
you.
Megha.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm amazed after this election result. So I'll bring an analogy of like a cricket match. Bihar election is like a cricket match where one team's hand is handcuffed behind their back, and the bowlers of the team is not allowed to throw a ball more than 100 km/h, and the umpire has joined the batting side, and on every catch, however this fielding side is going to make, on every catch the umpire is saying no ball. And also the surprising thing is that the audience or the spectator who is watching this match, they are paid 10,000 rupees to cheer for the batting side and this uneven match which is happening right now. The result has been announced recently. It's there. So the people are saying that Bihar election, the opposition was quite weak. They were not united. The Congress party did this and that. But let me go back to the precise moment where Congress and Mahagathbandhan lost the election. They lost the election when they fought this election, because when everything has already been exposed, the way BJP's machinery, which also has RSS and the bureaucracy with them, when they have already manipulated the system through their systematic inconvenience removal scheme, it was exposed, and also their hydrogen bomb, and they were still contesting this game in order to win this game. It was beyond my intellectual capacity to understand, because it's been the Haryana election. Rahul Gandhi has exposed how the Brazilian girl was voting, which didn't exist in India, and how the manipulation exists at very booth levels. And 20,000 votes, for instance, has been removed roughly from the Tejashwi Yadav seat, if you remember. And there was a very close margin, even Tejashwi Yadav's seat, if you have just recently analyzed. So today, we are not just reporting an election result. We are witnessing a masterclass in reality manufacturing, the difference between what people feel on ground and what we see on the screen isn't the margin of error. It is the margin of control. Who creates the story? Who writes out
Are you at this point of time insinuating that votes have been bought, that the election commission has colluded with the BJP, and this is the result that has happened in wake of these, the SIR that was conducted, with the Congress and the RJD have been shouting from the rooftops is a tampering mechanism that was worked between the BJP and the election commission? Because keeping in mind the narrative that was being picked by the RJD and the Congress, the Mahagathbandhan, did not seem to have worked, and that's reflective in the numbers. It doesn't seem to have resonated with the people. What has resonated though is welfare schemes, is women initiatives that were undertaken and delivered by the Nitish Kumar government. what has resonated is the double engine sarkar that has been the reason people have voted for the NDA. So you have NDA at the central level and you have the NDA at the state level as well.
Yeah, your question, is it a question or
Yeah.
a big statement
No,
which I need
I'm
to
just talking
second
about
or
because
oppose?
it doesn't seem like the SIR tampering accusation that was made by the Mahagathbandhan really worked in favor of the party, of the alliance.
Yes, but अपने दिल पर आप हाथ रखे, put your hand on your heart and ask yourself, giving 10,000 rupees just before the election, isn't it a violation of election machinery or the election conduct? And the Election Commission of India, the Chief Election Commission of India, has no objection on this. He has objection that Rahul Gandhi has allegedly said that there is a vote chori, then he should come on and write on affidavit, whereas Anurag Thakur can come on very second day or third day, but claiming that even Congress is doing this, but he didn't say anything to the Anurag Thakur or BJP leadership. So the umpire, the whole machinery has been hijacked. And if you remember,
Okay, this is the narrative. Is
it is not
Congress,
narrative, it is fact.
Congress
It
and
is
the
fact.
RJD you going
It
to
is
use
fact.
this as a weapon to attack NDA and for their dismal
It is not a weapon, ma'am.
And it's a dismal performance. I mean, is this
Megha-
the justification that is going to be given
Megha,
to
it
the
is
people
not-
of
Megha-
Bihar and of the country? This is the reason
Megha,
that they have
it is
lost.
not-
Because this was
I'm not
this
here
was a
to
narrative
defend-
that has been repeatedly used by the Congress, whether the Maharashtra election results came out or for that matter in Haryana as well. So this is again, are people going to be tired of this repeated accusations of harping upon the one thing that there was vote tampering, that there was vote theft, that was a collusion allegedly between the Election Commission and the BJP that has led for these
Isn't it
various
there?
victories in a number of states. I don't know if
Isn't
I
it
don't know
there?
if people are going to be able to believe this, keeping in
No,
mind.
it's not
keeping in
about
mind-
belief.
And keeping
Whether
in
you
mind,
believe-
taking a look. Are you talking about this massive victory? This is
No,
not
massive victory.
not just a halfway
Let me
result.
tell you a very good example.
This is like a
Let him-
thumping majority by which the NDA is winning. All right, I'm also being joined right now by Nishant Verma. Nishant Verma, let's hear it from you with regards to the performance of. I'm being told Nishant is not with me. Garima Dosani is on the telecast with me. She's a Congress spokesperson. Garima, how do you justify at this point of time, 14 in 2020, it has reduced to a dismal 7, single digit. In fact, now you're getting to know it's only 4 seats on which the Congress is winning. Has the Congress been left irrelevant in Bihar?
No, I don't think that this is the people's mandate. I don't agree. I don't agree to it. This is echoing back to my ears. Whatever I'm speaking, it is coming back. Anyways, so I see it as a nationwide pattern. What happened in Haryana, what happened in Maharashtra, what happened in Lok Sabha elections, and what my leader Rahul Gandhi has been fearing and dreading for so long. I'm asking you that your channel must be also covering Bihar elections. Was this the scenario? Were we not neck to neck? What was the reason for the JDU and the BJP to do so many rallies if they were sweeping Bihar like this? So here, when the Election Commission acts like a frontal organization of BJP, this is what we have to see. It is not a worrisome situation for us. It is a worrisome situation for the nation as a whole. That your democratic and your electoral rights are being snatched from you.
About 2024 elections, because the exit polls and opinion polls pointed to a massive landslide victory for the BJP. That did not happen. They had to get the support of the JDU and Chandrababu Naidu to even form the government. I don't know where was the opposition, where was the Congress in talking about how this is quote unquote some sort of a manipulation on the onus of the news channels, because on one hand, when you accept the Lok Sabha election results which have defied the exit polls, and now you're suddenly turning around and saying in 2025 Bihar elections, the exit polls pointed to a tight contest, but we see a landslide victory. So there has to be a fault in the BJP, and you're talking about how it is a problem that has arisen in terms of the narrative that you built of vote theft.
Megha, I would request you to let me make my point in one go at least. I want to make, you cannot get anything by, half-cooked statements. Let me complete first. What I mean to say is that what the on-ground scenario was, that is not getting on your screens. We are not seeing that on the screens. The fight was first of all neck to neck. If it was not neck to neck, it was a wafer thin victory for BJP JDU. Then tell me, I am not talking about the exit polls of Lok Sabha elections. I didn't even mention them. Leave alone the exit polls or the opinion polls. I am talking about what is happening in the country. My leader has exposed that in Haryana alone, a lady has been seen voting more than 2023 times. And talking about the election commission, we have repeatedly seen the election commission go into the overdrive in opposition ruled states, may it be Telangana, Jharkhand, stopping all the welfare schemes, calling it against model code of conduct. They don't let us do anything after the model code of conduct. And here in Bihar, a state ruled by BJP NDA, the election commission chose to look the other way around. They let the Prime Minister personally transfer 10,000 to more than 1.
I haven't gotten the answer from you. How has Congress reduced its tally of 19 seats that it won in 2020 to a dismal 4? Is this the result of the quote-unquote vote theft?
It's a simple...
Is this the result of quote-unquote the vote theft that you have at this point of time been harping about?
Yes, exactly. It's a vote chori, and secondly it is SIR, which was a manipulation of votes, the deletion of massive bulk of votes, genuine votes, and the floating votes which have been voting in multiple states. This, I attribute this totally. The first time the nation is witnessing a Prime Minister going state to state in the elections and saying, give us a double engine government. Isn't it against the federal structure of our constitution? A Prime Minister saying that give us a double engine, only then the progress of your state will be in our hands?
That's also that's something
that's the hero of today's election. If at all Nitish Kumar is the hero.
I do not know if that argument is justified. But I also want to understand from you, ma'am, a very simple and pointed question. Is the relevance of Congress diminishing? Has Congress become irrelevant? And I'm going to put out the statistics. I am not going to take up the, I'm not going to rely on the opinions, the accusations that at this point of time are unfounded, but I'm just going to talk about the numbers, and that tell a different story altogether as opposed to what you are saying. 2025 Congress at 4, 2020 Congress at 19, 2015 Congress is at 27, 2010 Congress is at 4, 2005 Congress is at 10. Again the question, has Congress been pulling the RJD, its senior player within the Mahagathbandhan, pulling it down? And while the RJD has not performed well, 31 seats is what it has at this point of time. In the past, Tejashwi has performed consistently. 2020 75, 2015 80, 2010 115. Do you think Congress has been the single factor that has not allowed Mahagathbandhan led by the RJD to perform to its optimum?
Ma'am, the answer lies in your question itself. That why then, we performed better than in any other elections. This time a 16 days voter adhikar yatra was conducted, and beyond the length and breadth of Bihar, And it was only Rahul Gandhi and Tejashwi Yadav who were talking about jobs, employment, the health sector, the recruitment, the women protection through good hospitals, infrastructure, migration issues. We were taking up the real issues. It is the misrule of 17 to 20 years of Nitish Kumar that the people should have been voted. This is an opportunity missed by the Bihar people. It is not a worrying situation for Congress. It's an opportunity missed by Bihar people.
Voter
even
for voting for NDA? Are you blaming
No,
the sensibilities
no, I said
and
it is an
acumen
opportunity
of the
missed.
people of Bihar for not voting for Congress and the RJD?
Not at all. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm saying this is an opportunity missed. I said this is an opportunity missed by Bihar because there has been ample misrule by Nitish Kumar. You tell me one thing, if Nitish Kumar is the hero of today's election, why does he need the crutches of BJP in every election? If he has done something substantial, something to show, if an achievement, strong achievement is there, a milestone by Nitish Kumar, why he needs to have so many political
and the cloud of
flip-flops?
Nitish Kumar to form government. So I don't know what you're talking about. I'm also okay. Pankaj Vora also wants to ask you a question, ma'am.
I'd like to ask the Congress spokesperson.
Why? I think I'm very clear. Why you don't know what I'm talking about? I'm talking about the political flip-flops of Nitish Kumar. I'm very clear when I'm saying that.
So when
I don't
Nitish Kumar
see anything
joins
ambiguous in it.
The Mahagathbandhan is happy because you are able to form government, but as soon as he shifts and flips flops and goes back to NDA,
No. You are again taking me wrong. You are again taking me wrong. No. I'm not talking about alliance. I am not talking about Mahagathbandhan or NDA. I am talking about Nitish Kumar's performance. If Nitish Kumar, after 17 or 20 years of rule, cannot just, pinpoint what he has done for Bihar, why does he need BJP all the time if he is the hero, if he is the chief ministerial candidate? Why he has to do so many of political flip-flops? That is what I am saying, that he has lost his credentials.
Okay, Pankaj Vora,
people don't trust him anymore.
Sunday Garden also
so
would like to ask
this is
a question
clear-cut vote chori. This is SIR.
I'd like to ask a question from the Congress spokesperson. He spoke about, the vote yatra which was, undertaken in Bihar. Does she have anything to say that after the vote yatra, where was her leader for 2 months? Number one. Number two,
I would like to ask, where was my Prime Minister after the Delhi bomb blast? I would like to ask a question to my Prime Minister.
We are talking about Bihar.
Delhi bomb blast. Where was he for 2 years when Manipur was under fire?
You can ask those questions.
When Manipur was burning, where was my Prime Minister?
You can ask those questions.
The Prime Minister.
This is pertaining to Bihar. I am asking this very, pointed question. I also want to know that when Congress was contesting on 58 seats, why were its leaders campaigning only in 18? Why did they not campaign in all the 58? I mean, if they had to campaign only in 18, why did they ask for 58 seats? I want to know, where is the organization of the Congress? In the last 10 years, there have been 6 presidents of Bihar Congress, and none of them have been able to, make their or constitute their PCC. Why is the Congress not, focusing on strengthening the organization? Where is the organization? I mean, it is nowhere. That is the main reason why the Congress is losing.
No, we'll definitely look into it. We will definitely look into our
Ma'am, 11 years and you are still looking into it. 11 years. 11 years you are still looking into it. How can you have foot soldiers not being there? How will you win elections?
There is a clear-cut disparity. No one in the exit polls also, and no one since 3 days in the debates was giving landslide victory to the NDA. Now all of a sudden you are seeing this. Even I am shocked and aghast as you are. And on ground this was not the situation. The fight was neck to neck.
It was not neck to neck.
According to
Congress was nowhere in the fight.
My India voter, according to.
Congress was nowhere in the fight according to Congress' own internal survey.
I'm not saying Congress.
They were getting only 9 seats.
Here we are fighting as Mahagathbandhan. And
the Congress internal survey,
the bulk of voters, genuine voters, which were removed in sheer 19 days. Tell me the SIR process. Do you know 4 lakh government? Just a second, let me complete, sir. 4 lakh government jobs are vacant. There are no field workers in Bihar government. Who did the SIR? The BJP workers. Who was doing the SIR?
According to your own survey, it was not an issue.
who wanted
according
to...
to your own survey, it was 7th or 8th issue. Unemployment, migration,
But it is an issue when you delete voters in bulk. It is always... It might not be an issue for the elections. I am asking you purely delete 65 voters from the voter list and then you say that SIR is not an issue?
Okay. Okay.
SIR, let me tell you, was
you're
taken
talking
out
about,
within
you're talking
19
about
days
the issues
during
raised
the summers when the people
by the
migrate
Congress,
for
by
their job.
Mahagathbandhan, talking about unemployment, migration, poor infrastructure, facilities and safety of women, again a big issue. But what seemed to be the overarching narrative that was being built by Mahagathbandhan was the SIR tampering, the faulty SIR exercise that was conducted by the Election Commission. According to Congress, has it resonated? Did it work for the Mahagathbandhan is the big question. I'm also being joined by Mukesh Tyagi. He's the BJP spokesperson. Mukesh Tyagi, it's a resounding victory for the NDA. All the three important parties, the BJP, the JDU and the LJP, have performed consistently and they have achieved their targets. In fact, this was something that was not even predicted by the exit polls. What worked?
Megha, I think it was written on the wall that BJP NDA will have a landslide victory in Bihar. And it is not based on any kind of a conjecture or speculation. It is based on the delivery by Nitish Kumar government. And now what has happened is, which is a very interesting political trend, that for the first time, the pro-incumbency, having ruled for 20 years in Bihar, and is still continuously having a landslide victory, shows that incumbency cannot be anti itself. It can become a pro-incumbency, and that is based on the work they have delivered. There was a saying, there was a jungle Raj. I think people in Bihar now are enlightened with the social media around them. They have understood if the power is given to these kind of people, they will only bring corruption, kidnapping, they'll open up the factory of crime. And I think in contrast to that, Nitish Kumar, there was a saying used to be, कि जब तक रहेगा समोसे में आलू तब तक रहेगा लालू. That kind of narrative was built up in Bihar. There was a saying at that time when the computerization started happening in India, Lalu Prashad Yadav himself said, we don't need computers. I think typewriter is good enough. So this kind of regressive thinking, because they think their fiefdom is only the caste and they can capitalize on the caste at any point of time. Now the caste obliteration has also happened in a big way. Rahul Gandhi started his campaign, Jatiya Jangarna, Jatiya Jangarna. What has happened to that? I think the Jatis have also understood that there is no point of living in this fiefdom, vote for the development. Secondly, they started blaming EVM machine. That also boomerang. Then they started talking about SIR. What has happened to SIR? I was listening to RJD representative. They said we have put 24/7 vigil so that no manipulation can happen. So they were like quarreling with the bad workmen quarrel with their tools. So naach na jane angan tera, they did not. Mr. Amit Shah Megha did 47 meetings there from every level. I mean, so there was a very intense presence of BJP reaching out to a household. Now the opposition says, oh, aapne wo Jivika Didi wala vitran kiya, you have given 10,000 rupees, that's the reason you are winning this election. If that is the criteria of winning the election, then why Jagan Reddy and KCR did not win? They also opened up the coffer for the ladies. So if that is the only criteria, but women have understood that empowerment will only happen in the regime of Mr. Modi. So I think it is twin engine combination. People have understood that the development, if you really want Bihar to grow, which was a Bimaru state, into a progressive state, only solution left before them is get out of this caste consideration, vote for BJP and vote for NDA. And I think Nitish Kumar has done an incredible job, and you will see the opposition is completely decimated. VIP party, I mean, look at their condition, what has happened to them. So people are punishing anybody who is trying to be a Jechan in this politics. So this is what my take is, and I'm very happy that BJP has made a landslide victory for the interest of the people.
Okay. Also talking about, the caste politics, it looks like the RJD may have lost the faith of the Muslim Yadav vote bank, but it seems like the LJP and Upendra have come together and also consolidated a certain section, the economically backward classes, that seems to have built the voter base for the alliance.
Because you see, look at Paswa. He won 5 parliamentary seats last time, okay? And I think he has given an extraordinary performance now. That's what I'm saying. The caste has got a minor consideration left now. They are looking in a combined strength of the party. I mean, if suppose Chirag Paswan moves to Mahagathbandhan, I'm sure his performance will deteriorate substantially. Despite the fact MY Gathbandhan will work, Pichra work will also work. So the people are seeing in totality whether who is constituent of which party. NDA, any party, look at the VIP condition, what has happened to VIP. So what I'm saying is, people are looking in totality. They are saying whether, fine, you are a representative of caste, you will be our, you will be supporting us, but do you have a right kind of a combination where you can deliver what you promise? So if when they see in isolation, they will realize that this person does not have independent capability to deliver what he is promising. He needs additional support. And that is where the support combination.
Megha, allow me to answer the gentleman speaking on your show.
Yes, go ahead.
Sir, you said that only the people who can take out Bihar, take out the tag of Bimaru state from Bihar is BJP and Nitish Kumar. Now 3.5 crore people have migrated, sir, from Bihar. Who stopped Nitish Kumar in the last 17 years to stop migration from Bihar? Do you know what Niti Aayog 2025 has to say for Bihar? That Bihar constitutes of 9% of the population of our nation, of the whole of India. 9% population is from Bihar, and the contribution in GDP is 3%. Do you know that the poorest state to have the per capita income is Bihar? Do you know that zero hunger index, zero poverty index, zero education index, only 10% people can complete their 12th standard there. 95% people don't own a vehicle there. What do you have to say for all this? It is already a Bimaru state and they call out Jungle Raj. They have no moral right to say Bihar a Jungle Raj in Lalu Yadav's regime, because what we have seen in Manipur and Haryana, and we just saw yesterday in Maharashtra, 65 children, malnourished children have passed away because they were undernourished. Undernourished. So tell me, sir, that how do you say that migration will stop under them? It is basically the Gadbandhan and Thagbandhan of Election Commission of India, BJP and JDU, which has this election has been captured. Nobody was seeing NDA's landslide victory. People were seeing this election as a neck-to-neck elections on ground. If you would have gone to Bihar on ground, because we were getting from our workers the on-ground rebate. Tejashwi Yadav was seen in all the exit polls. Tejashwi Yadav was the most popular face as a chief ministerial candidate, and RJD was emerging as a single largest party. See some of the major and very reputed exit polls. So the only thing I attribute this election is to
parties will have to make up their mind, and you will have to make up your mind on whether you are faithful. It was a coalition government, and the opposition was gung-ho about how the exit polls were wrong in their predictions. And suddenly now you are taking the crutch of the exit polls.
You should accept your defeat, madam.
Questioning the win of the NDA.
No. What I'm saying
Madam,
is,
you should accept
what
your
I'm
defeat.
saying is,
Why don't you accept your defeat?
We don't trust the exit polls at all.
Why don't you
because
accept your
exit polls
defeat
have faltered
gracefully
during the
rather
Bihar
than
elections in
blaming others?
2015. You know that. The results were just the reverse of what we saw in exit polls. So Bihar.
I don't know. The argument doesn't sit well because on one hand you are backing the exit polls and questioning what went on the ground, and on the other hand you are negating the exit polls and talking about the people's mandate and how people's mandate reflected the support for the opposition back in 2024. Okay, all right. I'm also right now. I am being joined by other panelists. Let's get them on board as well. Piyush Pant, political analyst, is on the show with me. Piyush Pant, let's hear it from you about the results. You know, a massive victory for the NDA. JDU has performed, BJP has performed fantastically. Right now, numbers at the bottom of my screen say BJP at 90 and the JDU is at 80. Has the double engine magic worked when people came out and voted in large numbers in Bihar this time around?
Oh, of course, I think the people were happy with the doles which were extended to them, and they want, in one sense, you know, I think the people of Bihar are happy with the state of affairs in which they are living. They want to remain in poverty. They don't want to come out of that. So they were happy with the doles which were extended to them in different forms, whether it is Jivika Bahan Yojana or it was farmers, increase in the farmers Samman Nidhi, or giving increasing old age pension and all those things. I think this is what is this, because the main issues, the Bihar electorate, they have skipped the main issues of poverty and this thing, migration and the development issues. So, well, I think the issue of lawlessness was heavier on their mind, but more important was the doles which are being given by different political parties, different governments in different states. They are getting decisive in deciding the poll results. So this is the way I think this verdict has given the indication that people of Bihar, because you know, if on the ground level nothing much better has happened in Bihar, whether you see in the per capita income, still Bihar is the most poor state after UP, and and the crime is also against women are highest in Bihar, and the per capita income, you see the GDP, or you see other developmental projects which are not.
But you're saying people of Bihar are happier staying in poverty than to be voting for change. This is what you've said.
Yeah, it shows that they are happy with the state of affairs they are living in.
But that's completely unreasonable. I cannot wrap my head around that justification that people of Bihar would rather live in poverty than want to vote for change, for development, for their improvement and welfare. Because then that cannot be a justifiable reason for why NDA has won. It's completely unpalatable as well. All right, I'll come back to you, sir. I'm being joined by Abhishek Singh,
if you see
who is my reporter. He's on the ground. He's outside the JDU office. Abhishek, what's the mood like on the ground?
Yes, mood of the people here is just like a celebration. What people are giving sweets to people who are just around the JDU office, and you can see the big picture of the celebration. Also from Patna, from different parts of Bihar, people are coming to JDU office to celebrate this huge victory. We have joining some of them. कहाँ से आए आप?
मैं यहीं पटना से हूँ।
कैसा, क्या ऐसी उम्मीद की थी आप लोगों ने कि इस तरह की विजय?
बिल्कुल, हम लोग 6 और 11 को कह दिए थे, जनता जब खोज रहा था कि तीर छाप कहाँ है। अरे विकास में लोग विश्वास करते हैं और बिहार की जनता ने आज मान सम्मान बढ़ाया और मान लिया कि बिहार में नीतीश विकास का प्रतीक है। नीतीश है तो बिहार में विकास हुआ है। जिस हालत में इनको बिहार मिला था, ये इंसानियत क्या कहता है। लोगों ने जो नीतीश कुमार का कर्जा दिए थे, नीतीश कुमार, लोगों ने बिहार की जनता ने वापस कर दिया। ये जीत मैं उनके चरणों में समर्पित करता हूं, उस जनता को जिसने बढ़ चढ़ के हिस्सा लिया वोटिंग में।
इस बार माइग्रेशन का भी मुद्दा बहुत बढ़ा हुआ था और बड़ी तादाद में लोग बाहर से आए हुए थे यहाँ, उन्होंने भी वोट किया आपको लगता है? और बड़ी तादाद में उन लोगों ने वोट किया ये सोचकर कि विकास और आगे बढ़ेगा?
देखिए, ये विकास की पटरी जिस तरह से नीतीश कुमार ने इतनी तेजी से दोहरा रखी थी, उससे एकदम पूरा सभी को विश्वास था। और देखिए, नीतीश कुमार का कार्य जो 20 साल का है, आज पब्लिक ने उसे रिटर्न करके उनको एक सम्मान दिया कि अगला मुख्यमंत्री आप ही बनेंगे। जिस तरह से नीतीश कुमार को स्वास्थ्य के बारे में कहा जा रहा था, वो 4 डिग्री के टेम्परेचर से लेके 44 डिग्री के टेम्परेचर तक आज भी वो रोड पे काम करते हुए नजर आते हैं। वो हमारा मुख्यमंत्री आज भी हमेशा सबसे ताकतवर, जिसे टाइगर का उपाधि दी गई है, वो टाइगर रक्षक है बिहार का। और जो भक्षक थे, जो परिवार के लिए सोचते थे, आज कहाँ उनका सुपरा साफ हो गया, कहाँ जनसुराज गई। शायद वो अब संन्यास ले लें और बिहार छोड़ के चले जाएं या नीतीश कुमार के साथ आ जाएं, तो उनका स्वागत है।
पोस्टर भी लगाया था आप लोगों ने, टाइगर जिंदा है
जी।
कुछ चीजें बीच में ऐसी भी चर्चा हुई थी कि बीजेपी ने सीएम फेस अनाउंस नहीं किया, ये नहीं किया तो चीजें बदल जाएंगी, मैंडेट नहीं आता, इसलिए ये पोस्टर भी आप लोगों ने लगा दिया।
नहीं सर, देखिए, ये तो विपक्षियों का अफवाह फैलाई जा रही थी। खुद अमित शाह जी ही कह दिए थे, नीतीश जी के नेतृत्व में हम लोग चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं। स्पष्ट है, मान लीजिए कि 2030 फिर से नीतीश का जो नारा हम लोगों ने लगाया दिया और बिहार की जनता पुनः गौरवशाली इतिहास को दोहराने का काम किया है। 20 बरस का जो इन्होंने काम किया, सभी तबके के लोगों का जो विकास किया, उसी की ये जीत है। और यह प्रचंड बहुमत से हम लोग 2010 का रिकॉर्ड कायम करने जा रहे हैं। इसके लिए बिहार के सभी लोगों को मैं बधाई देता हूं और खास तौर पर मैं नीतीश कुमार जी को भी बधाई देता हूं कि उनके नेतृत्व में यह चुनाव बहुत बड़ा।
People are ecstatic. The JDU supporters and workers are on the ground, crackers being burst. Obviously, an environment of celebrations. Obviously, those sweets are being distributed amongst the workers, amongst the cadre at the JDU office, and the similar scenario can be witnessed at the BJP office in Bihar and New Delhi as well. Coming back to you, Pankaj Vora, about how there have been questions that have been raised by the opposition party leaders, the spokespersons that we also spoke to, that it doesn't, while there were issues with regards to unemployment and migration and women's safety and lack of infrastructure, what the NDA, BJP and JDU banged on was welfare politics. That 10,000 rupees that got deposited in the bank accounts of the women right before the elections, and some claim that it was a violation of the model code of conduct as well, that led to people coming out and vote for the NDA.
Well, it is a point of view that depositing 10,000 rupees in the accounts of women amounts to violation of the election model code. It is for the election commission, and there are various courts in this country to determine whether it is or it is not. Because during the when the polling was on, campaigning was on, political parties were reluctant to raise this issue because they were fearful that if they raise this 10,000 issue, so the BJP and its allies will, portray it as that they are trying to deny these women the 10,000 rupees which are being given by this government. Now, whether it amounts to bribery or it amounts to appeasement is an issue which will continue to, be debated in TV debates as well as in academic circles. But the main point is that at the end of the day, the NDA has scored a very impressive and very outstanding victory. Whether it is on account of any kind of surreptitious practices is out there in the open for the other side to provide evidence and allow those who are in a position to evaluate that evidence to take a final view on the subject. But the fact remains that, Mahagathbandhan did not, work out their internal differences in the manner they should. Now, for instance, in Vaishali, where, the Congress had put up, Sanjeev Singh, a Bhumiyar, and, he was being backed by the only seat which D.K. Shiv Kumar, Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, was asking for in Bihar. At the same place, RJD had put up Ajay Kumar Khushwa, who was also asking for this seat. Now, in this friendly fight, if these two people had contested together, the ultimate winner, Sam Patel, would have either lost by a few hundred votes or would have won by a few hundred votes. Right now, the Congress is in a position where it will most probably lose its deposit, and the RJD is at least 10 to 11,000 votes behind the ultimate winner.
Okay,
so
stay on with me, sir. I'm also being joined right now by Union Minister Rajbhushan Chaudhary. Thank you very much, sir, for being on the telecast with me. Congratulations, first of all, for such a thumping majority by the NDA. BJP has performed exceptionally well with 90 of those seats in its kitty up until now, as per the tally that we have gotten. What worked in BJP's favor?
सबसे पहले मैं आपको और आपकी पूरी टीम को और बिहार की महान जनता का आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने इस तरह से जो अपार बहुमत दिया है, मैं इसके लिए आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। और ये जो जीत है, ये दर्शाता है कि बिहार के लोगों का विश्वास अपनी सरकार के प्रति, हमारी जो एनडीए की सरकार ने काम किया है लगातार लगभग 20 सालों से बिहार के विकास के लिए जो सतत प्रयास किया है, इसकी जीत है और ये जनता का प्यार दर्शाता है।
जी, बात करें जो 10,000 रुपए जो महिलाएं थी बिहार के अंदर उनके अकाउंट में गए, चाहे हम बात करें प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी और बीजेपी की जो लगातार कैंपेन हुई थी कि अगर जंगल राज वापस आएगा तो बिहार की दुर्दशा और खराब हो जाएगी, जिसके कारण बीजेपी एनडीए को वोट मिले हैं। चाहे हम एलजेपी की बात करें, उसने भी बहुत शानदार परफॉर्मेंस दी है। किसको श्रेय देते हैं इस इलेक्शन की जीत का?
देखिए, ये एक हमारा सभी पार्टी का जो हमारे अलायंस का जो है समग्र प्रयास की जीत है कि हम लोगों ने लगातार प्रयास किया और बिहार के लोगों ने हमारे नेता देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी पर विश्वास जताया और विकास पुरुष नीतीश कुमार जी पर विश्वास जताया। जिस तरह से हमारी सरकार देश में काम कर रही है और विकास पुरुष नीतीश कुमार जी बिहार में काम कर रहे हैं, इसको लेकर के लोगों में काफ़ी उत्साह था। और ख़ास करके जो हमारी मातृशक्ति, हमारी जो महिलाएं हैं, जिनके सशक्तिकरण के लिए हमारी सरकार ने लगातार काम किया है, तो इन चीज़ों को लेकर के लोगों में उत्साह था, युवा पीढ़ी उत्साहित है और इसलिए ये अपार बहुमत उसी को दर्शाता है।
काफ़ी सारे प्रश्न ऑपोजिशन ने उठाए हैं, कांग्रेस ने उठाए हैं, आरजेडी ने कहा है कि ये वोट चोरी है, ये इलेक्शन कमीशन और बीजेपी की मिली भगत है जिसके कारण कांग्रेस और आरजेडी को वोट नहीं मिले, वो सीट नहीं जीत पाए। उन्होंने बात की है माइग्रेशन के प्रॉब्लम की भी, उन्होंने बात की है अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट की, उन्होंने बात की है इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की, उन्होंने बात की है डेवलपमेंट की, विमेन सेफ्टी की। क्या लगता है आपको इन सब आर्गुमेंट्स के बारे में?
देखिए, विपक्ष के पास कोई मुद्दा नहीं है और विपक्ष जिस तरह से चुनाव से पहले ही हार का ठिकरा किसके माथे फोड़ा जाए इसकी तलाश में था और इस तरह से एसआईआर और ऐसे मुद्दे को लगातार उसके पीछे विपक्ष पड़ा हुआ था। तो हम लोग समझ ही रहे थे कि हार चुकी है और ये अपने हार का ठिकरा किसके माथे पर फोड़ना है इसकी तलाश कर रहे हैं सिर्फ। और जिस तरह से हमारी सरकार ने विमेन सेफ्टी हो और विमेन एम्पावरमेंट पर काम किया, तो इससे निश्चित रूप से वो डरी हुई थी। और एक तरफ हम लोग महिलाओं के सम्मान के लिए, महिलाओं के सशक्तिकरण के लिए काम कर रहे थे और एक तरफ से हमारा जो विपक्ष था महिलाओं को अपमानित करने के लिए, यहाँ तक कि देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी के दिवंगत माता जी को भी अपमानित करने के लिए मंच से गाली देने का काम किया और विपक्ष के लोगों ने उसको सराहा, उसको सपोर्ट किया। तो ये दर्शा रहा था कि महिलाएं किसके समय में ज़्यादा सेफ हैं। और इसीलिए इनके पास कोई मुद्दा नहीं था। और ये लोग एक प्रयास भी साथ हार मान चुके थे पहले ही। आपने देखा कि किस तरह से लोग, राहुल गांधी जी मछली मारने गए थे, उसमें तेजस्वी जी मछली मारने नहीं गए थे। तो ये भी दर्शा रहा था, समाज सब लोग समझ रहे थे कि ये एकजुट नहीं है, विपक्ष हार चुका है और हर एक दूसरे पर ठिकरा फोड़ने के लिए तैयार है।
जब हम बात करें डबल इंजन सरकार की, एनडीए जो सेंटर में भी है और एनडीए अब असेंबली इलेक्शंस जीतकर बिहार में भी एक बार फिर गवर्नमेंट बनाएगा। आगे क्या ऐसे प्लान्स हैं बिहार की डेवलपमेंट के लिए? क्योंकि चाहे हम पर कैपिटा इनकम की बात करें, चाहे हम इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की बात करें, विमेन सेफ्टी की बात करें, ये सब मुद्दे अभी भी रेलेवेंट है, इनके ऊपर काम करना जरूरी है।
निश्चित रूप से कुछ मुद्दे ऐसे हैं जिस पर हम लोगों को बहुत काम करने की आवश्यकता है। जैसे कि आपने बताया, एम्प्लॉयमेंट पर और भी हम लोग काम करेंगे। हमारी सरकार ने लगातार प्रयास की है, लेकिन आने वाले दिनों में हम लोग बिहार में एक इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन करेंगे, ताकि जो जब तक हमारे लोगों को एम्प्लॉयमेंट यहाँ नहीं मिलेगा तब तक थोड़ी मुश्किल है। और इसीलिए हम लोग लगातार प्रयास कर रहे हैं। हमारी सरकार में औद्योगिकरण हुआ भी है। जो जंगल राज के समय में जो इन्वेस्टर यहाँ से भाग करके गए थे, जो उद्योगपति यहाँ से भाग करके गए थे, उन लोगों का विश्वास जीतने का हम लोग प्रयास कर रहे हैं। और जिस तरह से लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का स्थिति हमारे प्रदेश में सुधरा है, आप सब जानते हैं। लोग विपक्ष कुछ भी बोले, लेकिन मर्डर का ग्राफ आप डाटा देख लीजिए, 47% घटा है, किडनैपिंग 99% घटा है। तो इस तरह से बिहार में जो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की स्थिति अच्छी हुई है, रोड का कंडीशन अच्छा हुआ है, आज बिजली की स्थिति अच्छी है, और हमारे पास कुशल कारीगर हैं। तो इन सारे चीज़ों को मिलाकर के एक जो इकोसिस्टम होना चाहिए इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन के लिए, वो अब हमारे पास उपलब्ध है। और इसलिए आने वाले दिनों में हम लोग बिहार में औद्योगिक क्रांति करेंगे और बिहार के युवाओं को यहाँ रोजगार देने का काम करेंगे।
जी, हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए बहुत शुक्रिया भूषण चौधरी जी, एंड वंस अगेन congratulations on this massive victory of the NDA in Bihar. I'm also being joined by Ritesh Mishra. He is my reporter. He is at the BJP office in Patna. Celebrations galore. Ritesh, what's happening on the ground?
And the mandate has been given by the people of Bihar for the double engine government led by Mr. Narendra Modi and Nitish Kumar, and the workers and the people of the Bihar are jubilant. They are giving their blessings to the present government, and we are very happy. Workers are very happy. Their hard work have paid off, and the government development issues and development work has been appreciated by the government, by the people of Bihar.
जी बिल्कुल। बात करें बीजेपी की परफॉर्मेंस की, क्या लगता है कौन से मुद्दों को लेकर जो बीजेपी ने कैंपेन किए, प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी, वहाँ पे अमित शाह थे, बाकी लीडर्स थे, कौन से ये मुद्दे थे जो कि लोगों को छू गए, जिसके कारण उन्होंने बीजेपी के लिए वोट किया?
न बीजेपी, जेडीयू, हमारे एलजेपी, आरएलएम और हम सामूहिक जीत है, सभी कार्यकर्ताओं की जीत है। और जो विकास के कार्य जो बिहार में इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन, नौकरी, जॉब और जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे काम हुआ, बिहार ने जो एक रफ्तार की तरफ अपना रफ्तार पकड़ लिया, उस पर इस बिहार की जनता ने वोट दिया है। जो बिहार विकसित बिहार की तरफ बढ़ चला है, उसके तरफ यह वोट है, और बिहार को विकसित बनाने के क्रम में यह वोट।
पटना साहिब की बात करें, यहाँ पे देखा जा रहा था पहले कांग्रेस की एक वेव थी, इस समय आप इस सीट से अब आप जीत रहे हैं, आपके पास लीड है, क्या लगता है पटना साहिब में किस तरह से आपने कैंपेन की और किस तरह से लोगों को एकजुट किया?
देखिए, पटना साहिब की जीत पूर्ण रूपेण से संगठन और नंदकिशोर यादव जी की जीत है। जो माननीय नंदकिशोर यादव जी ने पिछले 7 बार में जो पटना साहिब के विकास में उन्होंने योगदान दिया, पटना साहिब के लिए काम किया, पटना साहिब को एक विकसित विधानसभा बनाने के लिए जो काम किया, उसके प्रति यह जनादेश है। पटना साहिब के कार्यकर्ताओं का जनादेश है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए के कार्यकर्ताओं का काम।
हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. Congratulations once again for winning this election. All right, on that note, I slip into a short break. Thanks for watching.
And with that, let me go across to my colleague Devika for the latest news coming in from Maharashtra.
Hello, my name is Devika Diwan and you're watching Next in Maharashtra, a special segment where we bring you the latest from India's financial capital. Here's what's making headlines in Maharashtra this week. In a move to boost health infrastructure in the Gadchiroli district, the Maharashtra government has inaugurated a 100-bed hospital to support women's health care. Watch this special report.
Once a hotbed of Maoism, Aheri in Gadchiroli has now scripted a new chapter with the launch of a state-of-the-art 100-bed hospital dedicated to providing care for women and newborns. Built at a cost of Rs 83 crore, the facility stands as a landmark in strengthening maternal and child healthcare in this tribal-dominated district. Spread across 13,460 square meters, the hospital is equipped with a modular operation theatre, a dedicated labour room, a special newborn care unit and a modern clinical laboratory. The centre also ensures uninterrupted power and water supply, solar backup, patient lifts and advanced fire safety systems. With services like C-sections and neonatal intensive care now available locally, the hospital promises to bring a sharp decline in maternal and infant mortality rates.
In other news, Maharashtra is nurturing the next generation of startups with over 45% startups being owned by women. Take a look.
Maharashtra has strengthened its reputation as India's startup powerhouse, with nearly 45% of its registered startups led by women. Taking the spirit forward, a new pre-incubation centre was launched at the Innovation Mahakumbh. This shall serve as a dedicated platform where students can shape their ideas, connect with industries and investors, and learn how to turn concepts into successful ventures. The centre will guide young innovators in building prototypes and preparing for full-scale incubation programs that offer technical and financial backing. With focused mentorship and strong policy support, Maharashtra is building the foundation of a new entrepreneurial era, one where every idea can spark innovation, create solutions, transform industries and drive economic growth.
In other news, Maharashtra is bracing for the Nashik Kumbh Mela in 2027, with the state's officials ensuring cleanliness and world-class infrastructure. Here's the report.
Nashik now pulses with preparations for the Grand Kumbh Mela, where legends of Samudra Manthan come alive through Shahi Snans, Akhada processions and the collective quest for moksha. The event will kick off with flag hoisting on October 31, 2026 at Ramkund. The pinnacle arrives in 2027 with 3 Amrit Snans on 2nd August, 31st August and 12th September, where seers from 13 akhadas are set to lead majestic processions to the ghats, drawing an estimated 30 to 40 lakh devotees per snan and up to 5 crore overall. Backed by a colossal Rs 15,000 crore development blueprint, including Rs 7,500 crore from the Nashik Municipal Corporation and over Rs 4,000 crore in immediate tenders, the Mela will usher in world-class infrastructure to honor the divine and host global faithful. Key enhancements include 9 new bridges across the Godavari and its tributaries, resurfacing and widening of 75 km of ring roads, and 18 major city roads upgraded for Rs 990 crore. The Namami Godavari campaign will purify the river with 9 modern STPs, new sewer lines and water treatment plants worth Rs 450 crores ensuring pristine waters for the sacred baths.
And finally, the Maharashtra government has amped up the budget for the annual road safety and awareness drives with a special focus on tactile paving. Here's the full story.
In a bold step for pedestrian safety, the Maharashtra government has directed all municipal corporations, including the BMC, to allocate at least 1% of their annual budget for road safety and awareness drives. Among the 14-point action plan, a key directive requires the installation of tactile paving at all major public transport hubs to ensure safe navigation for the visually impaired. This aligns with the international accessibility standards and marks a first-of-its-kind statewide enforcement in the country. Civic bodies must now coordinate closely with local traffic police to redesign pedestrian access points. This includes creating seamless entry and exit routes, designated waiting zones, and continuous tactile pathways from transport nodes to surrounding areas. A stern warning has been issued to remove all encroachments from footpaths and pedestrian corridors immediately. Municipalities must ensure adequate street lighting, regular cleaning, and 24/7 CCTV surveillance on foot overbridges, subways, and zebra crossings.
And those were this week's updates from Maharashtra. You're watching our special segment Next in Maharashtra. Stay tuned for more news on the other side.
Welcome back. You're watching Newsx. I'm Megha Sharma. And those who are joining us just now, I'm going to once again give you the tally. BJP at 90, JDU at 81. RJD has further slipped from the 30s that it was leading in to just 28 now. LJP at 21. Congress is at 4. Joining me on the telecast is the BJP leader, Binu Menon. Binu Menon, celebrations at the BJP headquarters, at the BJP office, at the JDU office in Patna. Congratulations to you. What brought about such a massive victory for the NDA?
See, it is the victory of Vikas. You know, we had our progress card. When we were on ground, we had our progress card, what he had done for Bihar earlier. And we had a clear roadmap, what we would do for Bihar. Tejashwi ji kept on saying that, you know, he would be giving so many jobs, around 3 crores or something. But whenever the interviewer has asked him, what is the roadmap he has, till date, I've heard that he has a roadmap. It would be out in 2-3 days, which didn't come till now. So people of Bihar, you know, they are quite active with the celebration of democracy. They are keen watchers of what is happening and what is not happening. And they have shown their trust in what the NDA Shushasan had given to Bihar, the development of roads, the development of infrastructure there, the setting up of ethanol factory, the return of the industrial era of Bihar. It's in front of the people of Bihar, and people have trusted for that. We have put forward a roadmap where we say that we would be having 10 industrial parks in all the districts. We would be setting up 100 MSMEs. We would be setting up 50,000 cottage industries. We would be setting up semiconductor units. On the other hand, if you see in Tejashwi's rally, you can see a small child who is heard saying, Tejashwi bhaiya power mein aayenge to katta lehrayenge. So people of Bihar do not want the return of Jungle Raj, and they know very clearly that return of RJD is return of Jungle Raj. It is clear and evident in their rallies. It is clear and evident in the way they have distributed tickets. Sharad Yadav ji, who is a veteran leader of the party, his son could not find a place in the party. But Shahabuddin's son Osama, he gets a ticket. And Tejashwi Yadav gives up a slogan of Sabuddin Amar Rahe. So their mentality, their vision, it was very clear in front of the people of Bihar. So people of Bihar have chosen Vikas in place of Jungle Raj. That is the victory.
Okay, all right. Mitali Chakrabarti, Congress spokesperson, on the show with me as well. Beg your pardon, Meeta Chakrabarti. Meeta, is this time for the Congress to humbly accept the people's mandate and introspect what has gone wrong? Congress at a dismal 4, I think the worst it has performed over the last several years, unprecedented. In fact, 2010 was once again when Congress had secured merely 4 seats.
Okay, first of all, congratulations to NDA parties for having seized a victory over Bihar. And yes, definitely there will be introspection over these results. But congratulations also to the Election Commission of India, to ECI. We have had raised several concerns during the SIR process as how valid voters were getting targeted and were getting eliminated. We have provided evidences, we have given complaints. Not all the complaints had been worked on. More than 65 lakh voters had been eliminated. And we need to definitely review and all the evidences that we have been giving the leader of opposition, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, has been giving regarding the Karnataka election or the Maharashtra election in earlier press conferences, where we had shown with data and evidences as how elections are being stolen, as how vote churi is just not a matter of speculation, but a matter of fact. And what is interesting is that Election Commission of India, instead of actually commenting on the quality of data that we were talking about, they had come back with ridiculous things like we cannot keep CCTV footages because woman pride or woman security can be a matter of concern. Such silly excuses. They have not come on record and refuted a single claim that was made with data, with supporting evidence by Mr. Rahul Gandhi. Now, when the SIR process was undergoing, we have raised several concerns during the process. And right now, yes, you can wait and you can see as how this SIR process, we really need to introspect and review as how that process has affected the final results. Because here we have a state which has seen a governance of 20 years of this combined, barring 2 years in between. A state that has been actually quite backward in terms of economic development, where there had been lack of infrastructure development, lack of employment, lack of industrialization, a dismal state of education, and migration being an issue. And despite that, the people of Bihar had given such an overwhelming majority. So definitely the congratulations to NDA parties, but also heartiest congratulations to ECI. Because ECI these days, instead of being a neutral, fair and transparent body, has started acting like a frontal cell of the ruling dispensation of BJP. And
do you think, are you at this point of time, does the Congress acknowledge and respect the verdict of the Supreme Court of India, who had been hearing the case?
And what the verdict was?
There has at this point of time no charges that have been leveled. The final verdict is not against the Election Commission of India.
There has been no final verdict.
So how does one come to the conclusion that the Election Commission was in fact colluding with the ruling party?
Ma'am, first of all, you are not properly informed because there has been no verdict as such. We have raised
exactly, there has been no verdict. So how does the public of India, how do the people, how do the voters of Bihar believe what the Congress or the RJD is accusing the BJP and the Election Commission of?
We have been putting forward data and evidences. The Election Commission of India has not gone on record and refuted one single claim that we have put out in the public domain. When we said that there's so many people who had house number 0, for example, they have not gone, and the response that they have given that these are homeless people, we have again gone and fact checked them on that. So fact of the matter is, when we have said that these are evidences of houses where there are about 65 people living in one single bedroom apartment or 80 people residing in one bedroom apartment, they have not gone on record and refuted those claims. So fact of the matter is, we have gone from specific case by case evidence. It's a very sad day for Indian democracy. I'm not saying that all their votes are by vote churi. Of course, there are the supporters of BJP and they're supporters of RJD and JDU and Congress parties. So I'm not here to say that all the supporters are bogus. No. But where there's a close contest, and when you have vote churi, then it can have a massive impact on the election results. We have seen it in Haryana election result, which was a very closely contested election. We have seen it in Karnataka in last year Lok Sabha. We have seen it in Maharashtra Assembly election, where the results were completely reversed from the
we have spoken to a number of Congress spokespersons during the course of the hours that we have been sitting over here and analyzing the results. And Pankaj Vora, once again, you know, the primary grouse that Congress seems to have is on the alleged collusion between the Election Commission and the BJP. The reason for which it has put the blame on the Election Commission, calling it corrupt, essentially, for the loss of face for the Congress and the RJD.
Well, it is for the Congress to gather evidence and, you know, prove whether whether the Election Commission is, you know, indulging in unfair practices or is a neutral umpire. But so far as the Congress is concerned, it needs to introspect and see, you know, why has it not been able to strengthen its organization? Where is the organization in a place like Bihar, where elections were being held? What were its leaders doing? They, you know, asked for 58 tickets. They were campaigning only in 18 or 19. So why this kind of, you know, thing was being done? For in the last 10 years in Bihar, for instance, there have been 6 presidents of the BJP, of the Congress, state presidents, but none of them has been able to, you know, constitute his Pradesh committees, because, you know, there is no support from, you know, the High Command. The High Command had, you know, put a person from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana as in charge of Bihar, who had no knowledge of what Bihar was. And then midway in the elections, they changed him and, you know, brought back a seasoned person. But by that time, it was too late. You know, why is the party not taking its own, you know, bad strategies and bad, what do you call, organizational abilities into a picture? You know, it's very easy to blame. I'm not saying that Election Commission is a holy cow and it should not be criticized. If it has done wrong, it should be, you know, taken to task, and, you know, all these anomalies or, you know, wrongdoings should be brought in public domain. But the thing is that you have to have your own people, foot soldiers on the ground, in order to detect or prevent vote chori. You cannot do it, you know, just by wishing it away. So this is where, you know, the Congress is faltering, and the Congress needs to explain why in the middle of the elections their leader was, you know, took a political sabbatical for 2 months, when, you know, the yatra which he had undertaken was drawing positive responses. Why was, you know, he missing from action? And I mean, had there been a good organization at the grassroots level, the dividends, political dividends of the yatra could have been, you know, consolidated. You know, there are people who are, you know, holding positions who do not understand ground reality. Congress needs to a complete overhaul, structurally and leadership wise, in order to meet the challenges which are being posed by the opposition or parties opposed to it.
Okay, all right. So with those points, let me also get in Piyush Pant back into the show. Piyush, your you know, analysis in terms of what is it that you have understood from how the people of Bihar have voted. I would like to put this into perspective. Tejashwi Yadav, who up until now was leading with a very thin margin in Raghopur, the bastion of the RJD, is now trailing with about 2,000 votes, and BJP's Nitish Kumar is winning. So the margin of lead is just about a little less than 2,000 of those votes. But Pankaj, all cannot be blamed on the Election Commission, can it?
You are asking whom?
Pankaj, you. Sorry, not Pankaj. I'm so sorry. Piyush Pant, yes.
Yeah. No, certainly not. Everything cannot be blamed on Election Commission. Election Commission might have erred as far as electoral list is concerned, or not following strictly the code of conduct and so many things. But it cannot be blamed for everything, because it was very true and it was very clear that Congress was on very weak wicket because of its own weaknesses. As was pointed out, that they brought somebody from Andhra Pradesh to lead the campaign and to organize the party, which was not very much feasible, because a person knowing the Hindi heartland should have been there. And then there were very arrogance and dispute, and there was a dispute between Rahul Gandhi and Tejashwi Yadav. And one thing more, there were so many factors there, so many players. That could have also spoiled the game of opposition, particularly Mahagathbandhan. So even Swaraj Party, PK was planted to spoil the game of Mahagathbandhan, and he has been successful to a certain extent. There were other factors also. BSP was there. Then OVC, and the Mahagathbandhan failed to have an alliance with OVC, despite OVC asking them so many times to include AIM in the Gathbandhan. But I think the ego of Tejashwi Yadav, he had imagined that he is going to form the government next. I don't know how because right from the very beginning the battle was very tough and very competitive and neck to neck. But what went in favor of BJP and JDU is that because of the Nitish Kumar, all the programs which he took up for the women, and women have been the deciding factor in Bihar in the last election also, in the previous election also, and this election also. And so they had a faith on JDU, and how the JDU and the particular Nitish Kumar built up his constituency of women right from the year 2005. So it has paid dividend. And BJP worked very hard. They brought so many, their office bearer, their chief minister, all they entered into a man-to-man contact. They were contacting people. Unless you contact people and explain them their ideology, their objectives, their agendas, party's agenda and party's aim, and what they are going what they are going to do once they are in the power, people don't get convinced. So they failed in this, and BJP succeeded in this. Okay. They had a plan, they had a strategy, and they worked on it very hard. So I think this has been the reason why we are seeing a thumping majority for NDA.
Pankaj, those figures are now just trickling in. This is a little bit of a shock. RJD at 26. This is the worst performance of the RJD in the history of the party.
That's right. That is right. That means that, and also shows that there were some internal problems within the RJD also, and they were not able to put the campaign in order. There is also evidence of both the brothers, Lalu's two sons, not getting along with each other and trying to pull each other down. There's also there have been reports that the RJD was reluctant to allow its allies to have their way all the way. And
okay, sorry sir, I'll have to interrupt you. I'm also being joined by KC Tyagi right now. He's a former JDU MP and a senior JDU leader. Thank you very much, KC Tyagi. First off, big congratulations are in order for JDU and the NDA winning with a thumping majority.
Thank you.
What has worked?
Thank you very much.
What has worked in favor of JDU? Yeah. Nitish Kumar, 20 years in power, 9th time he is likely to become the chief minister.
ये आप लोगों के लिए थोड़ा अचंभित हो सकता है, लेकिन हम इससे अचंभित इसलिए नहीं हैं कि ये चुनाव लालू यादव जी और राबड़ी देवी जी के 15 साल बनाम एनडीए के नेता नीतीश कुमार के 20 साल के बीच में था। आप जो कम उम्र के लोग हो, आपने वो दिन नहीं देखे जब 5 बजे के बाद किसी भी महिला का घर से बाहर निकलना मुश्किल हो जाता था। जातियों के गिरोह और गैंग बने हुए थे जो जबरन वसूली करते थे, रंगदारी करते थे। नीतीश आए तो 50,000 ऐसे कुख्यात अपराधियों को जेल में भिजवाया, स्पेशल कोर्ट बनवाई। और ये जो आज प्रचार है कि 10,000 रुपये महिलाओं को मिले इसलिए वोट किया, ये गलत प्रचार है। हमने वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट इन टोटल किया है। मैं आपके चैनल पे बहुत जिम्मेदारी से कहना चाहता हूँ कि देश का अकेला राज्य है जहाँ 2006 में 50% का आरक्षण नगर पालिका, नगर निगम, ग्राम पंचायत, ब्लॉक प्रमुख में हो चुका है। ये देश का अकेला राज्य है जहाँ 1/3 पुलिस की भर्तियाँ महिलाओं की है। आज बिहार में हर तीसरी पुलिस जो है वो महिला है। महिलाओं ने नीतीश जी को घेर करके कहा कि शराबबंदी करो। पति आते हैं शाम को ग्रामीण अंचलों में और महिलाओं के साथ दुर्व्यवहार करते हैं। आज ये स्थिति है कि शराबबंदी की वजह से घर का जो स्तर है वो ऊंचा हुआ है। जिस हाथ में शराब होती थी अब उस हाथ में किताब है, सब्जी है, फल है। एंड अब ऑल महिलाओं के एम्पावरमेंट के लिए लड़कियों को साइकिल दी गई, लड़कियों को पोशाक दी गई, तो नया बिहार बन रहा है। आप कभी इस बार जाएं बिहार में तो देखिएगा कि वहाँ पे भी वो एक जगह बनी है पटना के उस पर ये अपने गंगा स्थान पर, जहाँ मुंबई की तर्ज पे बना है और 10,000 लड़के लड़कियाँ सुबह शाम घूमते हैं। तो ये कानून का राज कायम हुआ है, या लॉ एंड ऑर्डर बना है, यहाँ कोई एक्सटोर्शन नहीं है। और जहाँ तक कि पिछड़े वर्गों के लिए अति सुरक्षा की बात है तो लालू यादव में और हम में फ़र्क ये है, हालांकि हम एक ही परंपरा से आए हैं समाजवादी से, उन्होंने जातीय युद्ध को घृणा के रूप में बदल दिया। हमने भी मंडल के जरिए एम्पावरमेंट किया, वहाँ पर सबसे ज़्यादा किया। अकेला राज्य है बिहार जहाँ पर जातिगत जनगणना हुई और उनकी संख्या 64% निकली पिछड़ी जातियों की। हमने सबका आरक्षण बढ़ाया, वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट से कैंसिल हुआ। तो एक उदाहरण नहीं है जहाँ गवर्नेंस हमारे हाथ से खराब हुई हो। पिछली बार जेडीयू का जो रिकॉर्ड खराब था वो हमारी दो सहयोगी पार्टी एक दूसरे के खिलाफ लड़ गई, एलजेपी और आरएलएम। इस बार सबने मोहब्बत प्यार से चुनाव लड़ा और उसी का नतीजा है। और आपके चैनल पे कोई कह रहे थे कि अब तक का सबसे खराब है, इससे खराब 2010 में हुआ था जब मात्र 22 सीटें मिली थी और आरजेडी नेता प्रतिपक्ष के लायक नहीं बची थी। अभी मैं आपके चैनल पे देख रहा था कि शायद 25 सीटें हैं, अगर तीन कम हो गई तो इतिहास अपने आप को पुनः दोहराएगा।
जी, आपसे सवाल करें हम, जो एक तरफ थे नीतीश कुमार जो कि एनडीए ने अनाउंस तो नहीं किया था चीफ मिनिस्टरियल फेस कौन होगा, पर नीतीश कुमार के नेतृत्व में एनडीए ने यह इलेक्शन लड़ा है। दूसरी तरफ थे तेजस्वी यादव जो कि क्लियर कट चीफ मिनिस्टरियल फेस थे महागठबंधन के। एक कॉन्ट्रास्ट था 20 साल नीतीश कुमार के वर्सेस तेजस्वी यादव, एक नए लीडर, यंग लीडर, और एंटी इनकम्बेंसी की भी बात हुई थी। पर यहाँ पे तो देखा जा रहा है एक प्रो इनकम्बेंसी की वेव जेडीयू और बीजेपी के लिए लोगों की तरफ, लोगों की सराहना है, लोगों के वोट से ये नजर आता है।
देखिए, एक और जानकारी मैं आपको दूं, जब पदयात्रा शुरू हुई थी तो राहुल गांधी भी उसमें थे और उनको थोड़ा रेस्पॉन्स भी मिला था। तो राहुल गांधी ने खुद सुझाव दिया था कि किसी को भी नेता प्रोजेक्ट ना किया जाए। राहुल गांधी जानते थे कि तेजस्वी यादव को प्रोजेक्ट करने का मतलब है आरजेडी, आरजेडी का मतलब है लालू यादव और लालू यादव का मतलब है पुराना राज। इस पार्टी का एक सीमित जन आधार है, इट डज नॉट लुक बियॉन्ड दैट। राहुल गांधी चाहते थे कि मल्टी कास्ट मल्टी क्लास पार्टी दिखे तो किसी को नेता प्रोजेक्ट मत करो, और ये बात सही साबित हुई। ये जन आधार जो उनका दिखता था और भी सिकुड़ गया। और कांग्रेस पार्टी की दुर्गति ये है कि वो आरजेडी की स्टेफनी बन गई है और स्टेफनी में पंचर हो गया है।
ओके, और फाइनली जब ऑपोजिशन ये प्रश्न उठाती है, एक तो वो कहती है कि इलेक्शन कमीशन करप्ट है, इलेक्शन कमीशन ने साथ दिया है बीजेपी का, वोट चोरी उन्होंने फैसिलिटेट की है बीजेपी के साथ मिलके। ये जो स्पेशल इंटेंसिव सर्वे किया गया था, एक्सरसाइज की गई थी, उसमें काफ़ी सारे प्रश्न उठाए गए थे। और उन्होंने ये भी बात की है कि अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट कम नहीं हुई है, माइग्रेशन कम नहीं हुई है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर अभी भी काफ़ी सारी इम्प्रूवमेंट्स उसमें चाहिए, विमेन सेफ्टी के बारे में उन्होंने बात किया। आपको लगता है कि उन्होंने ये भी प्रश्न उठाए जो वेलफेयर पॉलिटिक्स हुई है, चाहे वो आपने पहले भी कहा था, ये जो 10,000 रुपए औरतों के अकाउंट में डाले गए हैं, चाहे वो पेंशन स्कीम के तहत रुपए पेंशनर्स के अकाउंट्स में डाले गए हैं, क्या इसके कारण लोगों ने वोट दिए हैं?
देखिए, मैं दोनों पार्टी के बारे में कहना चाहता हूं, आरजेडी प्लस कांग्रेस, इन्होंने वोट चोरी का इल्ज़ाम लगाया। पहले से 8-9% ज़्यादा वोट पड़ी हैं। आपके चैनल पे परसों तेजस्वी यादव कह रहे थे कि हम थंपिंग मेजॉरिटी से जीतेंगे, और आज चुनाव हो जाने के बाद वो कह रहे हैं कि बेईमानी हुई है, चोरी हुई है। वोटों की चोरी नहीं हुई है मैडम, उनका जन आधार की चोरी हम लोगों ने कर ली है, उनका जन आधार ही खत्म हो गया।
केसी त्यागी जी, हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, और एक बार फिर आपको बहुत बधाई। एनडीए की सरकार बनेगी, अब ये तय है, द नंबर्स स्पीक फॉर देमसेल्व्स। I'm also being joined by Kamaljeet Sherawat. She is a BJP member of parliament. Ms. Sherawat, first of all, congratulations for this thumping victory for the BJP, for the JDU, for the NDA.
Thank you. Thank you, Megha ji.
What has worked in favor of the BJP, particularly with the narrative and the campaigning that was done in the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, of this double engine sarkar, is what the BJP promised the people of Bihar?
मेघा जी, आज स्क्रीन पर जो रिजल्ट आपको नजर आ रहा है, इस रिजल्ट की पटकथा पिछले सालों के विकास ने पहले ही लिख दी थी। मैं 1 महीने से अधिक बिहार में रही। आप बिहार में जाने से पहले जो मन में बिहार की तस्वीर लेकर जाते हैं, और वहां पहुंचकर एयरपोर्ट से लेकर हर गांव, हर शहर तक जाते जाते जो आपको बिहार नजर आता है, ये जो आज रिजल्ट है, ये उसका जीता जागता उदाहरण है। बहुत कहा गया बिहार में एक अलग तरीके की राजनीति है, जाति की राजनीति है, और ये भ्रम फैलाने की कोशिश हुई। लेकिन मुझे पहले दिन से जब मैं पहुंची थी, मुझे लगा था कि ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है। बिहार की जनता जनार्दन अपने एक सूझबूझ के लिए, देश को समर्पित अपनी सोच के लिए जानी जाती है, और जिस तरह का काम एनडीए सरकार ने किया था, चाहे वो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का है, युवाओं के लिए रोजगार है, शिक्षा है, महिलाओं के लिए सबसे बड़ी बात सुरक्षा और उनकी शिक्षा और जीविका दीदी के रूप में आत्मनिर्भर बनाना है, किसानों के लिए है, या वहां की संस्कृति को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए टूरिज्म में जो काम किया गया। मेघा जी, आप यकीन मानिएगा, पहले दिन से लेकर आखिरी दिन तक जो आज रिजल्ट आया है, मुझे उसके ऊपर पूरा विश्वास था। क्योंकि जब हम लोगों के बीच में जा रहे थे, लोग ये कह रहे थे कि हाँ, परिवर्तन हुआ है। तो जब ये बात जाति की कही जा रही थी, तो शायद लोगों में भी संदेह रहा होगा, वो खुलकर बोल नहीं रहे थे। लेकिन जब उनसे अकेले में बात हो रही थी, तो आज का रिजल्ट उनके मन में था, और जो आज रिजल्ट आया है, मैं बधाई देना चाहती हूँ प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में नीतीश सरकार ने जो काम किया है, वो लोगों को विकास के प्रति अपने उत्तरदायित्व को दिखाते हुए उन पर विश्वास बना पाए जी। तो ये इस जोड़ी का कमाल है
जी। इट्स इंटरेस्टिंग नो, आपने कहा प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में जेडीयू के लीडर नीतीश कुमार ने काम किया। यहाँ पे चीफ मिनिस्टीरियल फेज की बात करें तो एनडीए ने कोई एक अनाउंसमेंट नहीं की थी। इन कॉन्ट्रास्ट जो महागठबंधन था, वहाँ पे आरजेडी के लीडर तेजस्वी यादव क्लियर कट एक चीफ मिनिस्टीरियल फेस के तौर पर प्रमोट किए जा रहे थे। अब जब एनडीए की सरकार बनने वाली है बिहार के अंदर, चीफ मिनिस्टर कौन बनेंगे?
ये भी आपको थोड़ी दिनों में स्पष्ट हो जाएगा। जो बात कही गई है आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की तरफ से, उन्होंने हमेशा नीतीश जी पर अपना विश्वास जताया है। नीतीश जी के किए हुए कामों को आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी और बीजेपी के सारे नेतृत्व ने, चाहे वो किसी भी स्तर पर था, लोगों के बीच में प्रसारित किया है। और नीतीश जी ने जो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के साथ मिलकर विकास का जो काम, लोगों की भलाई के लिए जो काम की है, ये उसका परिणाम है। तो आप जो सवाल है, मुझे लगता है ये सवाल बेमानी है।
एक और सवाल कांग्रेस ने, महागठबंधन ने उठाया है, एनडीए की जीत के बाद भी उठाया है। उन्होंने प्रश्न उठाया है कि ये जो एसआईआर किया गया था इलेक्शन कमीशन द्वारा, उन्होंने अक्यूज किया है इलेक्शन कमीशन को करप्ट होने के लिए। उन्होंने कहा है कि बीजेपी के साथ मिलके वोट चोरी हुई है, जिसके कारण ये जो रिजल्ट देखा जा रहा है कांग्रेस के सपोर्ट में नहीं है, आरजेडी के सपोर्ट में नहीं है। उसके बारे में क्या कहेंगी?
बिहार की जनता की तरफ से एक बार भी एसआईआर के लिए कोई शिकायत या किसी भी गड़बड़ी की कोई सूचना नहीं आई। जो आज बड़ी नेशनल और बड़ी स्टेट पार्टी होने के नाते बात कर रहे हैं, क्या उनके बूथ लेवल एजेंट हर बूथ पर उपलब्ध नहीं थे? जब बूथ की वोट चेक की जा रही थी तो सभी पार्टियों के बीएलए को बुलाया जाता है और 6 राष्ट्रीय और 6 स्टेट पार्टी वहां पर थी, यानी एक बूथ पर 12 किसी भी पार्टी के प्रतिनिधि काम कर रहे थे। तो ऐसा होने के बाद जब आज वोट चोरी का इल्जाम लगाकर अपनी हार की जिम्मेवारी से जो लोग बचने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, उनसे एक स्पष्ट सवाल है कि भारत के उपराष्ट्रपति के चुनाव में तो लिस्टेड वोटरशिप थी, उस वोटर में तो सिर्फ और सिर्फ हमारे सभी सांसद शामिल थे, तब भी उनकी वोट कम क्यों आई? ये उनकी कार्यनीति, उनकी सोच और उनके क्रियान्वयन जिस तरह से वो अपने कार्यों का करते हैं, उसके ऊपर बहुत बड़ा सवाल है।
जी, हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कमलजीत शेरावत। एंड राइट नाउ आई एम आल्सो बीइंग जॉइन्ड बाय सुकांता Majumdar, यूनियन मिनिस्टर and senior BJP leader. Sukanta Majumdar, thank you very much, and congratulations are in order.
Thank you very much, and these congratulations is the rightful owner of this congratulation is the Janta of Bihar, that is the people of Bihar. They have voted for Modi ji, they have voted for Nitish Kumar ji and NDA, and I would like to congratulate the people of and the electoral elected of the Bihar, because they did not allow Jungle Raj to come back again.
All right, Sukanta Majumdar, what has worked for the NDA and particularly for the BJP that voters have shown such faith for the party?
Now see, this win, actually the credit should goes to Honorable Prime Minister of this country, Adaniya Modi ji, and the Bihar people. They have showed the immense faith and belief on Adaniya Modi ji, as well as Nitish Kumar ji as a Chief Minister of the Bihar. And as a whole, I feel that when I am analyzing the figure those are coming now, actually the people of Bihar, they were keen to resist the comeback of Jungle Raj too, because it was depicted by several people that the Tejashwi Yadav is going to do good and all these things. It will be the neck-to-neck fight and all these things. The projections were coming before. And at that time, the people of Bihar decided that we have to vote in such a way that there should not be any chance of Jungle Raj to come back. And it is a faith on the Adaniya Modi ji and BJP as well as NDA Nitish Kumar.
Gee, a big question now, and people are anticipating who is going to be the Chief Minister of Bihar. Is the party, is the BJP going to give wholehearted support to Nitish Kumar as the 9th Chief Minister of Bihar? Also, the numbers speak for themselves. BJP at 91, JDU at 78. Or is there going to be a BJP leader who is going to be projected as the Chief Minister, keeping in mind BJP has more number of seats, a little more than 10 seats than JDU?
That will be decided by the NDA. Don't bother about that. NDA will take the decision accordingly.
Okay, and lastly, opposition has continued to rant, talking about how Election Commission is allegedly corrupt, Election Commission has allegedly colluded with the BJP, there is vote theft, and that has led to the reduced number of votes and thereby reduced number of seats for the Congress and the RJD. What do you have to say to that?
नाच ना जाने आंगन टेरा, आपने भी सुना होगा. So this is the mindset of our opposition, and they are defaming the constitutional bodies of this country without any proper evidence. If they have any kind of allegations, thus being a responsible national party, Congress is a national party, as you know, so they should come with some kind of proof. During the SIR, when SIR was conducted in Bihar, there were several chances of complaining, but at that time, the number of complaints, what was the number of complaints in every booth? Almost 6-7 and more than 6-7 political parties represented. Their BLAs they have signed. So now you are telling that this happened, that happened. So my question is, and the people of the country will ask also the same question, why did not you, complain at that time? Why are you complaining now? Even you are complaining without any proof. So provide some proof and then come.
All right, Sukanta Majumdar, thank you very much for joining us on Newsx and speaking to us. All right, on that note, I'm going to slip into a short break. Stay back, because on the other side, we continue to dissect and analyze these results. And of course, it is a massive victory, no doubt, and the NDA is all set to form government in Bihar yet again.
मुझे बवासीर है और दर्द भी रहता है।
इसके लिए वैद्य ऋषि का अर्शकल्प एक सेफ और क्लिनिकली टेस्टेड आयुर्वेदिक फॉर्मूला है।
जल्द राहत के लिए वैद्य ऋषि का अर्शकल्प।
2047 में कैसा होगा विकसित भारत का विकसित उत्तर प्रदेश? क्या आप चाहते हैं कि कृषि क्षेत्र में नवाचार और पशुधन की समृद्धि से बढ़े अन्नदाता की आमदनी? गांव-गांव तक पहुँचे चौड़ी सड़कें, हवाई यात्रा के लिए किसान की जेब में हो पैसे, विश्व स्तरीय शिक्षा और वर्ल्ड क्लास इलाज, बढ़े उद्योग, रोजगार, नौकरी और अपना व्यापार, रिन्यूएबल और ग्रीन एनर्जी हो यूपी में फुल, ताकि कभी न हो बत्ती गुल। डीप टेक, एआई और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक संसाधनों का बिछे जाल, सांस्कृतिक धरोहर का पुनर्जागरण और गौरव काल। क्या आप चाहते हैं ऐसा उत्तर प्रदेश? अगर हाँ, तो उठाइए मोबाइल, QR कोड को स्कैन करें और पोर्टल samarthuttarpradesh.up.gov.in पर लिखकर या बोलकर दर्ज कराएं सुझाव। आपके सुझाव से बनेगा विकसित यूपी का रोड मैप और मूल्यवान सुझाव देने वाले किए जाएंगे सम्मानित, क्योंकि आपकी राय विकसित यूपी बनाए।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी। आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
Welcome back from the break. I'm Uday Pratap Singh. You're joining us on Newsx. Our continuous coverage of the Bihar election results is, of course, on right here on decision day, and it's clearly a decision in favor overwhelmingly of the NDA. Yes, the incumbent government has been voted back decisively into power once again by the electorate of Bihar, although this time, of course, it's a far better showing than even last time around. Much better showing, of course, for the JDU, but even a better showing for the BJP. Even their allies like the LJP, Ram Vilas, doing very, very well. Also, of course, they're being helped by the RLM and the HAM too. So overall, a stupendous day for the NDA. But if we talk about the Mahagathbandhan, the less said, unfortunately, the better. It's been a terrible day for the RJD. They're down by a considerable percentage of seats and vote share. Of course, it's a disastrous showing for the left and the Congress, the VIP, the IIIP, all drawing blanks. So not helping the Mahagathbandhan's tally either. If you talk about the others, well, Prashant Kishor has still not managed to open his account. He's on 0 leads as we speak. So definitely a terrible and far from impressive debut for the political strategist turned politician. But if we talk about the AIMM, well, they are kind of sticking on to their leads. Remember, they had 5 seats in the last assembly, or at least when the results came out in 2020, and they're standing on 5 seats that they're leading on as of now as well. There's also a BSP leader that's leading on one of the seats in Bihar. But overall, it's of course the day for the NDA to celebrate, and celebrate they are from Patna to Delhi to all across the country. BJP offices are of course looking like it's Diwali once again. Joining us to decode this election result 2025 is Alok Mehta, editorial director of India News. We also have Joyita Basu, editor of the Sunday Guardian. Chitra Batham, spokesperson of the Congress Party, is also joining us live. Chitra Batham, let me begin with you first. What do you make of this disastrous showing for your party? You are right now even behind the HAM and the AIMIM in terms of leads, way behind the LJP also. How do you look at this showing for your party, the Congress, and also overall for the Mahagathbandhan? What do you believe has gone so horribly wrong, Chitra?
Well, I think that will obviously be understood only in times to come, when we will sit and analyze it with a cool mindset. Right now, it's a very shocking disappointment for everybody, right from the cadre to the leadership, the kind of results that have come up. These results were not at all anticipated. So obviously, we will try to analyze whether it's really the voters' voice or it's the Vyavastha that actually came back to power. So as far as I can see right now, the manner in which Amit Shah had predicted more than 160 seats, the manner in which Amit Shah had predicted not to allow Tejashwi ji to contest, or to hamper his prospects in a very bad manner. All these things are coming out, turning out to be a reality, because obviously Amit Shah dreams and Election Commission converts those dreams into reality. So I think this will have to be analyzed as to what went wrong, as well as
but Chitra Batham, today also the same Election Commission is declaring the results for the by-polls as well. And in the by-elections, the Congress party has won or is about to win the seat of Anta in Rajasthan. You've been leading on that seat since the morning. It's the same EC that's doing that too, and there you're winning. So do you believe that election also is compromised by the Election Commission?
You have to understand that all these are individually managed things. So the most important of all these elections was the Bihar elections, and that seems to be completely managed as such. So yes, I mean, we all have been in such a state of shock that we completely forgot to see our wins in the other by-elections.
No, but that's convenient. Where you win, you don't believe it's managed. Where you lose, you believe it's managed. That's a very convenient argument, and that's an argument though that's not cutting ice with the voter, because this is a campaign you ran in Bihar of vote chori, but that campaign has not worked.
As I said, these are individually managed programs. These are individually managed computer programs. These are centralized managed things. So obviously,
no, but if it's a computer program, then you've got to prove that it's a computer program.
It's the losing party's onus. Let me finish at least. I am saying if we have won somewhere, and if the losing party thinks that we have won not fair and square, then it is their.
But they've not said that.
Kind of, go ahead and question as to how did they lose.
But they've not said that.
That is not my problem. That is their problem.
But the BJP has lost there. They aren't blaming the EC.
Our analysis shows something else. That's what I'm saying. We have enough evidence from our past elections and the manner in which SIR was conducted in Bihar. We have seen that as well. So obviously,
this is the problem. This is the problem that at the end of the day, you say this, and it doesn't, it doesn't cut ice with the voter. Because all of this was said during the campaign, it's obviously not cut ice with the voter because they haven't voted you into power. In fact, they've reduced you to a dismal 4 seats.
We have analyzed election results for Karnataka. We have
okay, let me go to Alok Mehta.
Results for Maharashtra. We have analyzed election results for Haryana.
Karnataka again you won.
We will be analyzing
Karnataka again you won.
Bihar as well.
Karnataka again you won. It was the same EC that conducted the polls there.
We analyzed and we said that there was vote chori done.
There was vote chori done, but you still won.
We analyze our
तो vote chori हुई,
BJP
की vote chori हुई
what I'm saying. See, vote chori happened, na. There was a vyavastha that existed over there as well.
Alok Mehta, the Congress still crying vote chori. The election has ended. The results have come out. There was a whole yatra, in fact, on the issue of vote chori. That has still led them to come, not go up, but go down to 4 seats. But still, they don't let up. They cling on to the same issues and they blame the EC. What do you make of the Congress's first reactions that you're hearing on our channel, on the broadcast from the spokesperson there? And also, Alok Mehta, how do you read in to this result that is now, this picture that is now coming out of Bihar, where it seems that the NDA as we speak are even going to cross 200?
Udayji, frankly speaking, about election commission first, because we were just talking about it. You know, Naveen Chawla was very good, a friend of us when Pankaj Vora was here earlier. So, you know, he was even the marriage ceremony of the Sonia Gandhi and all, he was performing at the time, from Sanjay Gandhi days. So, you see, Naveen Chawla became the election commissioner. Then MS Gill, he was the minister also, and he was the election commissioner. So, you see, you can't blame them. At that time also, we never talked about it. Now, the BJP or nobody. So, I think this is the very cheap or more undemocratic and just giving some blaming to election commission. Major problem with the field work. BJP or JDU or any party who work hard, continuous work. It's a 365 days they work in the field also. That is the real achievement. And again, Nitish Kumar. Why this success 200? Because when he started in 2000, since long as a chief minister, he was working, okay, cycle for girls, this toilet for, in Modi ji came, then say toilet for them, school education, roads, the Karpuri Gram, I went there a few months back and see the roads are such very good. Schools are running very well. So these kind of facilities when you give people, then people say, okay, at least they are giving and they are coming to us also. Here the Congress party or other party, if they say, okay, we are ruling, we just want to rule, we have born to rule, like Lalu Yadav, Charwa school, they started Laluji, and then what happened? They ruled for 15 years, and even then, with Nitish also they were ruling, but even then what they did for people, just because of the Yadav and Muslim combination, even the media people also, people sometimes think, I say you have to work also, because Yadav is there, Kamlapati Tripathi was Brahman, but he was first railway for Varanasi started. So if you give something to the people, but what happened in the railway or in other ministry or as a chief minister, even not you can blame alone the Lalu Yadav, the other people like mafia, how they were behaving with the people. That's why the prohibition, sitting in Delhi, one can say, okay, Prashant Kumar, he says, okay, prohibition, we will just overrule it. But what happened? Women are voting. These times are historical. That's why we should feel proud of it. Even the Congress leader, who is in now Priyanka Gandhi in the United States or in Muscat, Rahul Gandhi, they should feel proud that women are coming. Credit goes to, from Indira Gandhi to you say Priyanka Gandhi, but at least you say that 71% of women are voting. This is a very unfortunate part that they are condemning democracy out of India. This is the worst part, and they are not their workers, there is no organization. You know, 90 when Lalu Yadav came, till then there was a Congress chief minister. I was there 8 or 9 times. And that's why I am saying, since then, Congress never come, because they destroyed Bhagwat Azad, they destroyed Satyen Narayan Singh, and even the Sarla Grewal, the principal secretary of the Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi, he wrote that Tapeshwar Singh and all, they should be, CBI probe should be there. And they, after a few months, they got the ticket of the Congress party. These kind of the attitude of the Congress party, ultimately losing Congress, and we need a good opposition. That's why as a media person, I will still tell you, people say, okay, you are briefed by somebody, or nobody can brief us. If the field, if you go, you will find, even in Delhi you can find the Palayan, you say the migrant worker. Yes. I think in Sunday Guardian I have written about it. That migrant worker also go and say, okay, we have also ambition, we have also dream to for Bihar, or even coming to Delhi.
Okay, let me get in Joyita Basu now. Joyita, what are the factors at play? Obviously, we've so far looked at the factors that have gone wrong for the Congress party, but let's look at the factors that have gone right then for the JDU and the BJP and the others in the alliance. What are the factors that seem to have worked, and worked in such a manner that we're seeing the kind of picture that that Bihar's voters have thrown up, where you're seeing a complete landslide win in favor of the NDA. The JDU is up by a significant margin. The BJP does even better than they did the last time around, and of course the LJP and others also up significantly.
Well, Uday, this is, I would say, a symptom of that things are changing on the ground. You know, people are starting to rise above caste and communities and voting for what good governance is about. So you see parties running on dynasty fumes, which sadly the case is both with RJD and Congress. They will have to basically clean up their act. They cannot keep on saying that, you know, okay, fine, I am young, I am in my 30s, I am in my 50s, 40s or whatever, and these people are there in their 70s. We are better suited for governance. It does not work like that. When you look at a figure like Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he is delivering on the ground. Nitish Kumar is also delivering on the ground. If you look at the indices, the numbers coming out, Bihar has been one of those states. Even for that matter, if you look at the 3 states of UP, Bihar and Bengal, Bihar has the best track record of eradicating poverty. It is still there. It is of course very, very poor state, but when among these 3 states, Bihar has done even better than UP. Bihar's household consumption, these are numbers that are coming out, these are figures, these are statistics. Household consumption has rate has gone up, it is doing better. Its infrastructure is reasonably fine. The thing is that, you see, just constantly harping on the bridges that have collapsed does not really change the mind of the people. I mean, there have been news reports, independent news reports that are talking about industry slowly trickling into Bihar. You see, these are such a huge things for a state which is one of, I mean, the number 1 state among the Bimaru states. Think of, you know, when you get opportunities and all, and law and order. If you have gone through all that we have been, you know, all the sound bites that we have been seeing, and whatever reports we have got from the ground, the chorus among women in particular has been that, you know, whatever short stint the RJD has been in power after Lalu Yadav was uprooted, I mean there has been an exponential increase in law and order problems. Gundagardi has increased on the ground. So, so this is what, and also let's face it, the thing is that there has been a tremendous counter consolidation against the caste thing that was basically, if you look at Tejashwi, apart from his youth, quote unquote youth, what was propelling him? His caste factor, the Muslim Yadav factor. Now, if people do not want to vote for that, so obviously the first thing that they are going to do is that they did not want this Muslim Yadav domination, and most importantly, they did not want any uncertainty.
Well, one will have to look at now also how the Muslim and Yadav voting has gone, because obviously there is a, you know, there is a minority vote that's also gone to the BJP and the NDA. There is also a Yadav vote perhaps that's also gone there, and now it's the new MY. The Mahila and the youth. The
Mahila and the youth.
That is trumping the old MY.
Yes, of course, that the Mahila factor is a very big factor. And it is not just because, you know, people who are just going to try to, you know, pinpoint and just boil down the whole election to the 10,000 rupees that Nitish Kumar has given. No, it is much more than that. You know, women want security. Women want say for example, if you are looking at the welfare schemes of the central government,
yes,
everything has benefited the women of Bihar, isn't it? It is not just, and then Bihar has its own schemes. I mean, that is also one of the reasons why Mamata Banerjee is so particular about, you know, she for everything 99.9 rupees given by the center, she gives 10 paisa and renames everything under her government. This is why. Because ultimately the vote goes to people, to governments who have given them pakka ghar, you know, Bijli, Ujjwala, all these schemes, everything is working on the ground.
Okay. Okay. Let me take that back across to you, Chitra Batham. Chitra Batham, on now, who will be blamed for this loss? Will it be Tejashwi Yadav, who was projected as your chief ministerial face of your alliance? Will it be Rahul Gandhi, who of course led your campaigning and led a yatra as well? Who do you believe is responsible for this defeat of the Mahagathbandhan?
Well, honestly, I don't believe that it is anybody's fault as such, you know, our leaders' fault, because our leaders have worked tooth and nail to convey the message or to make awareness in the voters' mindset regarding to what is been happening. If you think that this election victory is a victory of migration, then I think it speaks for itself. If you think this election is a victory of the highest inflation, then I think it speaks for itself. If you think this election is a victory of the debt that the women of Bihar are facing today, then I think it speaks for itself. Our leadership has done everything in its capacity to boost, to motivate everybody and to see the facts as it is. I don't think so that they fell short anywhere in their respective campaign or conveying of the messages as such. So I think we have to analyze somewhere else as to where the problem lies, and that is something that we will be doing.
Do you believe the issues you raised then were wrong? Do you believe the squabbling perhaps has cost you these friendly fights and the lack of any clear seat sharing until very late?
Apparently, that is what I'm saying. I think your political analyst over here, she said that there's a great track record of eradicating poverty. If you think that 94 lakh people who are forced to live on rupees 200 per day is a great track record of eradicating poverty, then I have no words to say. So I believe that this was a completely failed government of the past 20 years. Nitish Kumar had not been successful in delivering Bihar to its optimum level.
So then do you believe, national issues have worked then? Or you believe national issues have worked then? It's PM Modi's charisma, national issues that have come into play here?
There is no PM, so I don't think so there is any PM Modi's charisma per se. Otherwise he wouldn't have to use all those filthy words like Katta and Dunali and whatnot in Bihar. So I believe he was very desperate, and which is why he stooped to such low levels in the respective rallies. There is no national charisma, there is only a national disaster, which is a vyavastha.
But the people of Bihar have obviously not believed that.
Sorry, I did not get your question.
The people of Bihar have not believed what you are saying. They've obviously voted for something totally different. So either you are disconnected.
I am saying
or
the manner in which
the campaign is over, ma'am. The campaign is over, Chitra Batham. The campaign is over. ये सब जो बातें थी वो campaign में बोलने की थी कि PM मोदी का charisma नहीं है. The Sarkar has failed. 20 years governance has been misgovernance. The campaign is over. The results have come out now.
If you think there was a charisma, no, Uday Pratap ji, you tell me if there was any charisma of the Prime Minister, then why were they not able to write anything in the manifesto?
No, I'm talking about, so you believe it's the manifesto that has worked for them?
Why they were not able to write anything in the manifesto?
You believe it's the manifesto promises that work for them?
The press conference of the manifesto lasted for only 30 seconds.
The manifesto,
only 30 seconds.
The manifesto,
shortest press conference.
The manifesto has worked.
The NDA manifesto.
The manifesto has worked.
So
the NDA manifesto you believe has worked for them?
They have failed miserably to deliver things. They had nothing in the manifesto written.
So then what is worked for the NDA? What is worked for the NDA and what is not worked for the Congress and the Mahagathbandhan?
The vyavastha. I am telling you, it is the vyavastha. It is the ECI's vyavastha.
Again you go back to the EC.
It's amply clear.
Again you go back to the EC. Again you go back to the EC. You know, Chitra Batham, if this, I'm afraid if this is the attitude, then you're going to lose every election. If you're going to be a sore loser and just blame the EC for a match that you've lost, you're going to be a sore loser. This is like a sportsman blames the referee or the umpire if they lose. This is like a sportsman blame the referee or the umpire if they lose. Joyita Basu responding.
That is what is proved.
Joyita Basu is responding.
I'll just mention this much, Uday. From whatever little bit reports we were getting from the grounds and the reporters and coming, and whatever the buzz was that
the proof, Chitra Batham, has to be submitted to the Supreme Court, which you don't do. The proof has to be submitted to the Election Commission, which you don't do. The EC says nothing is submitted to them. The Supreme Court has not admitted any of your proofs. They on your plea, on the plea of petitioners, they admitted the Aadhaar card. 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 And in fact, when the SIR was published, when the new SIR was published, there were no complaints by any political parties. There were no complaints by the opposition when the new SIR was.
Listen to me.
Okay, Joyita Basu is responding. Joyita Basu. Joyita Basu.
Listen, people who have been following the Bihar elections, the run up to the Bihar elections, they know what a mess the situation was. What a mess Congress in particular, their ground level work is there or not there. There were many friendly, so-called friendly fights which actually turned out to be very unfriendly in different seats. So you see, to say that the Congress was expecting, in fact I was told by our reporters who have been traveling that it will be a miracle if Congress touches the 10 mark. Okay. So in fact that was one of the things I tweeted the first thing in the morning. So for Congress to end up with 4 is nothing much, because you see, I mean, I'm not surprised, because that was the kind of
you won 4 seats and you know you won 4 seats, and yet the kind of humility is as if they won the election. Is that the problem, Alok Mehta? The complete disconnect is there. Look at the spokesperson of the Congress party. You know, the way she is blaming the election commission, she is blaming everything except for her own party. Obviously, there is some introspection that should be done. Is this the reason why we see the failure after failure, unfortunately, of the opposition? Because they don't course correct. Any democracy needs a healthy opposition. Yeah. But if the opposition is not going to course correct and go on clinging to the same issues, that are obviously not cutting ice with the voter. We are not the voters of Bihar. The voters of Bihar have spoken, and look at the result that's on our screens.
Udayji, A.K. Antony report was lying since long, you know, and then he left even Delhi. You know, these kind of review all the time, they say we will just see and review. Now they just blame the election commission. Again, I will tell you, in Himachal Pradesh, J.P. Nadda was the party president. He wanted to lose the Himachal Pradesh in Vidhan Sabha. He was the leader of the house, he was the leader of the Himachal Pradesh, and then they wanted to lose it. That's why these kind of blame, people are not accepting that, these type of argument. Real problem is there was no organization in there. Rahul Gandhi just visit as a tourist or give interviews to the tourist YouTuber, and that's why he never faced the one-to-one interview with you or anybody else in the country after the Arnab Goswami. You see, this kind of approach, just like you go as a tourist or as a Prashant Kumar also did the same thing. He travelled a lot. We can say, okay, to understand the country, countryside or the state, you know, it's okay. But afterwards, then you blame.
Obviously, there were missteps. Yeah. Prashant Kishor, did not contest himself. Why did he not contest himself? Did he see the writing on the wall that he is looking at a losing contest? Did he then send his other candidates out to lose? And just not himself. Rahul Gandhi did that vote chori yatra. Whatever said and done, any yatra is good for a political party to do on ground. But then what happened? He disappeared for 59 days in the middle of the election. So all of these are obvious missteps by the opposition parties, by Jan Swaraj, by Congress, by others. We're going to analyze Tejashwi others' missteps as well in a second, because obviously Tejashwi also now cannot only blame the Congress or the left or the VIP. His party as well is now just down to 26 leads as we speak. But let's go across to a BJP headquarters now that obviously is looking like it's going to have a Diwali celebration once again. Sanjay Sharma, लगता है इस साल में 2 बार दिवाली आ रही है भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए. क्या नजारे हैं बीजेपी दफ्तर में, संजय? What are you seeing around you? What is the kind of euphoria there, and what time are we expecting the celebrations this evening to begin?
मैं आपको दिखाता हूं ये बीजेपी के राष्ट्रीय मुख्यालय का नजारा. आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पर लगभग शाम को 6 से 6:30 के बीच में प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी यहाँ पर इसी जगह पर मंच पर पहुंचने वाले हैं. आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पर मंच बनाया गया, मंच तैयार है प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के स्वागत के लिए. और यहीं से ये जो मंच आपको दिखाई दे रहा है, यहाँ पर बड़ी बड़ी लाइटें लग चुकी हैं, स्पीकर, साउंड सिस्टम सारा तैयार हो चुका है, सामने लाइटें लगाई गई हैं. और यहीं से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को संबोधित करेंगे और साथ ही साथ उनका अभिवादन स्वीकार करेंगे. आप देख सकते हैं मेरे बाईं तरफ ये बैंड बाजे, ढोल नगाड़े, ये सब के सब यहाँ पर जुटते जा रहे हैं. तो यहाँ पर कार्यकर्ताओं की भीड़ भी आती जा रही है. और यहाँ पर सिर्फ कार्यकर्ता ही नहीं पहुंच रहे, आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पर मिठाइयाँ बट रही हैं, लड्डू बट रहे. जय भगवान जी, मिठाइयाँ क्यों बांटी जा रही हैं?
आज बिहार की जनता ने मोदी जी को पूरा आशीर्वाद दे करके, जो विदेशी शक्तियां बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठिए रोहिंग्या के बोट बनवा करके देश में उनको बढ़ावा दे रहे थे।
कांग्रेस कह रही वोट चोरी की है, मैनेजमेंट किया, व्यवस्था की है आप लोगों ने वोट की।
देखिए, जब हम हिमाचल में हारते हैं तब वोट चोरी नहीं होता है, जब कर्नाटक में कांग्रेस जीतती है तब वोट चोरी नहीं होता है, तेलंगाना में कांग्रेस जीतती तब वोट चोरी नहीं होता है, जब भाजपा जीतती है, एनडीए जीतता है तो वोट चोरी का इल्जाम लगाते हैं।
यहाँ पर कुछ लोग लालटेन लेकर के भी आए हुए हैं, आप तो लालटेन जला रहे, क्या बात है?
लालटेन जो तेजस्वी यादव जी कह रहे थे कि बिहार में विकास नहीं हुआ है, हम उनको दिखाना चाहते हैं कि आजकल लालटेन जो है घासलेट से नहीं एलईडी से चलता है, जो कि जीता जागता उदाहरण है नीतीश बाबू और मोदी जी का विकास का बिहार प्रतीक है। बिहार में बिजली 24 घंटे आ रहा है।
आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर जो कार्यकर्ता जो इकट्ठे हुए हैं उनके मन में क्या बात है? आपको लगता है फिर से दिवाली का दिन है आज?
हमारे लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी में मोदी जी के शासनकाल में, मोदी जी के जब से हमारे सिरमौर बने हैं, टॉपर हैं, तब से हमारे लिए रोज दिवाली का माहौल बन रहा है। और आज तो स्पेशल दिवाली का माहौल है, क्योंकि पूर्व की तरफ हमारे को अगर बाई चांस अगर हम यहाँ पर नहीं होते, जीत की खुशी नहीं मिलती, तो पूर्व के आगे एक बंगाल भी पड़ा हुआ है। लेकिन जनता ने भर भर के हमारे को वोट दिया है। वो चाहता है कि विकास की गाड़ी जो है लगातार चलती रहे और बढ़ती रहे आगे।
आप देख सकते हैं बिहार से जो विकास का दौर जो शुरू हुआ है, और अब बीजेपी चाहती है कि ये दौर लगातार जारी रहे, और पश्चिम बंगाल के चुनाव जब आएंगे तो बंगाल में भी इसी तरीके से बीजेपी की विकास की लहर चलती रहे, जारी रहे।
जी बिल्कुल। और अब अगर हम बात करें तो आपके सूत्र क्या बता रहे हैं संजय? जब आपकी बात हो रही है ऑफ रिकॉर्ड बीजेपी के नेताओं से, तो मुख्य वजह वो क्या बता रहे हैं? मेन फैक्टर्स क्या हैं बीजेपी के इस विक्ट्री के लिए? अगर हम बात करें तो 1 या 2 महीने पहले काफ़ी विश्लेषक कह रहे थे कि कांटे की टक्कर थी, मगर आज जो स्थिति स्पष्ट हुई है वो तो बिल्कुल एक तरफा जीत हुई है बीजेपी और एनडीए के लिए। तो चीज़ें कैसे बदली, विनेबिलिटी के कारण क्या बता रही है पार्टी के सूत्र?
देखिए, बीजेपी के नेताओं को इतना भरोसा नहीं था कि इतनी बड़ी संख्या में उनकी जीत होगी। 160 का दावा केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री अमित शाह कर रहे थे, लेकिन ये जो नंबर आ रहे हैं, ये जो रुझान प्राप्त हो रहा 200 सीटों के ऊपर, तो ये इसकी कल्पना बीजेपी के नेताओं को भी नहीं थी। लेकिन अब यही कहा जा रहा है कि इसमें सबसे बड़ा योगदान रहा है महिलाओं का, यानी कि बिहार की जो आधी आबादी थी महिलाएं, उन्होंने कास्ट तोड़ दी। पहले ये कहा जाता था कि एमवाय समीकरण है महागठबंधन के पास, लेकिन एमवाय समीकरण टूट गया। उनकी जो महिलाएं थी उन्होंने अक्रॉस द कास्ट लाइन होकर के बीजेपी को वोट दिया, एनडीए को वोट दिया, जेडीयू को वोट दिया, एलजेपी को वोट दिया। तो एनडीए की जो बड़ी जीत हुई है उसका बड़ा कारण बिहार की आधी आबादी है, जिसने चाहे वो शराबबंदी का कारण हो, चाहे लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का कारण हो, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं बीजेपी और एनडीए के पक्ष में वोट डाला है।
जी, आज तो जश्न का दिन है जैसे हम देख रहे हैं आपके इर्द गिर्द, मगर आगे क्या? शपथ की तारीख कुछ तय हुई है? बीजेपी विधायक दल की बैठक, जेडीयू विधायक दल की बैठक ये कब हो सकती है? एनडीए की बैठक कब हो सकती है? क्या वही फॉर्मूला अपनाएगा एनडीए, एक मुख्यमंत्री और 2 उप मुख्यमंत्री? क्या मुख्यमंत्री चेहरा नीतीश कुमार ही रहेंगे? क्या दोनों उप मुख्यमंत्री बीजेपी के होंगे? क्या चिराग पासवान भी कुछ और चाहेंगे अब सरकार में मेजर शेयर, गिवन द फैक्ट नाउ कि वो 20 सीटों पर पहुंच गए हैं? आगे की राह क्या है संजय?
देखिए, जहां तक मुख्यमंत्री की बात है तो मुख्यमंत्री का नाम निर्विवाद रूप से तय नीतीश कुमार ही भावी मुख्यमंत्री होंगे, इसमें किसी को भी कोई शंका नहीं है। लेकिन जहां तक बात है डिप्टी सीएम की, कितने डिप्टी सीएम बनेंगे, कौन कौन बनेंगे, तो इसके लिए आज शाम को 6:30 बजे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जब यहां पर आएंगे बीजेपी के राष्ट्रीय मुख्यालय में, पहले कार्यकर्ताओं को संबोधित करेंगे। उसके बाद में लगभग 8 बजे 8:30 बजे के करीब बीजेपी के पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड की बैठक होगी, और बीजेपी की जो इसको सर्वोच्च बॉडी कहा जाता है, सर्वोच्च इकाई माना जाता है, तो पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड में इस बात का फैसला होता है कि पार्टी की तरफ से कौन मुख्यमंत्री होगा, कौन डिप्टी सीएम होगा, कितने डिप्टी सीएम होंगे। तो ये फार्मूला अभी तय होना है, नाम तय होना था, उसका फैसला सिर्फ और सिर्फ बीजेपी का पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड करता है, जिसके बैठक आज शाम को लगभग 8 से 8:30 के बीच में होना है। इसी बीजेपी के राष्ट्रीय मुख्यालय में बैठक होगी, जब प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी आएंगे, जेपी नड्डा उस बैठक में शामिल होंगे, अमित शाह उस बैठक में शामिल होंगे, राजनाथ सिंह उस बैठक के सदस्य वो भी शामिल होंगे, बीएल संतोष होंगे, और जो पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड के और जो अन्य सदस्य हैं वो भी बैठक में शामिल होंगे। पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड तय करेगा कि कितने डिप्टी सीएम होंगे, बीजेपी का डिप्टी सीएम होगा, सीएम होगा, और होगा तो कौन सा चेहरा होगा।
चलिए संजय, इस खबर पे आप नजर बना के रखें, हम आपके पास वापस लौटेंगे। तो जश्न का माहौल है बीजेपी दफ्तर में। द बॉल विल आल्सो बी सेट रोलिंग today itself, tonight itself, on the government formation, of course, and on what the picture will be of the new government in Bihar. However, it will be an NDA government. There will be no change. That's, of course, a decision that the Bihar voters have taken. Manoj Kumar Beta, JDU spokesperson, is joining us live. Manoj Kumar Beta, congratulations to you, your party and your alliance. Of course, it's a great victory, of course, for you all. How are you analyzing this, Manoj Kumar Beta? Were these numbers something that you were expecting? Were your party internal reports also suggesting this, or are you all very pleasantly surprised looking at this?
No. First of all, I am not from JDU. I am from Jan Suraj.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay.
I am from Jan.
Okay. So that's
from Jan Suraj,
yes,
not from
that's a
JDU.
correction there. Your parties both start from the letter J, but one, of course, is going to be in the government, and one, unfortunately, will not even sit in the opposition, because your party, and I'll ask our producers to just correct your designation, Manoj Kumar Beta, unfortunately, has not even managed to pull one seat. So far, 0 leads for the Jan Swaraj. How are you analyzing this? What do you believe has gone wrong?
So initially, Prashant Kishor, when he started walking around Bihar and started understanding the situation of Bihar, and started commenting on the Bihar situation. So he analyzed and told in a statement, it's a very clear statement, that either us or first. It means if people will understand what is our plan for making Bihar a better place, whenever we go outside, we get abused, we get insulted. So we are going to create a situation and establishment in Bihar that Biharis should not go outside and stay here. If people are going to understand our plan, then definitely we are going to get more seats. If they are fail to understand our plan and our statement, definitely they are not going to cast our vote, because in Bihar we have seen easily people get polarized. And today's situation we can see they got polarized. And today NDA is getting a soaring victory. It is because at the last moment, just during the election, just before election, they started deposit 10,000 rupees in women's account. That is one factor. That is also the breach of the Election Commission of India's code of conduct. Many monies sent to the women's account at the time of Election Commission code of conduct was imposed. So that is one factor. They won the vote of women. But we should not forget that how students were crying when the police was beating them, when they're asking for the questions of paper leak. They were not getting employment. And when we go outside of Bihar, we are getting insulted because there is no any arrangements and management better in Bihar. And we have also seen the murders and abduction in Bihar is not stopped. Despite that, people had come and casted their vote to this incumbent government. So it is a little bit surprising, but we need to understand, and we are going to analyze, and we are going to go to
Manoj
public
Kumar Beta,
again.
do you believe, Manoj, that in hindsight, perhaps Prashant Kishor should have contested himself? Would that have helped your party's prospects? Do you believe?
Yes, we can say that if he would have contested an elections, that would have given a great message to the party and also to our state, that the leader himself is contesting an election. But no worries, because he had other plan for not.
No, I appreciate your honesty. I appreciate your honesty. Obviously, you do believe in hindsight it would have been better if he had contested. It could have helped your prospects. But Manoj, also as far as the vote share, also it's sometimes not easy for a debutant political party to open their accounts and to win a few seats. It happens sometimes, it doesn't. But are you disappointed with the kind of dismal vote share also that your candidates have got? You contested in almost all the constituencies in Bihar, over 220 if I'm not mistaken, and yet this kind of dismal vote share for the Jan Swaraj, despite the Yatra, despite Prashant himself going to many seats. Is that disappointing, and what do you perhaps believe could be the reason for that?
Yeah, definitely it is disappointing for us that we could not make even open our account this time, despite 3 years, from last 3 years, we are going villages to villages, doing assemblies to assemblies. But despite that, we did not get that much of vote share. What we would have expected, at least we would have got that much. So we are going to analyze the situation, why this has happened, and definitely we are going to again do the spinning over it and try
What
to
is
find
your
out
what is the party's future? Will your party continue to?
Yeah, definitely. We are not going to back forward. We are ready for all kind of situations and results. What could be the consequences? We are going to fight back in Bihar. We have come over here with the commitment that we are going to make Bihar a better place, so that Biharis who are going outside of our state because of compulsion, because there is no arrangement and management for employment over here. So we are going to make that arrangement. This is our commitment. We are not going to back forward. We are looking forward to make Bihar better. We will fight again. We will go to public again. We will try to make our points to understand them. It's quite possible for us that we try to make them understand our situation.
Are you going to look at any possible alliances in the future? Do you believe that could help you?
We are not thinking about it. Even our Prashant Kishor has clearly stated in a written statement that there would not be pre or post alliance with any of the political parties over here, because due to them, because last 35 years, whether it's Mahagathbandhan or NDA has ruled over this state, still the state is standing last of
you know,
the list
Prashant
of
Kishor
all
also was honest. I remember in one of his statements where he said either I'm going to get below 10 seats or I'm going to get over 150. Obviously, the former has happened. Alok Mehta, how do you analyze the Jan Swaraj Party's disappointing debut? A disastrous debut, actually, if I might say.
I think because the Anna Andolan, the Anna movement gave this Arvind Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party. Here, I think he also felt the same thing, that the more people are educated people, young people will vote. And now, but he also announced that I will leave the politics. So the question is, our guest telling us that the Jan Swaraj Party will continue. So who will lead then? They have to develop a new leadership also, because the whole vote.
No, you are just mistaken over here. Who told that we are going to leave the politics?
No, Prashant Kumar. Prashant Kishor on interviews. Number of interviews he told.
Got your point. Let me reiterate that one. What Prashant Kishor told. Just 3 to 4 months before, he told that if JDU is going to get 25 seats, then I'm going to leave the politics. That was his statement. At that time, he told, when there was a corruption on the top, and when he has not distributed 10,000 monies to the women, when he had not distributed, announced 125 units electricity free, he had not announced that the old pensions from 4,000 to 1,100 rupees. At that time, he told that if the situation remains the same, and if JDU is going to get even 25 seats in Bihar, it means we are going to leave the politics. But after that, what the Jan Swaraj has already mentioned, that Jan Swaraj aayega, 5 cheezen ho jayega, in that he mentioned that
Prashant Kumar always, he was talking that he is going to contest the election. First he said, I am going to election. And he went to the people and said, okay, if you say I will contest the election, few weeks before. And then he said, no, I am not contesting. These kind of, and then he was very closest to Nitish Kumar. He was claiming that he was very close to Narendra Modi ji. He was closest to the Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi. He said, if you give him power to me. All the time he was changing his stand, and now he want to rule the Bihar. Even the Shatrughan Sinha, he was also from Bihar. He was dreaming long back, I'm talking 90s. At that time, he was thinking that I will be a chief minister. You see, even Shatrughan Sinha failed. Now, but at least he was working, he was more popular than the Prashant Kumar number of 100 times. That's why I'm saying that just go a gimmick and do something. The Jan Swaraj Party will be also same like a other Janata Party like Subramanian Swamy. You can say, okay, this is the party, one main party, you can run.
1 minute. In 1980, when BJP came, and contested in elections.
Okay.
How many seats?
Yeah, but
he
there is the
got?
organization, there is the RSS. You don't remember,
There was
the
RSS
RSS was
despite
working
that,
in Bihar, in Northeast.
despite that.
Even Mrs. Gandhi used to
Despite
pay RSS
despite
people
that, how much,
to counter the
votes have they
Isai
got?
missionary,
Very
Christian
little, right?
missionary, to counter the
They
CIA.
continued.
And
They
now the
Jayanta
people
Basu,
blame.
Jayanta Basu also
continue their journey.
on the
They are
factors that
forming
you
government.
believe have gone wrong for the Janswaraj,
We have
and then I want to
started
get you in on
the journey of
Tejashwi as well.
journey in
Jayanta
Bihar.
Basu. Okay, Manoj, we've heard you out. Let's say the others as well.
Let's put it this way, why just as RJD and Congress cannot run on dynasty fumes, Jan Suraj party also cannot run on media fumes. You see, this happened with Arvind Kejriwal. It was primarily the media that propelled him to power, but Delhi is a much smaller place, you know, tiny place. It's much easier to capture people's imagination, and once people saw that the delivery is not up to the mark or the delivery is not there, so Arvind Kejriwal got thrown out, you know. And when you are looking at Bihar, Prashant Kishor, when you are totally propelled by the media, and what happens is that you have obviously not been able to capture the minds of the people. And when do you succeed? When there is no quote unquote successful, I would say, a model of governance, when there is delivery on the ground, when delivery of the ground on the ground is already taking place. You see, for a very poor state like Bihar, even if 30%, 40% delivery is taking place, they will say what we have is already better. You know, what are you going to promise? You are not going to get any funds from the central government. You will not have anything to do. So we are happy with what we have. We would rather veer to what we are already getting. Why would I give you an option? You know, and that is what exactly happened. It was running on media fumes. It did not have any petrol to run their car, and that is what happened. That is why this result happened. In fact, they may be claiming anything, but it's a fact that beyond newspapers and beyond television, they do not have any presence. That is what is showing. But that is what the results are showing. That is what the results are showing. The proof of the pudding is in eating, and there is no pudding over here.
We are perfecting their problems of Bihar's problems to the world. It is known to the world what is the Bihar actual problems, and everybody is in Bihar knows
it's
that.
only not known to the Bihari, it seems.
No, Bihari knows very well. We are also from Bihar, only not Prashant Kishor, but every person connected with the Jan Suraj reach to the people and
but
try
you
to
did not
make them
even win
understand
one
this
seat.
is a real
You did not
question of
even
Bihar.
make
We
a
have to
dent
make
in
Bihar
terms
better
of
place
voting
for
percentage.
everyone
So
to
what are we
stay
talking
here and
about
work
here?
To employ here, to get education here, to get proper treatment and health over here. We try to make them understand, but in Bihar, we should not understand. Bihar is trapped in caste and religion politics. And ultimately, when we travel forward, now at the last moment, we are saying that Jungle Raj, people get fear from Jungle Raj. No, we do not want the Jungle Raj. They moved to the NDA. NDA, what said? We just distributed money because you have the government, you have budget, you have fund, and fund related to us.
Okay, what about the Tejashwi factor now? Let's just talk about the Tejashwi factor for a second. Jayanta Basu, what has gone wrong?
And why there is no mention?
What has gone wrong with Tejashwi Yadav's campaign, Jayanta Basu?
First of all, what went wrong was that, you know, until and for his promises were totally wild and unrealizable. I am going to give this many crore government jobs, and all. When jobs are not available, that many, how can you possibly go around giving it? You can go, and if you look back at his track record, he was also Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar for some time. What did he do in that time? There was nothing really, you know, shining about him. I mean, there was nothing that really was eye-catching. It was a very inconsequential. All he did was, you know, chacha, kaka, whatever he calls Nitish, and so inner politics and all. There is no governance that people would be attracted to. You see, as I mentioned earlier also, just saying I'm young is no, I have energy does not help like that. Prime Minister Modi any day has
Let me just also point out one more thing. Even as we speak right now, Joyita, Tejashwi Yadav from Raghopur constituency is trailing himself by 4,800 votes now.
So you see, so that means
himself personally
yes.
trailing from Raghopur.
So which means there is the Yadav vote bank has broken. Somebody has been able to, I mean, I would say, take away a chunk of the Yadav vote bank. So what we can witness is, no, this is a clear mandate. This is a clear mandate. People are saying that, listen, we do not want all that nonsense about uncertainties. Who will be the chief minister? How many years this person will rule? So clear mandate, straight cut mandate. Go rule now and show what you can do. This is an opportunity.
Okay. Let me also draw in now another special guest joining us on Newsx. Jairam Thakur, former Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh, is live with us. Jairam Thakur, welcome. Thank you for being with us today on Newsx, and congratulations to you and your party for, of course, a stupendous showing in the state of Bihar. A bigger mandate than last time. The NDA is back in Bihar, as these numbers clearly tell us. What do you attribute this to?
जी, सबसे पहले तो मैं प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जगत प्रकाश नड्डा जी, अमित शाह जी को, और बिहार की जनता का धन्यवाद करता हूं कि एक बहुत मैसिव मैंडेट बिहार की जनता ने एनडीए को फिर से सत्ता में लाने के लिए दिया है। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि अब की बार बिहार 200 पार, यानी कि 205 का आंकड़ा हम छुए हैं इस वक्त। तो निश्चित रूप से ये नरेंद्र मोदी जी का नेतृत्व और नरेंद्र मोदी जी की नीतियों पर पूर्ण रूप से बिहार की एक तरह की मोहर है। और जंगल राज का वो दौर जो लालू यादव के समय में चलता था, उससे बिहार पूर्ण रूप से अब बाहर होकर के विकास की राह पर चला है। और मैं एक बार बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, और ये ऐतिहासिक जीत है। और मैं देख रहा हूं कि जो एनडीए ने इस बार परफॉर्म किया है, वो बहुत मैं कह सकता हूं कि बहुत ही बेहतर परफॉर्मेंस है। और जो महागठबंधन ने जो शोर डाला था, बहुत ज्यादा बोला था वोट चोर, जब भी चोर शब्द का इस्तेमाल किया है राहुल गांधी ने, उनको बहुत भारी पड़ा है। और अब की बार फिर से वही दौर राहुल गांधी को देखना पड़ा है।
मगर वो बदलते नहीं। आपने बिल्कुल सही कहा, पहले उन्होंने नारा दिया था चौकीदार चोर है, वो फ्लॉप हो गया नारा। अब ये वोट चोरी का नया नारा है। मगर आज भी परिणाम आ गए हैं। कांग्रेस प्रवक्ता हमारे प्रोग्राम पे जुड़ रहे हैं, अभी भी कह रहे हैं कि नहीं, वोट चोरी हुई है, व्यवस्था ठीक नहीं थी, इलेक्शन कमीशन की वजह से हम हारे हैं, परिणाम ऐसे नहीं होने चाहिए थे। मैं उनको उदाहरण दे रहा हूं कि अभी एक उपचुनाव राजस्थान में भी हुआ है आज, वहां कांग्रेस की जीत हुई है। मैं कह रहा हूं आपकी पार्टी की जीत हुई है, वहां चीजें ठीक नहीं थी, वहां भी इलेक्शन कमीशन का दोष है। तो कहते नहीं, ये तो इंडिविजुअली मैनेज होता है। वो बाज नहीं आते जयराम ठाकुर जी, क्यों?
देखिए, तो मैं देख रहा हूं कि राहुल गांधी एक चीज को लेकर के मैनिपुलेट करने में तो माहिर हैं कि इससे पहले कि उनके ऊपर सीधा सीधा आरोप आ जाए कि चुनाव की हार की वजह आप हैं, आपका नेतृत्व है, ये स्वीकार नहीं है ना देश को ना किसी प्रदेश को। लेकिन उसके बावजूद वो चालाकी से क्या करते, इससे पहले एक माहौल खड़ा करना शुरू करते ताकि उनके ऊपर बात ना आए। और कभी ईवीएम के बारे में बात करते हैं और कभी ईवीएम से हट करके अब की बात जो है वोट चोरी का जो आरोप लगाया उनने। अरे वोट चोरी का क्या मतलब है? राजस्थान में आप कह रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस उपचुनाव में जीती है, वहां तो उसका अभिनंदन हो रहा है, वहां तो उसकी खुशी मना रहे हैं। लेकिन उसके बाद विपरीत बिहार में, जहां बहुत बड़ा मैंडेट जो है एनडीए को फिर से मिला है, और सिर्फ वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी और वहां नीतीश कुमार जी का जो गठबंधन है, उनकी काम करने के तौर तरीके पर मोहर लगाई है, इस पर कहते हैं कि ये वोट चोरी है। वोट चोरी कहने का अभिप्राय, उनका कहने का मतलब क्या है? सबसे बड़ी बात है कि नेतृत्व पूरी तरह से कांग्रेस का असफल हो गया है, और अब राहुल गांधी को स्वयं स्वीकार करना चाहिए कि बहुत हो लिया, उनका सारा नेतृत्व जो है वह पूरी तरह से फेल है। और गांधी परिवार से कांग्रेस पार्टी को बाहर निकलने की अब सोचनी चाहिए, अगर कांग्रेस पार्टी को थोड़ा भी अगर चिंतन है, थोड़ा भी अगर विचार करने वाले लोग उसमें बचे हैं।
जी जयराम ठाकुर जी, क्या आपको लगता है ये दोबारा एक तरह का मैंडेट है ऑन द डबल इंजन सरकार ऑल्सो, मॉडल ऑफ द बीजेपी, कि जहां एक ही पार्टी की, आपकी पार्टी की केंद्र में और राज्य में सरकार रहती है, वहां विकास होता है और नई गति से होता है। ये बीजेपी, ये बिहार की जनता ने स्वीकारा है दोबारा?
बिल्कुल इस बात को पूर्ण रूप से स्वीकार किया है कि बिहार में अब डेवलपमेंट का जो मॉडल आदरणीय मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन में वहां एनडीए की गवर्नमेंट का जिस प्रकार से रहा है, उस पर पूर्ण रूप से वहां की जनता ने मोहर लगा ली है। और अब की बार आपने देखा होगा कि जो वहां पर जो वोटिंग परसेंटेज भी है वो काफी बड़ी रही इस बार, इसलिए रही कि लोग उत्सुकता के साथ इसी बात को लेकर के चाह रहे थे कि सरकार फिर से रिपीट होनी चाहिए एनडीए की, और बिहार के हित में बिहार के विकास के लिए एनडीए ही बेहतर ढंग से काम कर सकता है। और निश्चित रूप से ये श्रेय नरेंद्र मोदी जी को जाता है, उनकी नीतियों को जाता है और एनडीए की गवर्नमेंट को जाता है।
जी, नीतीश कुमार के प्रति भी ऐसा लग रहा है कि कोई एंटी इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है। इसकी वजह आप क्या मानते हैं? इतने सालों से वो वहाँ सीएम रह चुके हैं, कई अब चीज़ें बदली भी हैं, परिस्थितियां बदली भी हैं, मगर एंटी इनकम्बेंसी वोट हमें दिखा नहीं है। इनफैक्ट प्रो इनकम्बेंसी वोट दिखा है, क्योंकि जेडीयू की सीट्स में बढ़ोतरी हुई है, बीजेपी की भी सीटों में बढ़ोतरी हुई है। हमने देखा इस बार वोटर टर्नआउट में भी इजाफा हुआ। पहले ही आकलन लगाया जाता था कि जिस राज्य में वोटर टर्नआउट बढ़ा वहां की सरकार गई, एंटी इनकम्बेंसी दर्शाता ही है। मगर अब हम देख रहे हैं बीजेपी के दौर में कहीं ना कहीं प्रो इनकम्बेंसी वोट आ गया। तो एंटी इनकम्बेंसी क्यों नहीं आपको लगती है नीतीश के प्रति? और ये जो प्रो इनकम्बेंसी वोट हमें देखने को मिला बिहार में, जहां वोटर टर्नआउट हैज इंक्रीज्ड एंड योर सीट शेयर हैज आल्सो इंक्रीज्ड, इसकी वजह आप क्या मानते हैं?
देखिए, एक बात को लेकर के सकारात्मक वोट यानी कि पॉजिटिव वोट ये गवर्नमेंट को मिला है, इसमें दो राय नहीं है। क्योंकि बिहार ने इससे पहले जो लालू यादव की सरकार रही, लगभग लंबे समय तक रही वो भी, और उस सरकार में जिस प्रकार से बिहार पूरे देश दुनिया में बदनाम हुआ, और आरोप क्या था परिवारवाद का, आरोप क्या था भ्रष्टाचार का, आरोप क्या था पिछड़ेपन का, और आरोप क्या था वहां पर सबसे बड़ा कि वहां जो जंगल राज था, यानी कि लूटमार थी एक तरह की। तो उस सारे दौर से बाहर नीतीश कुमार जी ने वहां बिहार को निकाला, और जिसमें एनडीए की गवर्नमेंट का बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा है, यानी कि बीजेपी गठबंधन के साथ जब काम किया तो स्वच्छ छवि के साथ नीतीश कुमार ने जिस प्रकार से काम किया, और वही वजह है कि लोगों ने कहा कि ईमानदार नेतृत्व की आवश्यकता है बिहार को, आगे बढ़ना है तो, और साफ सुथरी छवि के साथ और कानून व्यवस्था को सुधार करने की दृष्टि से और विकास की राह पर तेजी से आगे बढ़ाने के लिए डेवलपमेंट के इस मॉडल को हमको जो है स्वीकार करते हुए आगे बढ़ना है। मन बनाया लोगों ने, और उसका परिणाम आप देख रहे हैं कि इतने लंबे समय तक सत्ता में रहने के बावजूद भी लगातार जो है वहां पर सीट्स की इंक्रीज हुई है, वोट शेयर में भी इंक्रीज हुआ है, और उसके साथ साथ में अभी आपने देखा कि लोगों ने वोट में भी बहुत उत्साह के साथ हिस्सा लिया, हैवी पोलिंग हुई। तो इन सारी चीजों को लेकर के मुझे लगता है कि सोचने का विषय है कि बिहार में जिस प्रकार से
एसआईआर पे मैं आता हूं, एसआईआर पे मैं आता हूं जयराम जी, एसआईआर पे मैं आता हूं। कांग्रेस एसआईआर पे भी दोष डाल रही है, कह रही है एसआईआर की वजह से भी शायद हम हारे हैं। एसआईआर को लेकर इतना विवाद क्यों, और क्या आप चाहेंगे कि एसआईआर हिमाचल प्रदेश में भी हो?
देखिए, पूरे देश भर में होना चाहिए और निश्चित रूप से होना चाहिए। और हिमाचल प्रदेश में हालांकि मैं मानता हूं कि इस प्रकार की बहुत ज्यादा परिस्थिति नहीं है, यहाँ पर वोट दूसरे ढंग से यहाँ पर बनाना कठिन होता है, पहचाना जाता है, क्योंकि ग्रामीण प्रवेश का है ये। कुछ एक विधानसभा क्षेत्र है जहां पर इस सारी चीज को लेकर के थोड़ी बहुत होती है कोशिशें, कांग्रेस के लोगों के द्वारा ही होती है वो कोशिशें। लेकिन ये एसआईआर जो है इसका बहुत बड़ा एक इम्पैक्ट है, पात्र व्यक्ति ही मतदाता होना चाहिए और पात्र व्यक्ति को ही मतदान का अधिकार होना चाहिए, सरकार बनाने की सहभागिता उसकी होनी चाहिए। तो ये बात जो हुई है मुझे लगता है कि बहुत अच्छा रहा है इस सारी चीज को लेकर के, और काश अगर ये झारखंड में भी हो गया होता तो मुझे लगता है कि वहां पर भी एनडीए की सरकार बनती, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनती।
जी, पहले एमवाई गठजोड़ को कहा जाता था गेम चेंजिंग गठजोड़ यादव पार्टीज के लिए। मुस्लिम यादव कॉम्बिनेशन पे समाजवादी पार्टी भी भरोसा जताती थी उत्तर प्रदेश में, और लालू प्रसाद यादव और आरजेडी भी जताती थी बिहार में। अब एक नया एमवाई निकल के आया, महिला और युवा, और महिला और युवा कहीं ना कहीं जिस तरफ हो जाते हैं वहीं बाजी मार लेती है जो भी दल, महिला और युवा जिसके तरफ भी हो जाते हैं। तो ऐसा लगता है कि एक नया MY फॉर्मूला पैदा हो गया है देश भर में, और ये MY जो है हम देख रहे हैं बीजेपी की तरफ में कहीं ना कहीं जा रहे हैं।
तो निश्चित रूप से मैं इस बात को देखता हूं कि जाति से बाहर निकल करके अब जो यंग जनरेशन, उनको उम्मीद अगर है तो वो नरेंद्र मोदी जी को जिसे है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी से, NDA से है, और उसके साथ साथ में जो महिलाओं की, जिनकी आबादी कुल आबादी का आधा हिस्सा है लगभग, उनको भी अगर उम्मीद है कि हम सुरक्षित रहेंगे, हमारे हित की बात होगी, हमारी सुरक्षा की बात होगी, तो उनको यही लगता है कि ये संभव सिर्फ नरेंद्र मोदी जी ही कर सकते हैं, उनके ही नेतृत्व में सुनिश्चित हो सकता है, NDA की गवर्नमेंट में ही हो सकता है। और इसलिए ये कॉम्बिनेशन मैं समझता हूं कि MY का तो बहुत मतलब सार्थक एक तरह से साबित हुआ है, और निश्चित रूप से मैं समझता हूं कि ये देश की राजनीति में एक नई एक पहल उस दिशा में है जहां देश को आज की तारीख में जाना चाहिए।
जी, दो आखिरी सवाल आपसे। एक, हिमाचल प्रदेश की तरह बिहार भी ज्यादातर ग्रामीण इलाका है, तो क्या आपको लगता है ये जीत के पश्चात ये कहना गलत नहीं है कि ग्रामीण भारत के दिल में मोदी जी ही हैं?
बिल्कुल, निश्चित रूप से मैं इस बात को कह सकता हूं कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी तो पूरे देश, भारत देश के, यानी कि अपने देश के दिल में है, चाहे वो ग्रामीण चाहे शहरी है। लेकिन ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में जैसे जैसे अब जागरूकता जिस तरह से आई है, चाहे वो अब मीडिया है, चाहे वो मीडिया के साथ साथ में जो टेक्नोलॉजी है, उनको देश को समझने का, देश को जानने का जब से अवसर मिला है, नीतियों को जानने का अवसर मिला है, उन्हें नरेंद्र मोदी जी का साथ दिया है, और लगातार साथ देने का कारण यही है प्रमुख रूप से कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी दिलों पर राज करने लगे हैं, ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में भी और शहरी क्षेत्र में भी।
बिल्कुल। और आखिरी सवाल आपसे, जयराम ठाकुर जी, आप खुद मुख्यमंत्री थे हिमाचल प्रदेश के आप चुनाव हारे। जब आप हारे उसके पश्चात आपने तो इलेक्शन कमीशन को दोष नहीं दिया था शायद, अगर मेरी याददाश्त सही है, तो फिर ये इलेक्शन हार कर RJD कांग्रेस क्यों इलेक्शन कमीशन को दोष दे रही है? आप भी दे सकते थे इलेक्शन कमीशन को दोष, पर आपने नहीं दिया।
नहीं, देखिए यही एक खासियत है, हम चुनाव को बहुत अलग तरह से देखते हैं, और लोकतांत्रिक व्यवस्था में भरोसा होना चाहिए, विश्वास होना चाहिए। और इसलिए जब हिमाचल प्रदेश में हमारी सरकार नहीं बन पाई, तो मैंने सबसे पहले मीडिया के समक्ष नैतिक जिम्मेवारी स्वीकार करके कि हम चुनाव नहीं जीत पाए, लोकतंत्र में जो जनमत आया है उसका मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं, स्वागत करता हूं, और हमारा रचनात्मक सहयोग रहेगा सरकार को। ये हमने शब्द कहे थे, मैं अच्छी तरह से याद है, जब पहली बार में प्रेस को चुनाव के परिणाम के पश्चात मिला था। और मुझे लगता कि हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि भाई कम से कम कांग्रेस की ओर से भी इस प्रकार की पहल होनी चाहिए, जनमत को स्वीकार करना चाहिए, सहजता से करना चाहिए, शालीनता से करना चाहिए, और यही लोकतंत्र की हमारी खासियत है।
जयराम ठाकुर जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे संग जुड़ने के लिए, एंड कांग्रेचुलेशंस वंस अगेन टू यू एंड योर पार्टी ऑन दिस विक्ट्री। डॉक्टर मधुरेंद्र पांडे, JDU spokesperson, is also with us. आपको भी बधाई डॉक्टर मधुरेंद्र पांडे for this mandate that the people of Bihar have given your coalition. Dr. Pandey, what are the factors that have worked in favor of your party, and what do you make of this pro-incumbency vote for Nitish Kumar? Dr. Pandey, can you hear me? Okay, I think we've lost him there. Avni Bansal, Congress spokesperson, is also joining us live on the broadcast. Avni Bansal, firstly, what do you believe are the factors that have gone wrong for your political party, and also how do you respond, to Jairam Thakur and others who we just spoke to, who say that why does the Congress insist on blaming the Election Commission every time? They need to respect the mandate of the people and accept it.
Yeah, thank you so much for your question. See, I think we are oversimplifying the debate by saying let's just accept the mandate. The fact that whichever party ever is in opposition needs to do better, do more introspection, I think that now is a given. I don't think anybody can sort of disagree from that. But after years of abysmal governance in Bihar, with bridges collapsing, unemployment soaring, with scams like Srijan and BPSC hitting people's trust in the government at a rock bottom level. The JDU and the BJP, if they think that their landslide victory is credible, to my mind, they cannot be farther from the truth. Okay, in my head, the answer is very clear. This is a case of A, mass disenfranchisement, and 2, it's completely curated to the BJP's need. Now, of course, this claim was made by Rahul Gandhi ji before the Bihar election results came out and not after it. And second, he gave enough evidence which is yet to be rebutted by the Election Commission of India. I just have one question to put in front of you, which is, please show me one other democratic country in the world, a country which even calls itself a democracy on paper, and show me one political party in that country which gets the numbers as right as BJP manages to do in India. Now, if you want me to believe, like everybody else is doing here, that Modi ji is some main Mahan Bhagwan, Neta hain, logo ke dilon pe raj karte hain, I am sorry, I am educated enough, I am not going to buy that simplistic narrative. And the second point, show me another democratic country where the body which conducts elections has been put under so much scrutiny and manages to be in power without the change of the person at the helm of affairs, without any questions being asked.
But Avni, Bansal, at the end of the day, you had a chance. You had a chance to go to the Election Commission and officially complain to them on a host of issues. They said you didn't. When the SIR roll was published, if there was disenfranchisement done, with evidence, you could have gone to them, or you could have even gone to the court. The Supreme Court did accept the argument of some of the petitioners and make Aadhaar card compulsory for the SIR exercise as well. So that is something that the court has ordered. But if there was any other evidence of fraud or disenfranchisement as you're claiming, why didn't you present that evidence earlier instead of now claiming it after the result has come out? Because it makes your party look like a sore loser.
Let me at least respond to your question. The first thing is, there is a word in English called systemic capture. What we are seeing in India will not be understood by having these simplistic TV debates. When there is a systemic capture or an institutional capture, as we call it, there are difficulties because it's not that evidence wasn't produced. In fact, the evidence was produced at the very highest level. When Rahul Gandhi ji, who is the face of the opposition,
no, by doing a press conference, that is not producing evidence. It needs to be submitted to the competent authorities. If you have a problem with TV debates, then the press conferences are the same. Holding a press conference is not a evidence gathering exercise or evidence production exercise.
That press conference, there were concrete evidence given and shared. Has the Election Commission of India answered a single claim so far?
But if a few of them,
country, if a single question was raised,
they've held press conferences.
Even if it were correct,
in order to show that
right, would give answers in the public domain.
They've held press conferences. They've held press conferences to counter your claims. Yes, the CEC has held press conferences.
But the question about what about 5 lakh duplicate voters? Do we have any answer?
Okay. Also, Avni Bansal, now as far as the another point that Jairam Thakur made earlier, another point that Jairam Thakur of the BJP made earlier, the former Himachal Pradesh CM, he said when he lost power, he was the CM earlier in Himachal. Now Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu, your party's CM, is in power. He said when he lost the election, he accepted the mandate, and he said we will introspect. And I resign on moral grounds, and good luck to the new party that's coming in. He is questioning why you don't do the same. Did you blame the EC when you won Himachal Pradesh? Or today too, you won a by-poll in Rajasthan. The Anta seat has been won by the Congress party. It's the same EC that conducted that election.
Can I respond to that question?
Please.
Can you hear? Yes. Please understand that the so-called Chanakya sitting in the BJP are not stupid enough to ensure that every single election, individual or collective, state by state and Lok Sabha, they win it all. In fact, I will add to your question. Nobody is asking in any TV debate, what explains this sudden strike rate of Chirag Paswan? Please tell me, what is this magic mantra that Chirag Paswan did?
Well, he's obviously doing a good job through his campaigns.
My question is, can you not
That's connecting ice with the voter.
So 1 second. People watching this debate can see that there is a very convenient curated script that is being written in behind closed doors to ensure that questions like these can immediately be asked. Now, one has to also appreciate that the opposition is in a place where we can't say that because there is election commission is being biased, because there is vote chori happening, we will not participate in election, because we will have to fight on ground. Now, that fighting is a longer fight. That is to save the democracy of the country. It's not being.
No, but you're not on zero seats. You're not on zero. You're not on zero seats.
Spokesperson, that's what I have to say. We will keep fighting. Satya परेशान हो सकता है.
You will keep fighting. You will keep fighting.
You can please keep stealing election after the election.
But Avni Bansal, okay, I'll get the others to respond to you. I'll get the others to respond to you in a second. But Avni Bansal, is this concerning for your party that you're down to 2 seats? You're, as of now, as we speak, even after the Rashtriya Lok Morcha and the Hindustan Awami Morcha and the AIMIM, you're down to 2 seats. Do you believe serious introspection is needed for the Congress party? Avni Bansal, that question is for you before I get in the others. Don't you agree that serious introspection is needed for your party? You're down to 2 seats. You're even behind the RLM, HAM and AIMIM, and they contested on far less seats than you.
सर, प्रजातंत्र में इंट्रोस्पेक्शन सबको करना चाहिए और हमेशा करना चाहिए, जीतने वाले को भी और हारने वाले को भी. कांग्रेस इंट्रोस्पेक्शन करेगी, इसमें कोई सवाल नहीं है, लेकिन ये जो मैंडेट आया है हमें नहीं लगता.
Okay, Mukesh Tyagi of the BJP, how do you react to that? Avni Bansal is saying the BJP needs introspection. The BJP is sitting on 95 seats and the NDA is back with an even better showing than last time around. But you need the introspection. The Congress is down to 2 seats. The RJD is down to 24 seats, but they don't need introspection is what they say. Mukesh Tyagi.
सर, आपने मेरे को आंसर नहीं देने दिया.
Mukesh Tyagi of the BJP. Avni Bansal, you've answered 4 questions. Mukesh Tyagi of the BJP has not even answered 1 question. Mukesh Tyagi of the BJP, go ahead.
Avni should stop heckling me now. I think it should.
मुकेश त्यागी जी पे नहीं आ रही हूँ. अभी मैं
No. He has asked me. Anchor is anchoring the show. You are not anchoring the show. What is this nonsense of me? What is this nonsense?
आप सवाल पूछ रहे हैं तो जवाब भी.
You are interrupting.
आपको सवाल भी आपको पूछना है, जवाब भी आपको देना है.
Anchor is handling the show. You are not handling the show.
आपको करना है तो कांग्रेस को बुला क्यों रहे हैं?
You have exhausted all your.
Sir, I am not speaking to you. I have no debate.
You have no business.
You are fighting with me.
Anchor has asked me. You have no business to interrupt.
Sir, I have not even responded to you. मैं ये बोल रही हूँ कि मेरे सवाल किया गया है, तो आप जवाब दीजिए. यदि आपको बीजेपी
अवनी बंसल आपने कितने सवालों का जवाब अभी दिया है और मुकेश त्यागी ने कितने सवालों का जवाब दिया है? आपने 5 सवाल बैक टू बैक दिया है. अगर आप आई हैं यहाँ मोनोलॉग के लिए तो ये मोनोलॉग शो नहीं है, ये एक डिबेट शो है. ये एक डिबेट शो है. मुकेश त्यागी नाउ नीड्स टू बी अलाउड टू स्पीक. Mukesh Tyagi of the BJP. I'll come back to you. Avni Bansal. You've just answered 5 questions back to back. At least allow him to answer 1. I'll come back to you. Mukesh Tyagi of the BJP. Mukesh Tyagi of the BJP. Mukesh Tyagi of the BJP. The floor is yours.
Will you mute her, please? I would request to them.
No, I don't mute anyone. I don't mute anyone on my program. That's not how I conduct the show. I've allowed her back to back. I've allowed her back to back 5 questions. I've allowed her back to back 5 answers and 5 questions, but she still feels that it's too less time. Then I can't help that. Yes, Mukesh Tyagi.
Udayan, on record, I've seen your debate many times. You have given her maximum possible time.
Yes, please go ahead.
मैं आपकी डिबेट पे पहली बार आ रही हूँ. आपने मुझे कभी डिबेट पे पहली बार
No, not you, but I'm talking comparatively. Please don't interrupt and don't heckle. Please don't display your uncivil behavior right now on this.
Sir, do not call me uncivil. I know what civility is.
Absolutely uncivil.
So please don't make any personal.
You are trying to give an intellectual.
Gloat in your victory, but don't make any personal remarks.
The Congress spokesperson is trying to, despite the fact she is completely decimated in Bihar election, still they are not able to see the mirror, and this is what is called the complete irony. These people have refused to get into their own introspection. Get in a bad worksmen quarrel with their tools. They're exactly quarreling with their tools. They're trying to do something. Rahul Gandhi, let me tell you, is singularly responsible for this decimation in Bihar, because he was saying, I'll drop atom bomb, hydrogen bomb, and he did not follow any constitutional protocol. He did not submit affidavit. He did not go to the court. He preferred to go to the press conferences and talked about hydrogen bomb. Very high decibel presentation. I mean, it was completely nonsense, and they could not establish the claim. Like EV, they had demonstration in London. The Kapil Sibal went there. They tried to create a big hallagula. They play sensational politics. whether it's the Constitution of India, whether it's the Jati Jangarna, whether it's a like a, EV or it's a SIR, everything has gone completely bust like a damp squib. So this is Rahul Gandhi's performance graph. And then you are defending, look at Nitish Kumar. Uday, I'm not trying to say being a BJP. Look at his governance. I mean, he was there for, 2000 onwards. I think he'll be one of the longest serving chief ministers in the history of India. But his governance has been clean. There is no allegation of corruption in contrast to Jungle Raj, how the fodder scam happened. That is completely
Yes.
five
What are the
times
factors?
convicted
Yuvraj
Prashad
Pukana,
Yadav.
come in here. Yuvraj Pukana, what are the factors?
No,
Mr. Tagya, I've got your point. I've got your point. I want to quickly get in the others and then I'll come back for responses. Yuvraj Pukana, author and columnist, is also with us. Yuvraj Pukana, what are the factors that have worked and what are the factors that have not worked? Do you believe the campaign rhetoric of Jungle Raj has worked? Do you believe this was a pro-incumbency vote rather than an anti-incumbency vote? Do you believe slogans like vote chori have not worked on the part of the opposition? What has worked and what has not worked? What's your analysis, Yuvraj?
Uday, if we carefully read this entire election campaign trail, it was completely a wave election and we are heading towards a landslide victory for the NDA. So NDA was very much clear with regards to 4N. NDA had and NDA has Niti, Niyat, Narendra and Nitish. So, and plus the allies. And the master strategist was Amit Shah. He was so carefully crafting the alliance that he knew back in 2020, where on 38 seats where JDU lost, and the losing margin was lesser than what the votes pulled by Chirag Paswan. Because everybody was shrieking कि चिराग को इतना सीट क्यों दिया, इतना स्पेस क्यों दिया जा रहा है. It was Amit Shah who carefully crafted his alliance and he knew Chirag could have created a huge dent. So it was a very carefully crafted trail by Amit Shah ji, and Tejashwi and Rahul Gandhi are clearly decried and rejected by the youth, because there was a resonance from some quarters that the youth is with Tejaswi and Tejaswi is very popular among youth. It is completely a shallow argument now. So it is very clear whether it is Mahila, Yuva, SCs, OBCs or the upper caste. Everybody gave a thumping majority to NDA, and last in few seconds, because the jungle cry, the war cry of jungle cry that BJP, the NDA brought in the table, it found resonance, not just with the old age voters, but with the youth voters. I'll tell you how. Back in 2005, when the first reign of Nitish Kumar came, he started with giving school bags, uniforms, cycles, and from so on so forth till today, 10,000 in the Mahila's account.
Yes.
So people have seen, people have
you know,
seen
the
the
old
work of
MY, the old MY, Rajlakshmi Joshi, political analyst, let me rope you in here as well. The old MY used to be Muslim Yadav combination. That was looked at as a winnable combination for certain political parties. That's got replaced now by the new MY. That's the Mahila and the Yuva. Now, the youth was wooed by Tejashwi Yadav. You know, there was promises of jobs and employment and a lot of that, of course, in the Mahagathbandhan's manifesto. That has not worked. There was also similar promises also on the issue of, examination paper leaks for students and others offered by Prashant Kishor of the Jan Swaraj as well. That has also not worked with the youth. Do you believe it's this MY combination, the Mahila and Yuva, that has proved to be a game changer for the NDA as well? Rajlakshmi?
Yes, definitely, Uday. You know, this new MY factor has definitely replaced the old Muslim and Yadav combination that used to probably work especially in Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. So this has been completely replaced by this Mahila factor and the Yuva factor. And also remember that in the Yuva factor also there is the 50% of the young girls. So again, they also are influenced by the Mahila factor. So just imagine that for the Mahila, especially This thing about the Jungle Raj is a huge factor. That is something that they just cannot forget. So that is something where not just the Mahila, actually even the, anybody could not step out of the houses after 6 p.m., after 7 p.m. Just imagine the scenario. And especially women, their lives were completely devastated. So they were in complete dehshat, as you would call it. So now today, what Nitish Kumar has done is, right from his first term, he has actually empowered them, and he has made sure that the law and order was restored. So he actually made something called as an auxiliary force, a special auxiliary force, wherein he recruited people who were retired police officers, senior police officers, and he made sure that law and order is restored. That is the very first thing that he did. So after that, what happens is, then he has empowered the young schoolgirls, so that they are educated, and then he has also created these schemes of Jivika Didis, and he has made sure that all these Jivika Didis, drone Didis, all these factors now this latest factor is about the Mukhyamantri Rozgar Yojana. So all of this together, the women especially there are empowered. They're not only able to move around freely, they're empowered. So then that is a huge factor. And even though the UR today, they may never have witnessed a Jungle Raj, the family obviously will tell them what it was. And now to add to it, Prashant Kishor has been asking all these uncomfortable questions about Mr. Tejashwi Yadav. And so all of that completely was, all the
Absolutely.
so-called, he spoke about so many jobs, but then people cannot forget the land for
Yes.
jobs.
Okay. Let me respond to, let me get Avni Bansal to respond to you as well. I believe Dr. Pandey of the JDU has also joined us back. Dr. Pandey, I tried to get you in here earlier. I don't think you were there with us, but I'll come to you in a second. Avni Bansal of the Congress, please respond now. You've heard what the BJP has to say and the other two analysts as well. Your response on the factors that have worked for the NDA and the factors that didn't for your party.
See, it is easy to, attribute multiple factors successfully to the winning party. All right. Every time the BJP and the NDA, they have a massive victory in any election, it's easier to say, they did this right, they did this right, and did this right. And it's very simple to say Congress, or for that matter, the Mahagathbandhan did everything wrong. That's a super simplistic narrative. What we're seeing here in this debate, I'm standing here for the Congress party, all the other voices that we are hearing see that, the NDA seems to have done everything right. I think there's a larger systemic setup, which is oversimplification of the issues. As far as the women voters are concerned, what I'm happy about is that state after state, women are emerging as a vote bank. I do not at all believe in this theory about Jungle Raj. Yes, you get 10,000 rupees right before elections. That works in your favor. That's worked state after state. Unfortunately, the Supreme Court has not stepped in on this matter of freebies. So that is one debate. Women are, but also asking the other question, which is as far as women's security is concerned, I am not seeing any effective things being done on ground. On the question of the youth, now unemployment remains one of the largest factor. In Bihar also, all the people who were on ground, we were hearing from them, rally after rally, unemployment rose as the number one problem. Why was it then that, there was no vote around it, which again gives me reasons to believe that, all of this is very conveniently curated. We know that in terms of the facts, 23 lakh women, their names were removed from the voter list, and most of these were from Muslims and the Dalit community. I am not speaking this. We have facts and data available for this. So what you are seeing, this entire SIR exercise that's happening across the state is, the BJP spokesperson said that the Congress spokesperson is now sort of, giving up all of these excuses, or that Rahul Gandhi ji, I was in a previous debate and it's being said that Rahul Gandhi ji came and exposed this entire lie because he wanted to shield himself. I am saying that with the connivance of the Election Commission, you are conducting the entire SIR process in a way that you have decided the results of every election even before they are fought. It may take us time. Initially, we had a feeling. Before Bihar elections, we gave credible proof as far as fighting this.
No, but how does that explain then elections where you win? Like Karnataka, Himachal Pradesh, Telangana, today in the by-polls as well, other by-polls as well.
If I may step in.
To be honest to your question, it is true that we don't have a full-fledged 101% explanation, and the reason we don't have it is because we are still figuring out this entire systemic
Yuvraj.
failure, this entire connivance of Election Commission. But I'm saying there is enough proof
Yuvraj.
for this to be investigated, and the fact that investigation
Uday, if I may step in.
is raising questions on accountability.
Yes, I would have lent some credibility to Mr. Rahul Gandhi ji, but the problem is it is completely hypothetical conjecture of his, or I mean, what kind of hallucination is Congress living in? If I see the 2023 Telangana polls, just ahead of polls, 22 lakh voters were deleted from the electoral roll. And guess who won the elections? We all know it was the Congress. So, I mean, you cannot shoot the messenger, you cannot day in and day out abuse.
Okay, Dr.
reduce
Pandey,
their-
let me draw you in here now.
Her
Dr.
choices
Pandey of the
expenses
JDU.
towards-
Dr. Pandey of the JDU, what has led to this, stupendous victory for your party? Were your party's internal reports also suggesting this, or are you pleasantly surprised at the margin of your win, Madhurendra Pandey? And also, is it but certain Nitish Kumar will be back? He will be CM once again. Are we going to look at more deputy CM? What's the formula, Madhurendra Pandey, of government formation now? Dr. Pandey, can you hear me?
सर, हमने हिंदी में बात कीजिए, हिंदी में उन्होंने कहा था।
जी जी, जवाब दीजिए
काइंडली।
आप हिंदी में बोल सकते हैं।
जी जी, आप क्वेश्चन कीजिए हिंदी में।
मेरा सवाल यही था आपसे डॉक्टर पांडे, अगर आप सुन पा रहे थे तो मैं आपसे यही पूछ रहा था कि जो ये मार्जिन ऑफ विक्ट्री आपको मिला है आज, ये क्या आपके इंटरनल सर्वेस के हिसाब से था, या आप भी आश्चर्यचकित हो गए ये आंकड़े देखकर, क्योंकि बहुत ही ज्यादा बहुमत से एनडीए की वापसी हो रही है बिहार में, और क्या ये अब गिवन है कि नीतीश कुमार ही दोबारा मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे, या फिर इसमें कुछ संदेह होना चाहिए?
बिल्कुल नहीं। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी के जो 2 दशक का कालखंड में जो उन्होंने बिहार के लिए कार्य किया है अपने कालखंड में, और जो उनको बिहार मिला था और उससे जो बदलने का काम किया है, दशा और दिशा जो बदलने का काम किया है बिहार में, और जनता की जो जन आकांक्षाओं को पूरा करने का जो उन्होंने कार्यक्रम और योजनाओं के तहत काम किया है, उसको देखते हुए बिहार की जनता ने माननीय मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार पर ही भरोसा जताया है, उनके सुशासन पर, उनके विकास पर, और उसी का परिणाम है कि एनडीए की जो चट्टानी एकता है, उस चट्टानी एकता के साथ बिहार की जनता ने भी मन बना ली थी कि नीतीश कुमार जी को ही मुख्यमंत्री पुनः बनाना है, और उसी का परिणाम है कि यह जो प्रतिफल मिला है चुनाव में, जो अभूतपूर्व सफलता इसको कह सकते हैं, यह बिहार की जनता का दिया हुआ परिणाम है। और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार और केंद्र भारत के प्रधानमंत्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी का 2 डबल इंजन की सरकार के हैं, उसके द्वारा जो बिहार को गति मिल रही है विकसित बिहार बनाने के लिए, उसी का
ये सारे जो लांछन लगाए गए थे, चाहे वो नीतीश कुमार के स्वास्थ्य को लेकर हो या फिर आपकी एंटी इनकम्बेंसी हो या फिर विफलताएं हो, जो लांछन लगाए गए थे, आपको लगता है वो सारे निराधार साबित हो गए हैं इस बहुमत से?
सर एक माननीय मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी ने, आप देखेंगे कि जाड़ा हो, गर्मी हो, बरसात हो या कोई भी महीना हो, उन्होंने हमेशा बिहार में दौरा किया, चाहे कड़ाके की ठंड हो, लू हो, बरसात हो, कोई सभी कार्यक्रम में बरसात होते हुए उन्होंने पानी में छाते लेकर के उन्होंने योजनाओं को देखने का काम किया। अगर उनका सेहत पर कोई असर रहता तो उन्होंने यात्रा नहीं करते, प्रगति की यात्रा नहीं करते, या किसी तरह की कोई योजना और कार्यक्रम का निरीक्षण नहीं करते। तो यह सब सिर्फ अफवाह था, और इसमें नेता प्रतिपक्ष तेजस्वी प्रसाद यादव जो जनता के बीच में भ्रम फैलाना चाह रहे थे, उनको लोग जान गया कि राहुल गांधी और तेजस्वी यादव को जो मिली हुई है विरासत में सियासत, और ये लोग जो जिन पर जो आरोप है 420 का, नेशनल हेराल्ड का, IRCTC घोटाला में, लैंड फॉर जॉब मामले में, और
Do you believe that is also something that has cost you, Avni Bansal? You know, the charges of Jungle Raj. You know, people in Bihar still remember that time when the crime rate used to be at an all-time high, when there used to be kidnappings, robberies, murders. There is also, of course, the fodder scam allegations. There are land for job. Also, the national heritage case is what the JDU spokesperson is referring to. Do you believe corruption, taint and jungle raj is also a cost to your party and alliance?
Sir, as far as Jungle Raj is concerned, I think what has happened in the past is one question. There was a lot of narrative that the NDA tried and built around it, that is for sure. But the question is also really, if we just keep our political hats away for a second and think from the perspective of the women of Bihar, please ask ourselves an honest question. Do we really think that Bihar is safe for women today? Do we really think that, this claim from the BJP that under their rule, under the NDA rule, all the 100% electrification has taken place? Do we actually think that Vikas has taken place in Bihar? You and I go to Bihar on a single day and see what is the status of the roads. So what we are seeing, I think, is this, narrative game that the BJP has got very good at playing at, but their claims never match the stats as far as...
Then what I'm saying is, whatever it is, the democratic litmus test is the ultimate litmus test for the performance of any, and look at the pro-incumbency, which is a very surprising alteration into the political behavior of voters. Nitish Kumar has been there for last 20 years and he's still enjoying the pro-incumbency. In parliamentary election, we did a poor performance in comparison to 2019 election in 2024. Even in the other elections, we did bad, but now our graph is ascending. What is the reason for that? It is the clean governance, no allegation of any scam, electricity to the household, road connectivity. Look at the kind of massive investment which has been done in the road infrastructure in Bihar is absolutely exemplary. Women given cycle, security, what used to happen, it was a factory of kidnapping in Lalu Prasad Yadav's time. They were absolutely indulging into the corruption. I think what you...
Okay, we're getting another reaction coming in now. Union Minister Nityanand Rai is speaking with Newsx. Let's quickly play out his interview.
बिहार में एनडीए प्रचंड बहुमत की ओर बढ़ रही है। हमारे साथ नित्यानंद राय हैं, केंद्रीय मंत्री हैं। सर, क्या कहेंगे, इतनी बड़ी जीत की आशा थी?
बिल्कुल आशा थी। और सबसे पहले तो बिहार के सभी मतदाता भाइयों बहनों को हृदय से आभार, उनका अभिनंदन। जब हम लोग चुनाव प्रचार में जाते थे, काम के लिए जाते थे, तो बिहार की धरती पर बिहार के लोग मोदी 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 मोदी, गरीबों के मसीहा मोदी, विकास के भगीरथ मोदी, हमको चाहिए मोदी, मोदी की गठबंधन चाहिए, एनडीए चाहिए। तो इस प्रकार का जो लहर था, तो उम्मीद थी कि हम लोग को प्रचंड बहुमत मिलेगी और 201 पार कर रहे हैं।
अच्छा, 201 पार करें, तो आपको लगता है कि मोदी मैजिक चला है?
देखिए, मोदी मैजिक तो दुनिया में चल रहा है। आज भारत में मोदी मैजिक चल रहा है। और मोदी मैजिक है क्या कि आज मोदी जी की तपस्या, सेवा, परिश्रम, गरीबों के प्रति प्रेम, उनके अंदर की देशभक्ति है, तो उनकी मैजिक है कि आज इस देश से 30 करोड़ से ज्यादा लोग गरीबी रेखा से बाहर आ गए। 3 करोड़ से ज्यादा लोग बिहार में गरीबी रेखा से बाहर आ गए। आज बिहार के उन गरीबों को अच्छी जिंदगी मिली है। बिहार ने विकास देखा है, सड़कें है, बिजली है, पानी है, घर में नल जल से है, शौचालय है, सिंचाई की व्यवस्था है, अच्छी स्वास्थ्य व्यवस्था है, शिक्षा व्यवस्था है। तो निश्चित रूप से बिहार विकास देखा है। बिहार को जंगल राज नहीं चाहिए था। बिहार के लोगों को मोदी जी पर भरोसा था, एनडीए पर भरोसा था, एनडीए के नेताओं पर भरोसा था, कार्यकर्ताओं पर भरोसा था, प्रचंड बहुमत दी।
अच्छा, तेजस्वी यादव थे, उन्होंने तारीख तक तय कर दी थी, 14 को परिणाम, 18 को शपथ।
देखिए, तारीख तो ना किसी से पूछे होंगे, अपने मन से एक है ना कि अपने मन से कुछ तय कर लेना। लेकिन उस समय जब वह तारीख तय किए थे कि हम मुख्यमंत्री का शपथ ग्रहण लेंगे, उस समय बिहार की धरती ने बोल दिया था, कभी नहीं, कभी नहीं, एनडीए की सरकार बनेगी, तेजस्वी महागठबंधन के उम्मीदवार हो सकते हैं, कभी मुख्यमंत्री नहीं हो सकते।
कई बार कहा है, वो लोग कह रहे थे कि अगर कुछ गड़बड़ हुआ तो नेपाल बना देंगे, बिहार में नेपाल जैसी हालात हो जाएंगे।
देखिए, जंगल राज वालों की भाषा इसी तरह से होगी, अपराधी जैसी भाषा होगी, घमंड की भाषा होगी, धमकी की भाषा होगी। और तेजस्वी को हम साफ बताना चाहते हैं, जंगल राज नहीं है, एनडीए का राज है, बिहार की जनता का राज है। कानून तोड़ने की कोशिश किए तो परिणाम भोगोगे, तुम्हारा अपराधी, तुम्हारा लठैत डकैत सब परिणाम भोगेगा।
अच्छा, सब परिणाम हो गए। नीतीश जी को किस रूप में देखते हैं इस जीत के पीछे?
देखिए, हमारे पांडव दल एक साथ मिलकर चुनाव लड़े हैं और हमारे पांडव दल के सभी लोग माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में, मार्गदर्शन में, उनके आशीर्वाद से हम लोग चुनाव लड़े हैं। तो पांडव दल की एकता, एकजुटता और हमेशा मिलकर एक साथ का प्रयास यह प्रचंड बहुमत दिलाई।
अच्छा, इतनी बड़ी जीत मिली है, किस तरह से आगे बिहार में आप लोगों की क्या योजना है, किस तरह से आप लोग काम?
जो भी बिहार के लोगों के साथ एनडीए वादा की है वह पूरा किया जाएगा और बिहार के लिए, बिहार के नौजवानों के लिए, गरीबों के लिए, माताओं बहनों के लिए और किसानों के लिए और उनके उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए, उन्नति के लिए, विकसित बिहार के लिए जो जो जरूरत होगा, शांति के लिए, सुशासन के लिए, सब एनडीए सरकार यहाँ करेगी।
अच्छा, आखिरी सवाल, तेजस्वी यादव खुद भी पीछे चल रहे हैं राघोपुर से,
थोड़ी देर में इस पे बात करते हैं।
तो थोड़ी देर में इस पे बात करते हैं। ये नित्यानंद राय हैं, वो अपनी बात रख रहे थे और कह रहे थे कि जो मोदी मैजिक है वो चला है। कैमरामैन कृष्णा झा के साथ शैलेंद्र, इंडिया न्यूज, पटना।
Let's in fact look at now some other key metrics on how Bihar fares. Obviously, what kind of development has been initiated by the government there in Bihar, and of course now how that's really going to pan out with this government being voted back into power, and hopefully of course will be able to unleash in the next 5 years as well. Obviously these are issues that have cut ice with the voter and have worked in favor of the Bihar government. So let's just quickly tell you about where Bihar stands as of now. 8,054,429 crores is the GDP of Bihar. That's the kind of figure that the Bihar GDP stands at, 8,54,429 crores. Also, its national rank is 14th. If we talk about GDP, state GDPs across the country, this is as per the Bihar Economic Survey of 2024-25. The per capita income there in Bihar is 66,828 rupees. That is the per capita income there in Bihar. If we talk about the people who've been taken out of poverty the last period, well, that is 3.77 crore people that have been taken out of multi-dimensional poverty between the years of 2013-2014 to 22-23. Those are the statistics given by the Niti Aayog. And if we take you through some major infrastructure projects which have been unveiled there, where 49 projects worth 1.36 lakh crore are currently underway in the state. These projects are related to railways, water management, oil and gas, telecommunication, aviation, etc. Also, the Awas Yojana connections, around 60 lakh Pakka houses constructed under the PM Awas Yojana in the state of Bihar. And the water tap connections in the state stand at over 1.57 crores. That's the kind of rural households there in Bihar that have tap water connections under the Jal Jeevan mission currently. This is a figure as of the August month of this year 2025. Now 14 pairs of Vande Bharat train services are in operation in Bihar. That's the kind of Vande Bharat trains that have been unveiled in the state. 5 operational airports currently in the state of Bihar. And those of course are all issues that the NDA had taken to the people and obviously have worked as well. Dr. Madhurendra Pandey, आप कह रहे हैं कि कोई भी संदेह नहीं है, नीतीश कुमार लौटेंगे, मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे दोबारा, मगर उप मुख्यमंत्री की बात करें तो क्या 2 का फॉर्मूला ही अपनाएंगे आप या फिर 3 उप मुख्यमंत्री इस बार हो सकते हैं? क्या दोनों उप मुख्यमंत्री बीजेपी के होंगे या अन्य दल के भी इस बार हो सकते हैं? क्या रिपीट होंगे सम्राट चौधरी और विजय सिन्हा या फिर नए हो सकते हैं? गवर्नमेंट फॉर्मेशन का पिक्चर कब तक साफ होगा और क्या होगा? मधुरेंद्र पांडे।
नीतीश कुमार जी सीएम बनेंगे, इसमें कोई निस्संदेह नहीं है। रही बात आप डिप्टी सीएम 3 बनाने की बात कर रहे हैं, तो एनडीए के जो शीर्ष नेता है वो लोग तय करेंगे, और कौन कौन होंगे ये भी एनडीए के शीर्ष नेता ही तय करेंगे कि डिप्टी सीएम कौन कौन बनेंगे। यह बैठक में तय हो जाएगा और यह भी सामने आ जाएगा कुछ एक दो दिनों में।
Okay. You know, we were talking, of course, about some of the statistics as far as Bihar is concerned, Yuvraj Pokarna. Do you believe that these statistics are what have worked with the voter in terms of development, in terms of infrastructure upgradation, in terms of poverty, Jal Jeevan Mission, and Awas Yojana and others? Have these factors worked, these kind of core issues on ground, or is it a combination of other factors as well?
Election results. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes. Uday, I have always believed and maintained that any election results, come what may, are a accumulation of multiple factors. But as I started my interjection in the first half, Niti and Niyat form the basis in today's polity. Nitish Kumar has a track record of 20 years as the Chief Minister of Bihar. Narendra Modi has a track record of 11 to 12 years as the Prime Minister of India. Zero corruption, 100% deliverance. And you ask anyone who has boots on the ground, what is the feeling of any poor lady, any poor young boy, young girl, any person who has some kind of aspiration that what they have done the state for the state. I mean, to you and to me, people like us, a toilet is a very small thing. But ask those ladies who are benefited from the Jal Jeevan Mission, from Swachh Bharat Mission, who have been benefited from the toilets, the Pakka Makan, the 10,000 rupees scheme, the school uniform scheme, the cycle scheme. So yes, it is about the delivery and the commitment of these leaders. And last but not the least, one factor that you and me are taking for granted is the arrival of social media in the elections of Bihar. At least 45% of Biharis use social media, and the NDA has mobilized its voters, galvanized its supporters using social media, and and they have successfully penetrated to the core villages and rural area of Bihar. BJP used to be called a party of urban elites. Now it is no more. BJP has successfully galvanized even the rural, the Dehati voters, and everybody from Dehat to capital of Bihar, Patna, knows what Nitish stands for, what Narendra stands for. Uday.
Yes. Okay. Let me, in fact, also now take that to Ms. Joshi on how this election will have a bearing on other state elections and the national picture as well. Bihar is a Hindi heartland state. It's a state also that has a largely rural population. How will this decisive verdict have a bearing on the national picture and also on the subsequent assembly elections lined up next year? Already today, Giriraj Singh has said, Bihar abhi jhanki hai, Paschim Bengal baki hai.
Uday, that's a very interesting question. Firstly, I wanted to say that, see, this process has started with the SIR. Okay, this preparation for the assembly elections in all the other states also, like as the election commissioner has said in their press conferences, that this is supposed to be happening in all states, as was the procedure, as was the norm in previous governments also. So this thing of an intensive revision has been happening over so many consecutive governments, and it has been happening now also. And there is a process to it which involves the booth level agents of all political parties. So if any political party which has 17,500 booth level agents on ground in Bihar comes up and says that certain sections were left out, or something to that effect, and then after the draft version of the revised voter list, if they come back and say that they don't come up with any kind of objections, and then they cry foul after the elections, and that is I don't know what to say about that. So now this kind of a procedure this thing about this intensive revision has to be conducted all over the country. Now, coming to the specific question on hand that you were talking about how BJP is going to be affected or how the NDA is going to be affected, quite clearly, it shows that the people do have a lot of confidence in the NDA government. Now, just look at the fact that even after 20 years, if Mr. Nitish Kumar still gains so much confidence, still has so much confidence, I mean, if the people have so much confidence in him, then, it speaks a lot about the kind of measures that they have taken. So Bihar definitely lags behind right now.
Well, obviously,
in a lot
no,
of
there has
ways.
been a
But
there has been a considerable
yes,
pro-incumbency vote, Yuvraj Pokarna. But as far
yes.
as the opposition is
Uday,
concerned,
I just wanted to finish a point.
please,
Uday,
please,
just
20
let me
seconds, 20
finish.
seconds, then I need to
Yes,
go. Yes.
yes, yes. But then, when you look at it, like when you compare it with other states, then obviously it lags behind. But if you look at it from its own perspective, the way in which the situation was before 2005 and now today, a lot of things have changed. So then all those
Yuvraj
factors,
Pokarna, but what explains the
starting with
collapse of the opposition? We have a situation now in Bihar where the RJD is down to 24. Tejashwi Yadav himself is trailing in Raghopur constituency. What explains this complete collapse of the RJD in the Mahagathbandhan? Also, the Congress is down to just one lead now as we speak, Yuvraj. One lead. That's it out of 243 seats. And of course, they contested on just about 50, I think. Jan Swaraj, 0 leads. Complete collapse of the opposition in Bihar, Yuvraj.
Uday, the Bihar imbroglio is now an open secret. I have a few takeaways. One, Jan Suraj party was nothing but a product of, media shout matches, and PK wanted to be Kejriwal 2.0. Second, for Congress, there is no organization on the ground. As I have a figure, as Raj Lakshmi ji also said, Congress had 17,549 booth level agents, but not a single objections on ground. But on every television show, they were like, "Ye ho gaya, wo ho gaya." So Congress is now completely vanquished in Bihar, and Bihar will be the UP 2.0 for Congress. Third, RJD has to move out of its comfort zone, the alleged MY comfort zone of Muslim and Yadavs. BJP, NDA has successfully dented the MY bastion of RJD, and I'm sorry, but Tejashwi Yadav has to work a lot. It is now somewhere I see a downfall of its politics. When he came 5 years ago, he had the benefit of doubt. He had the advantage of being a youth leader, the legacy of Lalu Prasad Yadav. But the very same legacy is now denting him, is detrimental to him, and that is why you must have noticed that Lalu Yadav was almost nowhere to be seen in the entire election trail. So that is my limited take.
Okay, that's your limited take. Avni Bansal, you want to quickly counter that?
No, I just want to, because I see that, many things have been said, which I've already countered. I just want to say one thing on your show. I am saying this before time, but I have a sense that the BJP will not make Mr. Nitish Kumar the CM. So this entire dancing together, let us see how long this lasts. BJP has curated the script completely to its own convenience. So we will see if this is really the people of Bihar voting for Mr. Nitish Kumar. Then the BJP, in all honesty, should make Mr. Nitish Kumar the CM. And if the BJP goes back on that promise, then we know that what was cooking.
Is there any doubt on that, Mukesh Tyagi? You're standing on 96 seats as of now. You are the single largest party. I don't think the JDU can even, rebel and form a party with the RJD because they simply don't have the numbers arithmetically, or at least it's pretty difficult right now. Is there any doubt that you will be making Nitish Kumar? Will that be something that your parliamentary board will decide, or is that a given?
I think Mr. Amit Shah has made it absolutely clear about it, who will be the Chief Minister of Bihar, and that will obviously go through certain parliamentary process. But my prediction, Uday, is that India Gathbandhan will completely get disintegrated. There will be multiple party elections now in this country, because Congress will be completely marginalized looking at their performance. Akhilesh Yadav will not make him sit on his cycle. So I think Rahul Gandhi needs to protect his political credentials, which is going to be a serious.
So, you posed a question to the BJP on whether they're going to make Nitish Kumar. The answer is yes, they are. The counter question to you is, are you still going to be in the opposition alliance, or are you going to be marginalized further after this rout, Avni Bansal? Because it seems that the Congress now has become a liability, is what Mukesh Tyagi is saying, for any regional party that takes it along. Akhilesh Yadav now will leave you out of his cycle for the UP election. I think that's coming up in just about a year and a half.
BJP can continue dreaming about having a Congress Mukta Bharat. I am a young person who has joined the Congress political party without having a political background, because I believe that power is not just about who's in the government. We need a very strong opposition. And the fact that, we are celebrating the fact that there is no strong opposition in Bihar is also a problem, which I think is more important than, the BJP or the Congress problem. So I think there are a lot of young people like me who will keep fighting on ground and ensure that there is a strong opposition. So we aren't going anywhere. But on the Nitish Kumar, let's keep an eye out and see what happens in the next few hours.
Yes, Rajlakshmi Joshi.
Uday, I completely agree that we definitely need a strong opposition, because you need an opposition to keep questioning, and you need to keep counterbalances on all the policies, all the schemes, everything, etc., etc. So every time there is a discussion in Parliament, every time there is a discussion in the assemblies, there has to be a proper debate on all the policies. But unfortunately, right now what is happening is the opposition, even though they claim that they are much bigger in number than the earlier, and even though they claim that they are mightier, they don't allow any of the debates.
Dr. Pandey also, have we seen in this election? Another quick point before we take a break, because I'm pretty much out of time now. Dr. Pandey, another question: in this election and result, do you believe people have voted above caste? If we are seeing Tejashwi Yadav trailing in Raghopur, that obviously means the Yadavs have split. If we are seeing the VIP party fail to open its account, it means that the Mallas are not all voting for the VIP or the Mahagathbandhan. So are we seeing this split in the caste arithmetic as well? Are people now beginning to vote above caste lines? मधुरेंद्र पांडे, वो सवाल आपसे है, क्या आप जाति से उठ के लोग वोट दे रहे हैं?
बिल्कुल। बिहार विधानसभा जो चुनाव संपन्न हुआ, और इसमें जो बिहार के जो मतदाता थे वह सभी जाति धर्म से ऊपर उठ करके माननीय मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी ने 20 वर्षों में जो काम किया है, और बिहार को जो,
क्योंकि हम देख रहे हैं मल्ला वोट शायद नहीं पड़ा है वीआईपी को, वीआईपी शून्य पे है। हम देख रहे हैं कि तेजस्वी यादव पीछे चल रहे हैं, तो यादव वोट कहीं ना कहीं बटा है राघोपुर में।
नहीं, राघोपुर में बटा ही नहीं है। राघोपुर में तेजस्वी प्रसाद यादव ने किया क्या है राघोपुर के लिए? वहां भी तो माननीय मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी ने नल जल दिया, बिजली दिया, सड़क दिया, सारा विकास काम करने का माननीय मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी ने किया। नेता प्रतिपक्ष और उनका जो क्षेत्र होने के नाते जो उनका जो रोल था राघोपुर के लिए, तो उन्होंने किया कहां? वो तो गए भी नहीं कभी राघोपुर में। इसलिए वहां की जनता उनको नकारने का काम कर रही है, और बिहार की जनता रियल में नीतीश कुमार जी को सारा लोग जानता है, बिहार की जनता जानती है।
तेज प्रताप यादव भी चौथे पे चल रहे हैं महुआ में, तो इसका मतलब है यादव वोट भी नहीं पड़ा उनको।
बिहार की जनता ने लालू एंड फैमिली को नकारने का काम किया है, क्योंकि उनका जो ऑन रिकॉर्ड रहा है पिछले कार्यकाल का, वो सारे बिहार की जनता पुनः वापसी नहीं देखना चाह रही थी। इसलिए उनके दोनों लाल को सत्ता से बाहर करने का, और पहले भी हमने कह चुका था कि नेता प्रतिपक्ष लायक तेजस्वी प्रसाद यादव नहीं रहेंगे, और वो राघोपुर की जनता और बिहार की जनता दिखाने का काम कर रही है।
चलिए, इस खबर पे हम नजर बना के रखेंगे। हमारी कंटिन्यूअस कवरेज जारी है न्यूज एक्स पर। वी आर बैक आफ्टर दिस वेरी शॉर्ट ब्रेक। वी कंटिन्यू आवर फोकस ऑन द बिहार इलेक्शन रिजल्ट, व्हिच ऑफ कोर्स हैज शोन आउट अ लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री फॉर द एनडीए।
मुझे बवासीर है और दर्द भी रहता है। इसके लिए वैद ऋषि का अर्शकल्प एक सेफ और क्लिनिकली टेस्टेड आयुर्वेदिक फॉर्मूला है।
जल्द राहत के लिए वैद ऋषि का अर्शकल्प।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर, या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज Newsx का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी। अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी। अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके
welcome. You're watching Newsx with me, Devika Devan, and we're now going to deep dive into the results of the 2025 Bihar Assembly elections. Beyond the headline numbers, there are some truly fascinating facts that have been revealed in this particular election, and in turn they reveal the pulse of Bihar's electorate, and we've compiled a list of such interesting facts that define this electoral battle in which the BJP and the JDU-led NDA is currently winning and has cemented their victory in Bihar. Number one, viewers, we've learned that women voters have outnumbered the men. This is a significant trend. This election has seen a remarkable turnout from women. Not only was the women's turnout higher, but women voters actually outnumbered men at the polling booths as well. The turnout for women voters was 71.6%, which is almost 9% or 9 percentage points higher than 62.8%, which was recorded for men. And this translates to over 4 lakh more women coming to cast their vote than men in this election. This is a clear signal of the rising political consciousness amongst the women of Bihar, and you can see the results as well. What does it mean when women come out to vote? Secondly, Nitish Kumar has had or will now have a historic tenure if everything goes as planned. With this victory, Nitish Kumar is set to cement his legacy as one of India's longest serving chief ministers. His total term currently stands at 19 years and 87 days. If he serves the full 5 terms of this new term, his total tenure will rise to 24 years and 87 days. He will be just 78 days short of the record that was held by Pawan Kumar Chamling of Sikkim, who served for 24 years and 165 days, but a historic feat nonetheless for Nitish Kumar. On that note, his adversary, the RJD's setback, big setback in this particular election. For the Rashtriya Janata Dal, this election marks a very challenging chapter. They have recorded at this point in time, and I'm going to tell you real time, we're looking at 25 seats and a 22.68% vote share. This is the RJD's second worst ever showing in the assembly elections. Their worst was in 2010 when they won only 22 seats with 18.84% vote share. This result now highlights the distance the party has to travel to regain its former dominance. But that brings us to a sharp contrast with the BJP's performance. The Bharatiya Janata Party has delivered its best ever performance in Bihar. The party is leading at 95 seats with a 20.18% vote share. This surpasses their previous best of 81 seats and 19.46% vote share, which they achieved in the 2010 elections 15 years later. This is a clear indicator of the BJP's growing foothold in Bihar. Then that brings us to Tejashwi Yadav. Tejashwi Yadav's foothold is slipping. The RJD leader, Tejashwi Yadav, who's contested from the Raghopur constituency, is son of Lalu Prasad Yadav. He has seen a significant dip in his personal support. In 2020, he secured a massive 97,404 votes lead. However, in this election, his votes have fallen to 43,883, which shows a considerable loss of footing, even in what was considered his stronghold and, in fact, an RJD bastion. Number 6 is the fact that arrested JDU Bahubali has triumphed. In this very politically charged contest, the arrested JDU strongman Anant Kumar Singh has successfully retained the constituency of Mokamma. He has won with 91,416 votes and defeated his RJD rival Veena Devi by a margin of 28,206 votes, proving that for some people, the local influence remains a very powerful factor regardless of someone's history and just their general background. Number 7, we have Prashant Kishor and his candidates. They've lost their deposits. The candidates fielded by political strategist Prashant Kishor have faced a very tough verdict. Out of the 238 seats, the party had contested, they forfeited their deposits in a staggering 233 seats, which is nearly 98% of his candidates. This is a severe blow to the outfit's electoral aspirations, where they've not managed to even make a dent in this election. But that brings me to AIMIM, which has managed to triumph the Congress party in a very surprising turn of events. The AIMIM has outperformed the Congress party in terms of seats. AIMIM has, at this point in time, I'm going to tell you real time, won 5 seats with a almost 2% vote share, while the much older and of course the Grand Congress party has secured only 2 seats, despite having, and let me reconfirm that with live numbers, yes, 2 seats, having a much higher vote share of nearly 8.5%. This result now underscores the regional fragmentation of the opposition vote. That brings me also now to point number 9. The NDA has dominated in certain Muslim seats. Yes, the NDA coalition has managed to defy conventional wisdom by making significant inroads in Muslim dominated seats. The alliance is leading in 16 out of 32 such seats, accounting for 71.9% of the total, which is a strong indicator of cross-community support for the ruling alliance. This is a community that has historically supported the Congress and the RJD. That's why this is a significant change. And point number 10, last but not least, we have to talk about Chirag Paswan when we talk about the Bihar elections and his stellar show. He is the one who broke away from the NDA, but his party delivered a spectacular performance, winning 19 out of the 29 seats that they were granted and they contested. This translates into an exceptional strike rate of 69%, showing his political relevance and making him a key player in the state's political landscape now going forward. So these were, viewers, some of the 10 facts which offer a more granular view of the 2025 Bihar elections and painting a very clear picture of historic wins, major setbacks, and the emergence of new political dynamics. Before I take that conversation forward, let me quickly take our viewers through the latest numbers at the top of 4 o'clock. What is it that we're looking at? Let's put this out on our screens as well. The BJP at the top of 4 has won 2 seats. It is leading in 93, which brings their total to 95. The JDU has won 5 seats. It is leading in 80, which brings their total to 85. The RJD is leading in 25 seats. The LJP Ramvilas is leading in 19 seats. The AIMIM in 5 seats. The Hindustani Awami Morcha Secular also in 5 seats. The Rashtriya Lok Morcha in 4 seats. The Congress Party in 2 seats at this point in time. CPIM in 1 seat and the CPI MLL in 1 seat as well, and the BSP currently leading in 1 seat. So that's what it looks like right now. As far as party-wise vote share is concerned, we're looking at the BJP with a vote share of 20.74%. So just right above 20% vote share, but bagging the maximum number of seats right there. The JDU currently at 18.87% of the vote share, so right behind the BJP there as far as the vote share is concerned. Then of course we also have the RJD, which has 22.74% of the vote share. Remember, the RJD has a greater vote share at this point in time than the BJP, and yet they're nowhere close as far as performance is concerned. So that's, those are the big numbers. And of course, I bring you to the Congress as well, 8.71% at the top of 4 o'clock. So those are the latest numbers for our viewers as far as the Bihar elections are concerned. Now, let me begin this conversation. I have Arshpreet Khadial of the Congress, Dr. Sunny Dimon, political analyst with us, and Advocate Chandni Preeti Shah, political analyst with us as well. Let me begin with Mr. Khadial. Mr. Khadial, how exactly is the Congress party now viewing what's happening in Bihar?
Thank you. First and foremost, I'm hearing a lot of echo. My own voice is coming back to me. If that could kindly be fixed.
Yes. I'll request someone in our PCR to please just look into that. But Mr. Karyal, go ahead.
There's a lot of echo. There's a lot of disturbance. Should I reconnect?
Yes, if that helps, then you may reconnect. But let me then, let's try to fix that connection with Mr. Karyal. Let me, meanwhile, bring in Dr. Sunny Dhimman into the conversation as well. Dr. Dhimman, interestingly, none of the pollsters were able to predict a sweeping victory for the BJP and the JDU. The JDU literally right behind the BJP as far as this election is concerned. Everyone had predicted that the JDU will manage the same number of seats that they always get, but nobody had very clearly predicted such a sweeping, thumping victory in Bihar. What do you think has happened?
Good evening. We are no longer watching election results. Today, we are watching the results the system has chosen for the validation. Let me give you an analogy of cricket match. Imagine that there is a ground in which the bowler's shoelaces are tied. He throws a full toss. The fielders, with one arm tied behind his back, catches the ball clean in his mouth. Perfect catch. Out, he claims. But the umpire has worn the jersey of the betting team. And the umpire looks at the crowd, whom they have already given 10,000 rupees to watch the game, and says, no ball. And the cameraman, what does he do? He says there was no catch. He says there was a miss. There was a miss. The same thing goes and goes until the lie became the broadcast, until the broadcast become the truth. This is not cheating. This is not even rigging. This is a controlled reality, a simulation. And this is where we have reached in 2025, that earlier India had a flawed democracy. And as any flawed democracy, we had flawed in the system. But now the whole system has been hijacked. For instance, tell me one thing. Rahul Gandhi and Congress party has been punished by the people of Bihar because he has exposed very genuine points, whether we are democracy or not. And will you say that that he was punished for that?
Yes, but Dr. Dhiman,
No,
do
RJD
Rahul
has been
Gandhi's
punished.
points really resonate with the people of Bihar? Isn't that the question the Congress party then should be asking themselves? That's the question, right? You're sitting here telling me that because the NDA has managed to do better than what anybody had predicted, so we are now living in some sort of a simulation where the entire system is hijacked. What about the fact that there could be some guilt that people were feeling as far as the 2024 results were concerned? There was a lot of conversation about that in a particular belt of India, people did not feel that they voted in proper numbers, they voted well, and therefore they're coming out and voting in much larger numbers, and a higher voter turnout is very clearly translating into a victory for the NDA. I want to bring in Chandni Preeti Shah into this as well. Chandni Preeti Shah, you've heard what Dr. Sunny Dhiman has had to say. He is claiming that we are now all living in some sort of a simulation where the entire system is hijacked, and the BJP has become this machinery that is just winning election after election. I'm just surprised nobody has any question to ask of the opposition that what is your introspection?
Exactly, Devika. First of all, a big congratulations to NDA for the huge sweep that they, made in Bihar. This election was not just Nitish Kumar and Narendra Modi's test. It was Bihar ki janta ka bhi pariksha. It was their loyalty test as well, and they have tremendously, passed it with flying colors. They again बिहार ने साबित कर दिया है that the असली महागठबंधन is the जनता. Bihar voted for NDA's continuity and they rejected the convenience of the Mahagathbandhan alliance. This is as true as I say. The opposition, the Mahagathbandhan, is shattered completely. But now, if they start crying Samvidhan ki hatya, EVM hack, vote chori, then it will be understood that they haven't learned anything. They have never introspected. They will not introspect. And if this keeps on going, because what happens is we have seen a pattern in Mahagathbandhan. They have always negatively propagated, issues, and negative propagation will not work. This is Bihar. They know whom to vote. They know what is the ground reality. When you talk about, the Gen Z, then it is so clear that what Bihar's Gen Z has chosen. Bihar Gen Z has chosen development over casteism. They have chosen democracy over jungle raj. The mandate is very clear. The MY factor that the Mahagathbandhan was relying on, be it the Muslim Yadav, the Mahila youth, both have voted for the MN partnership, that is the Modi-Nitish Kumar partnership. Bihar election this time has broken all the records despite 47 lakh voters getting, clean in SIR. Still, the voter turnout was the highest. And they also passed the loyalty test as I chose. They chose the one who delivered as promised. So I truly believe that, Bihar voted for Operation Sindoor over the conspiracy theories of the opposition, because I say it is conspiracy theories because they have not been able to prove a single thing. EVM hack, EVM hack, EVM hack. That was what was going on until now. When the election commission called the opposition, you come, you prove, we give you an open challenge. Nobody turned out. You can check it on the election commission site. There is a circular that is there. Nobody turned out. Vote chori, vote chori, vote chori. A Brazilian person voted in Haryana elections, and what not came out. The model herself came and she उसने खारिज कर दिया ये सारे allegations. Correct?
When?
Now, when, sir, it
When did
is,
this happen? That उसने
sir, you
खारिज
should-
कर दिया.
Sir, you should stay
Dr.
updated
Dhiman,
with what is
obviously
going
the lady
on.
whose photograph was used has come out and said that obviously I have not come to India and voted in elections. That's what Chandni Pritisha is saying. She's released a video, sir, on social media. You're saying we're living in a simulation. You should be updated with social media, no then?
No, she's not
Sir,
Haryana.
then
she's a
making such
Brazilian.
allegations
Of course,
is only.
she said it's a completely bizarre that my photograph has
Yeah,
reached
it's
India.
bizarre.
I've never,
It's bizarre
I've
that-
not obviously voted in India. That's what.
No, it is bizarre that Election Commission of India is allowing Brazilian voter to vote in India
Sir, it is
via
bizarre.
proxies.
It is bizarre.
No, one
that
second. Arshdeep
nobody
Kadyal
on
is
the-
there
Via
with us.
proxies.
Arshdeep Kadyal, is the Congress's allegation that a Brazilian voter has come to India and voted, or that there are fake
It's Election
voter
Commission
cards that are
creating
being
fake
issued
votes.
with a Brazilian woman's picture? Because I believe some people are very confused by the Congress's allegations. If you could clarify for us.
See, number one, it's the latter. And number two, when we talk of the topic, 47 lakh voters that voted in the Lok Sabha election did not get to vote in the assembly election. Now, the question here is that if they are supposedly fake voters, then why did they get to vote in the Lok Sabha election that took place just the last year? Number one. Number two, the Election Commission of India said that cleansing was needed, fake voters had to be removed, etc., etc. However, these fake voters, while they were voting in the Lok Sabha election just the last year, nothing was done, nothing was said about it. Does that not signify a very big, very potent question? Number two, as far as the SIR exercise is concerned, why was it only chosen for Bihar in the first place when back in the day it was done in 2003, 23 years ago from today? It was done in the entire country. This time, just when the election was around the corner, SIR was brought up and SIR was done. Lakhs of people were removed. Information was sought. Allegedly, it wasn't given. And our request is, if anyone here could kindly answer the question, that why were these people allowed to vote in the Lok Sabha election? Number one. Number two, as far as the election goes, why do we have an election in the first place? It is so that work could be done, promises could be delivered. What has been the performance of the NDA in the last couple of years? We can see they failed on law and order, they failed on corruption, they failed on drugs, they failed on women empowerment, they failed on education, they failed on healthcare, they failed on development, they failed on employment, they failed on to curb migration, they failed vis-a-vis all the promises that they made. Our request is that this so-called double engine of the NDA, which and we do not know who the engine is now, what the engine is it going to be Mr. Kumar or is it going to be the Bharatiya Janata Party? That's another question. And one thing that is really bothering Mr. Modi and the Bharatiya Janata Party is the history of Mr. Kumar. Given the number of alliance changes that he has done back in the day, even Google Maps does not know what his political direction is going to be. My request to the Bharatiya Janata Party is, if there's a spokesperson sitting here or if there's anyone leaning towards the Bharatiya Janata Party, inclined towards the Bharatiya Janata Party, if they could kindly tell us who the CM is going to be, who the CM face is, and how would it be decided?
I'm glad you asked this question because Mukesh Tyagi was there with us just half an hour ago, and the same question was asked by the Congress: who's going to be the CM, who's going to lead Bihar? And Mukesh Tyagi very clearly said that we have fought the election with Nitish Kumar as our face. So there is actually no question about who's going to be CM. I'm just letting you know what the BJP said already on this.
So BJP spokesperson agreed to it, is what you're saying?
The BJP spokesperson said that Nitish Kumar will be the CM of Bihar.
Right. If there's another spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party in this panel, could the gentleman say the same thing?
No, unfortunately, I don't have any panelists from the Bharatiya Janata Party, but I'm just letting you know that literally half an hour ago, your colleague from the Congress asked the exact same question as to whether Nitish Kumar will be allowed to be Chief Minister.
At the same time, if a BJP spokesperson in one debate said this, should we listen to what the BJP spokesperson said, or should we listen to what the BJP senior leaders are saying? Who are saying it is yet to be decided, who are saying discussions will happen? Who do we believe? Who do we listen to? Who is lying and who's telling the truth? How do we decide that? That's another question. Number two, the fact of the matter is that the NDA had to change a lot of slogans because they could not change the ground reality in Bihar. And now the fact of the matter is, what will this government do? Will they be able to deliver the promises of the last tenure, even 10%? Because at the end of the day, governments are formed in order to do development, in order to impart good governance. And the fact of the matter is, this government of the Bharatiya Janata Party, center government, entire government was there down in Bihar. 5 chief ministers, more than 5 chief ministers, and more than 80 ministers were down there campaigning. Governance was led to suffer. Development was led to suffer. Everything, every issue, every concern, every grievance, all of it was brought down to a grinding halt just so that an election could be won. I think elections definitely are a priority for parties. They're definitely important, but not at the cost of good governance.
Okay.
Not at the cost
Fair
of
enough.
development.
I'll come back to this in just a moment, but I have my colleague standing by. Shivani, if you can take our viewers through the candidates that are winning with the highest vote margins. Shivani, over to you.
Absolutely. We are looking at some of the top players over here, and the winners. We have Nitin Nabin, 45,172, vote share percentage margin of 64.45%. This is as of 3 p.m. Next, when we look at Sanjeev Chaurasia from Digga, we can go on to the next plate now. This is Harinarayan Singh from Harnaut. We are looking at a margin of 44,288 and vote share percentage of 55.63, and this is as of 3 p.m. From Digga, Sanjeev Chaurasia, margin of 43,152 and vote percentage of 56.87. We are looking at all these margins which are over 40,000. Next, when we look at Kalyanpur, we have Maheshwar Hazari with a margin of 36,051 votes and a vote percent of 49.19%. This is all of 3 p.m. Rajnagar, we are seeing Sujit Kumar leading with a margin of 34,341 and a vote percentage of 57.84. So there you have it, the top 5 winners as of now, as of 3 p.m.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much for that, Shivani. Let me come back now to the conversation that we were having. Chandni Preeti, you've heard what Arshdeep Kadyal has had to say, Arshpreet Kadyal has had to say. I want to understand from your perspective, does it at this point in time, today, matter whether the BJP is going to announce once again Nitish Kumar as the Chief Minister, given that they have, and I remember watching the Home Minister myself stating very clearly that Nitish Kumar is the face for us in Bihar?
Devika, the BJP and NDA have always maintained that, they've consistently stated during the campaign and even like after the results right now, I was watching that NDA contested the election under Nitish Kumar's leadership and that he will continue as the chief minister. This has been given, the statement has been given by many official spokespeople as well. And multiple Bihari BJP leaders and NDA ministers have affirmed this, that there is no
BJP
confusion.
leaders are saying something else, but the senior BJP leaders are saying we'll discuss and then decide.
No, you see, there was this statement that was being given out that the NDA leadership would decide amongst themselves and then they would give out.
But you say it's already
name.
decided.
But right now, sir, Arshdeep ji, right now, if you watch the television, there is a statement coming out from many leaderships that Nitish Kumar will continue to be the chief minister,
BJP
given
leadership.
that the BJP leadership as well, given that JDU has maintained and retained so many seats. And Nitish Kumar is the perfect candidate. He was never outcasted from being the CM. Nobody said that he cannot continue as the CM. There was an air of anti-incumbency. There was a discussion of anti-incumbency, but the NDA or the BJP or anybody in the alliance of NDA never said it outright that Nitish Kumar is not a candidate for the CM of Bihar. And right now they are maintaining the same thing, that the leadership was under, the leadership is under Nitish Kumar, and Bihar ki Janata has voted on the name of Nitish Kumar. That goes without saying. He has retained the throne of CM for 2 decades, and that's not something to be joked around. So what Bihar's Janata's mandate is, I think NDA will respect that mandate and they will make Nitish Kumar as the CM again.
But Mr. Amit Shah, just one point if I may. Mr. Amit Shah has said it and I quote him. He said that the CM will be decided by the elected MLAs after the election. Now,
Sorry,
do we
Ashleep,
believe,
but these
now
are
do we
irrelevant
believe
I
Mr.
don't
Amit
understand,
Shah?
Arshpreet Kadyal. Okay, let's
These are
say
irrelevant. Why we are
discussing
about who
Arshpreet
becomes
Kadyal, I want
chief
to understand
minister
from you.
when the system is rigged.
You're saying that there's a
Why
problem
we are
with the
discussing about
BJP,
these
with the
things
NDA
here?
not announcing. One second, Dr. Sunny Dhanma, I'll come to you, sir. 1 second. Arshpreet Kadyal, you're saying that there's a problem with the where the Mahagathbandhan has very clearly announced its chief ministerial face before the election, and the NDA has rallied behind Nitish Kumar, but they have not announced an official chief ministerial face. I want to understand from you, without doing the same, they've still managed to win the election. So what really is the problem of the Mahagathbandhan if the NDA does want to take its time to come up with that decision?
Number one, winning is not governance. Winning an election is something, and governing a state is something else. So what we need to understand is, now that the NDA has won, now that the double engine train has come to power, the question here is who will be, or what will be the which party will be the front engine of the double engine? Will it be the Bharatiya Janata Party, or will it be Mr. Kumar? And given Mr. Kumar's history of going left and right and left and right and changing alliances, this begs a question as to
so what you're saying is that there could be possible political instability in Bihar, right? That's your basic point.
100%. 100%.
Okay, then I have a very interesting question for you before I bring in Chandni Preeti. Let's say that Nitish Kumar,
I have a point to make, and Devika, you are still ignoring.
Even 1 second, I'm in the middle of a conversation, so I'll come to you in just a moment.
So I'm not a dummy. If there's
if you're saying that Nitish Kumar has a history of switching sides, yes, you're backed by facts. That's the truth. He was with the RJD in Congress as well. However, I want to then understand from you, if for some reason the BJP decides that, listen, we have more seats in Bihar and we want a chief minister, okay, all right, I'll come back to this conversation. Mr. Rajiv Pratap Rudy also joins us at this point in time. Mr. Rudy, congratulations are in order, sir, for the Bharatiya Janata Party for its victory in Bihar. How exactly is the party at this point in time viewing this victory? What were the factors, sir, that worked in your favor?
Well, those factors I have been speaking for a very long time, but not many people in the media accepted that. But nonetheless, as far as BJP in Bihar is concerned, is the face of the Prime Minister, because we never had some BJP like that in Bihar. It's the face of the Prime Minister. And on the other side is the face of the Nitish Kumar, who has been there as a Chief Minister. This combination was deadly in Bihar. And because this combination, along with the combination which they clubbed with other combinations, which of course was a combination of castes, which was joined by Chirag Paswan and Jitendra Machi and of course Upendra Kushwaha, was a deadly combination. And there was a faith and a belief and a acceptance in the political class about this combination. So this emerged as a political force, while on the other side was a face of RJD with the Congress. Now Congress had leadership like Mr. Rahul Gandhi, who talked about SAR. Bihar never understood what SAR was. And when RJD is talked about in Bihar, it is Lalu Prasad Yadav. Unfortunately, whatever you may be talking about Tejashwi Yadav, Tejashwi Yadav is not perceived as a leader of the Rashtriya Janata Dal in Bihar. It's the face of Lalu Yadav. It is still the leader, but unfortunately when it comes to the face of Lalu Yadav in Bihar, as a leader, it scares everyone away and it puts every political force together. Apart from that, the women came out in very large numbers, but women believe in Narendra Modi. Women believe in Nitish Kumar, and this was an action in favor and in belief of these two combinations which existed. As far as the youth is concerned, of course, youth came out in large numbers, but you must not forget the youth in Bihar is like me and you. They believe in caste. So every youth protected their own caste, and they were scared of a particular caste. And they protected their own leaders in whatever way they can. And they came in a big numbers to protect their own political philosophy.